Chapter 38. Li Zishuan ran to the kitchen and after searching for a long time, he finally found a very thick piece of wood. After examining it carefully, he realized that it was actually a yellow birch. He secretly praised his good luck. Yellow birch wood was fine and sturdy, easy to polish. It also had good grip strength and was not easily deformed. It was a good material for making skateboards. That's right, Li Zishuan wanted to make a skateboard for Lan'er. However, it was a skateboard with handles in front. This kind of skateboard had a higher safety factor. Li Zishuan carried the piece of wood with one hand and came to his small courtyard. Lan'er was still waiting for him here. Lan'er saw her brother carrying a large piece of wood over and ran forward to ask, "Brother, are you going to make a puppet for Lan'er?" But what's so fun about puppets? This little girl was still picky. Li Zishuan pinched Lan'er's porcelain doll-like face in amusement and said with a smile, "Of course it's not a puppet. What kind of skill does a puppet require?" Lan'er slapped her brother's hand away and wrinkled her little nose, saying unhappily, "Brother, your hands are so dirty." Li Zishuan took a look and realized that he had forgotten to wash his hands after picking the wood for a long time. Seeing Lan'er become a cute little cat, Li Zishuan laughed dryly. Afraid that his little sister would take revenge, he hurriedly went to the porch to make a skateboard. Li Zishuan first used the wind-chasing sword to cut a piece of wood that was about 40 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters thick. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud and cut wood as easily as cutting tofu. Moreover, the wood that was cut out was as smooth as a mirror and did not require any additional polishing. Li Zishuan sighed inwardly. This wind-chasing sword was a divine tool for woodworking. If spiritual master Lingxiu heard his current sigh, he wondered if he would climb out of his grave in anger and clean up the house. Li Zishuan cut the exterior of the skateboard, took out a ruler, measured the dimensions, and drew the central axis of the force acting on the skateboard as well as the connecting rod of the wheel. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and aimed it at the connecting rod of the wheel. Circulating his true qi, the wind-chasing sword began to rapidly spin in Li Zishuan's hand. Not long after, 2 holes were drilled out from the side of the skateboard. The more Li Zishuan looked at wind-chasing sword, the more he liked it. It could be used as a saw, a chisel, and even an electric drill. It was truly a divine weapon, hee. Lan'er, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi were dumbstruck by Li Zishuan's series of miraculous operations. It was not that they had never seen carpenters before, but who else in the Great Tang could be so amazing? Lan'er couldn't help but ask softly, "Brother, was your master also a carpenter in the past?" The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He silently mourned for his master who was in the underworld. He was the #1 expert in the Jianghu, a martial arts grandmaster, and a godlike figure. Yet, Lan'er, this little girl, called him a carpenter. Li Zishuan said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother taught himself carpentry. Don't simply talk about my master." Lan'er also realized that she had misspoken. She agreed and continued to watch her brother make toys for her at the side. Li Zishuan cut 2 short sticks that were slightly longer than the width of the skateboard. After polishing them until they were extremely smooth, he inserted them into the holes that he had just drilled and used them as the wheel axles. There were no ball bearings in this era, so he could only make do with them for now. Without rubber tires, Li Zishuan could only make 2 pairs of wooden wheels and nail them onto the wheel axles. He thought to himself that he would find a blacksmith to make a cast iron one in the future. Wooden wheels were not resistant to wear. In the end, he made a T-shaped wooden pole and fixed it in front of the skateboard as a handlebar. Just like that, the first super simplified version of the Tang Dynasty's scooter was born. "Lan'er, come here. Put your hand on this, 1 foot on the skateboard, and the other foot on the ground. Give it a try." After putting away the tools, Li Zishuan demonstrated the movement and encouraged Lan'er to come forward and try it. Lan'er was already eager to try, but she didn't know how to play with this thing. When she heard her brother's words, she immediately couldn't wait to snatch the scooter. Following her brother's instructions, she began to slowly slide forward. The wooden scooter was indeed much more rusty than the ones made with modern technology. Li Zishuan stood at the side and could hear the rusty, zhi friction sound when the scooter started moving. But fortunately, his wheel holes and wheel axles were polished smooth. Lana used a little strength and the scooter began to slide. Ah! Lana just stepped on the ground and the scooter slid forward. She didn't control her center of gravity and her small body couldn't help but lean back. She couldn't help but cry out in shock. The two little maids were watching with their hearts in their throats. Li Zishuan wasn't worried. The scooter wasn't fast. Once Lana adjusted her center of gravity, she would be completely fine. Even if an accident happened, he was confident that he could save his little sister. Sure enough, at first, the little girl was very careful and didn't dare to step too fast. She was like a graceful lady, stepping there with small steps. After she got used to it, the little girl became bold and began to go crazy. "Oh, brother, look, Lana knows Qigong. Come and catch up." Lana stepped lightly and saw the scenery around her rushing back. Feeling the speed of the wind, Lana was extremely happy and couldn't help but cheer. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, the scooter had a fatal attraction for children. Looking at his little sister who was cheering in front of him, Li Zishuan's thoughts flew back to his previous life. At that time, the streets were filled with naughty children who rode on scooters and raced with each other. They would play for a whole day and never get tired of it. Perhaps, he could give this scooter to the children of Tang Dynasty more than 1,000 years in advance. As for whether the parents of the naughty children would have a headache or not, it was none of his business. By that time, Chang'an City would be filled with naughty children riding on scooters. It was quite interesting when he thought about it. Lana played for a while and felt that her brother's west courtyard wasn't big enough. She stepped on the scooter and went to the front courtyard to play. Li Zishuan shook his head in amusement and followed her with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Li Jingma went to the clothing store in the West City this morning. A few days ago, after the introduction of a few old business friends, he recruited a new shopkeeper for the clothing store. His name was Sun Huiming, who was in his 30s. He was smart and capable, and he was also quite honest. Today, Li Jingma went to take a look at the business situation of the clothing store and found that Sun Huiming was extremely smart. He had introduced many new ready-to-wear styles, which were very popular. In just a few days, the business situation of the clothing store was obviously much better than before. Li Jingma was in a very good mood after reading it. He gave Sun Huiming some words of encouragement before returning. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his daughter stepping on a strange wooden board and rushing toward him. Lana saw her father at the door and was overjoyed. She wanted to show her father her new toy immediately, so she shouted happily, "Daddy, Daddy, look, Lana knows Qigong." As she spoke, she stepped hard on the scooter and rushed toward Li Jingma. The speed of the scooter was getting faster and faster, and she was getting closer and closer to Li Jingma. "Ah!" After a while, Lana screamed. The little girl only cared about increasing her speed and was too fast. Now, it was too late to slow down. She couldn't help but be frightened. Li Jingma also noticed the danger at this moment. He could avoid being hit, but behind him was the door of the residence. If Lana crashed into it, her head would be broken and she would bleed. He couldn't bear to see his beloved daughter get hurt. Li Jingma instantly made a decision. He stood in place and waited for his daughter to crash into him. However, with his old arms and legs, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 months after being hit. He just didn't know where Lana got this thing from. When he returned, he must punish the servants in the residence. How could they let Lana play with such a dangerous thing? Seeing that she was about to bump into her father, Lana's little face flushed red with anxiety. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She regretted her earlier arrogance. Her father was so good to her, she couldn't bear to see him get hurt. Seeing that she was about to touch her father, Lana suddenly felt her vision blur. Then, she was carried up into the sky. She turned her head and saw that her brother had carried her and the scooter. The little girl understood that she was saved. Her father didn't have to get hurt because of her. She was very excited. She hugged her brother tightly and whispered, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 39. In the front hall of the Li residence. You stinking brat. You don't do proper work all day long. You're always messing around with messy things. How can you let Lan play with such dangerous things? Li Jingma paced back and forth, pointing at Li Zishuan's nose as he scolded him. Today's matter was too dangerous. Father, it was Lan who wanted to play. It has nothing to do with brother, Lan said weakly as she tugged at her father's sleeve when she saw her father scolding her brother. I haven't even scolded you yet. You're a girl, but you're always like a wild brat, following your brother around. You haven't been going to your mother's place to learn how to be a maid recently. Li Jingma changed his target when he heard Lan Er's words. Lan Er's eyes were red from her father's scolding, and tears were about to fall. She tugged at her brother's hand, lowered her head, and bit her lip, not daring to say anything. She also felt that she was in the wrong today. Li Zishuan couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and hugged the pitiful Lan, saying to his father, "Father, Lan is still young. If she wants to play, let her play. Why do you have to force her to learn this and that? Our family has so much money. Do you think we'll be short of food for Lan in the future?" Although Li Jingma didn't expect his son and daughter to learn how to earn money for the family, when he heard Li Zishuan speak so matter-of-factly, as if all the money in the family was earned by him, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After calming down, he said, he calmed down and calmed himself down, "So what if the family has so much money? Isn't it earned by your father? Why? Do you want to stay at home for the rest of your life? Besides, Lan is almost 7 years old. If she doesn't learn how to be a maid, how can she get married in the future?" Li Zishuan was speechless. Lan wasn't even 7 years old. His father was thinking so far ahead. Although he knew that his father was angry, Li Zishuan was still a little unhappy. "Father, I won't stay at home and wait for death. Even if Lan doesn't learn anything and can't get married, I can still earn money to support her for the rest of her life. My sister can't be wronged by anyone. Not only Lan but I can also rely on my own abilities to earn money for my parents' retirement." After saying that, he looked at the dumbfounded old man Li with an arrogant expression. His eyes seemed to say, "Yes, you didn't hear me wrong. I want to earn my own money." Lan's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard her brother speak up for her. She hugged her brother's arm tightly and refused to let go. She thought to herself, "Brother is so good, even better than daddy." Li Jingma stared blankly for a moment. After a moment of calmness, he stepped forward and placed his hand on Li Zishuan's forehead. He asked worriedly, "Xian, you don't have a fever, do you?" "What? My Xian, you're sick." A cry of surprise came from outside the door. Then, Mrs. Li Zishuan rushed to the front of Li Zishuan like a gust of wind. She pulled him over and looked at him carefully. It turned out that when Xiao He saw the young master and young miss being scolded in the front hall, she hurriedly ran to the eastern courtyard to ask for help. The servants of the Li family all knew that the master was afraid of the madam. Li Zishuan's face was filled with black lines as he slapped his father's hand away from his forehead. He looked at Mrs. Li and said, "Mother, Xian is fine. Don't worry." He then turned around and said seriously to his father, "Father, I was serious about what I said just now. I don't want to always stay at home and live off my parents. I also want to do some things myself so that I can take care of father and mother in the future. I know that father doesn't believe in my abilities, but wasn't the chicken I ate previously a proof? Just based on that alone, the drunken immortal restaurant's profits should be more than 1,000 strings of coins, right? Li Zishuan really wanted to open a small shop and sell the things in his mind to the people of Great Tang. Not only could he earn money, he could also find something for himself to do. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed if he stayed at home and lived off his parents every day. After all, the soul in this body was 25 years old. When Li Jingma heard this, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The profits the drunken immortal restaurant had brought in for the past half a month were more than 1,000 strings of coins. A few days ago, he heard from shopkeeper Lu that the drunken immortal restaurant had increased the daily supply of drunken immortal restaurant under the strong demands of the customers. There were too many high officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. Blindly limiting the supply would offend many people for no reason. It was really not worth it. Later on, Li Jingma simply decided not to limit the quantity of drunken immortal restaurant and even launched a takeout service. As a result, the sales of drunken immortal restaurant increased dramatically. In less than half a month, the profits were close to 4,000 strings of coins. Even though Li Jingma had done business for decades and had seen hundreds of thousands of strings of coins, he was still shocked by the profits from drunken immortal restaurant. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, Li Jingma's heart wavered. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly felt a familiar pain in his waist. "I say, you old fart. So you want to force Xian, to go out and earn money? What's the point of keeping so much money in our family? Are you going to bring it into the grave? Since you don't want to see me and my son, then I'll go back to my parents' home with Xian, Mrs. Li listened to the conversation and immediately understood what they were arguing about. She was instantly angry. Old man Li grimaced in pain from being choked. He was full of grief and indignation, thinking that this woman was unreasonable. He quickly explained, "SSS madam, it's not what you think. Let go first." Mrs. Li was not satisfied. She really loved her son. At this time, seeing that Li Jingma seemed to want to drive her son out of the house and rely on himself, Mrs. Li could not bear it. Her eyes turned red with anger and the strength in her hands increased. Old man Li's face gradually turned from red to purple. Old man Li felt very wronged at this moment, but his wife did not give him a chance to explain. He immediately sent a signal for help to his son with his eyes. Li Zishuan was a little amused. He went forward and pulled his mother away, saying, "Mother, it's not what you think. Your son wants to do something. I have nothing to do at home every day, so I might as well do something to earn some money. Your son can't stay at home every day, can he?" Mrs. Li glared at him and said, "Why can't you stay at home? Didn't your father make so much money for you to spend? Why don't you stay at home with your mother every day?" Then she glared at old man Li fiercely. If he dared to say no at this moment, he would definitely have to sleep in the study at night. Of course, old man Li did not dare to say no. At this moment, he turned his face to the side and rubbed his old waist to recover from his injury. Li Zishuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who would encourage their child to be a member of the family? However, he was still a little touched in his heart. "Mother, Master taught me a lot of things when he was alive, and I still want to carry it forward. Besides, I can't rely on you for the rest of my life. Father is old. I want to grow up as soon as possible so that you can enjoy a happy life." Hearing their son's sincerity, the two old people were relieved. Their son had grown up and knew how to be filial to his parents. For parents in the world, there was nothing happier than this. Mrs. Li looked at her son with a face full of love and said, "Since Xian wants to do something, mother will support you. If you need anything, you must tell me. Do you hear me?" Li Zishuan hurriedly nodded in agreement. He turned around and said to Li Jingma, "Father, I can definitely build an even bigger business empire." Li Jingma looked at his son's confident face and stroked his beard in relief. He said, "Since Xian is so confident, then go ahead and do it." Li Zishuan agreed. Lan interrupted. Lan also wants to help Big Brother do big things. Lan doesn't want to be paid. Everyone was amused by Lan innocent words. Li Zishuan smiled and rubbed Lan head. He wanted to pull Lan out. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and walked back to Li Jingma, who was full of gratification, and said, "Father, since I want to start my own business and open a shop, you can't not give me the capital, right?" Li Jingma said in a muffled voice, "Then how much do you want?" Li Zishuan smiled and probed, "It's not much. Just give me half a month's profit from the drunken Immortal restaurant's chicken. It'll be 1,000 strings. Is that okay?" When Li Jingma heard this, his eyes lit up. This little brat probably thought that the chicken he was eating was still limited to 200 servings a day. He pretended to be generous and said, "How can 1,000 strings be enough? Father will give you 2,000 strings as the initial capital." Li Zishuan was overjoyed. His father was still quite generous. He hurriedly thanked his father and left with Lan Seeing his son's happy face and thinking that he had taken advantage of him, Li Jingma couldn't help but laugh dryly in his heart. Hee, old ginger is still spicier. Chapter 40. Li Zishuan was very happy to receive 2,000 strings of cash from his father. Don't underestimate this 2,000 strings of cash. According to the current purchasing power, it was almost equivalent to hundreds of thousands of yuan in the future. Li Zishuan had to plan his new shop well and what he could sell. First of all, he needed to build a technical team. As his shop expanded in the future, he would need to make more and more new things. Of course, he couldn't do everything himself. In some aspects, he was just a theorist. In practice, he was not as good as today's craftsmen. Don't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. They only lacked suitable guidance. They were not as stupid as modern people. Especially before the Ming and Qing dynasties, when the ancients' thinking was not restricted, a large number of creative wise people emerged in the land of China. Li Zishuan had more than 1,000 years of knowledge. Coupled with the skilled skills of the Tang workers, he believed that he could bring a lot of new things to the Tang dynasty. Since he had come to this flourishing age, why not leave his mark in history? Li Zishuan wanted to make the Tang dynasty, which was already at the top of the world, even more ahead of the world. As he thought about it, Li Zishuan felt a surge of emotions. In the past, when he read history books, he could only be a bystander. But now, he was a participant in the construction of this prosperous era. But where could he find a suitable craftsman? First of all, the craftsman must have a good character. They must be honest and not cunning. Li Zishuan did not want the craftsman he had painstakingly trained to betray him in the end. Then, of course, the higher the craftsman's skills, the easier it would be. But where could he find a craftsman who could meet these two requirements at the same time? Li Zishuan had only been in the Tang dynasty for half a month, and his social circle was not big. It seemed that he had to trouble his father to find a craftsman. In his memory, his father could travel all over the country and did business for decades. He was involved in various industries such as clothing, catering, cosmetics, and so on. His father would definitely be able to find a satisfactory craftsman for him. Li Zishuan, who had made up his mind, was about to look for his father to ask for the girl when he saw Xiaohe running over while lifting her skirt. She said, "Young master, Li Gaoming, who was eavesdropping on journey to the west behind us last time, is here. He is serving tea in the front hall." Previously, when he ate with Li Qingxian at the drunken Immortal restaurant, Xiaohe and Xiaoxi did not go. Therefore, Xiaohe did not know that Li Gaoming was the crown prince. Right now, in the little girl's impression, Li Gaoming was still a little thief who eavesdropped on stories. Li Zishuan stared blankly. Now that he knew that Li Gaoming was Li Qingxian, he naturally didn't find it strange that Li Gaoming could find his residence. He was only curious. What was the crown prince doing here? At this time, Lan asked, "Sister Xiaohe, didn't Sister Lizzie come with him?" Xiaohe shook her head and said, no. Li Zishuan nodded and said to Xiaohe with a smile, Xiaohe, don't be rude when you see Li Gaoming in the future. He is actually the crown prince of the Tang Empire, Li Qingqian. Ah! Xiaohe opened her mouth wide in shock. Her brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a moment, and she was stunned on the spot. Li Zishuan didn't care about the dumbfounded Xiaohe anymore. He pulled Lan and walked towards the front hall with some amusement. Li Qingqian was drinking tea in the front hall when he heard footsteps getting closer and closer to him. He put down the teacup and looked outside the door. After Li Zishuan entered the door, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands in greetings, Your Highness. He didn't plan to hide it and directly put it out in the open. He wasn't good at scheming at all. In his previous life, whenever he saw his girlfriend watching a palace drama, he would have a headache. He really wasn't cut out for scheming. Therefore, he might as well put it out in the open today and see how Li Qingqian would react. Then, he would decide whether this friend was worth making or not. Li Qingqian was obviously stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that Brother Chonyo has already told you. Why, now that Brother Zishuan knows my identity, you don't want to make friends with Gaoming? After saying this, a trace of loneliness flashed across his face. He was only a child who grew up in the palace. When he was young, he was bullied by his uncle's children. At that time, his father was hiding his strength and biding his time. No one supported him, and he didn't have a single friend. When his father killed his uncles, imprisoned his grandfather, and became the emperor, those who had bullied him before and those who hadn't bullied him before were all killed by his father. At that time, he didn't feel the joy of revenge, only loneliness. He didn't want to kill them. He only wanted to beat them up to vent his anger. When he became the crown prince, he welcomed even more loneliness. He had to always maintain a calm smile. Those young people of the same age as him in Chang'an City either deliberately kept a distance from him, like Cheng Chumo, or deliberately got close to him, wanting to use his identity to gain some benefits. Only in the dead of night would Li Qingqian look at the high palace wall alone, fantasizing about how wonderful the outside world was. Not long ago, when he went out of the palace with Chengle's younger sister, he met Li Zishuan, heard the interesting story, and ate the interesting food. From the bottom of his heart, Li Qingqian was very envious of Li Zishuan's free and real life. He really wanted to make such a friend. He didn't expect that Cheng Chumo had told Li Zishuan his true identity so early. Perhaps Cheng Chumo had also warned Li Zishuan to keep a distance from him. Thinking of this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Li Qingqian's eyes. As expected, being in the royal family, one was destined to be alone. Li Zishuan had been carefully observing Li Qingqian's expression. At this moment, he saw that Li Qingqian's words were sincere, and the loneliness and disappointment in his expression didn't seem to be fake. He was relieved and thought that Li Qingqian's nature was not bad. He could make friends with him. Maybe under his influence, he wouldn't go on the road of no return. He smiled at Li Qingqian and said, I, Li Zishuan, have always made friends based on the person, not the identity. But if someone talks about the identity with me, then I will keep a distance from him. Li Qingqian thought for a moment and understood the meaning of Li Zishuan's words. He said happily, that's great. I have the same idea. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingqian said again, since you already know my identity, I won't call you a loner in the future. Let's call each other brothers to avoid being estranged. Li Zishuan didn't answer him. He smiled and asked, why did Gao Ming come here today? Since his identity had been made clear, Li Qingqian didn't need to deliberately hide anything. He said, Sister Chengel has been studying the palace rites in the palace recently. She feels bored, so she asked me to come here and listen to 2 stories. Then I'll tell them to her when I go back. I wonder if Brother Zishuan is willing. In fact, Li Qingqian had always wanted to listen to stories. But as the crown prince, he couldn't leave the palace frequently. This time, he found an excuse to leave the palace after getting his mother's permission. Li Zishuan understood his purpose for coming. He couldn't help but curse silently. This crown prince was really idle. He specially left the palace to listen to stories. Hey! Chapter 41. Looking at Li Qingxian's expectant face, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "If Gao Ming wants to hear a story, it's useless for you to look for me. You have to look for Lan Er." Hearing this, Li Qingxian couldn't wrap his head around it. He looked at Lan Er in confusion. At this time, Lan Er smiled proudly and said, "Brother has already told Lan the whole journey to the west. Lan has recorded it in the booklet. If Brother Gao Ming wants it, you have to give me a story in exchange." Hearing Lan Er's request, Li Qingxian suddenly looked embarrassed. If he could tell stories, why would Chang'e ask him to come over and steal the story? After searching his mind for a long time, he really couldn't find a story that could be exchanged. Li Qingxian was in a dilemma. "Sister Lan Er, can I exchange it with something else? For example, how about Brother Gao Ming exchange it with 5 strings of cash?" As Li Qingxian spoke, he gestured 5 with his hand. He felt a little distressed. 5 strings of cash for a booklet was a little expensive in his opinion. Although he was the crown prince, his daily expenses weren't abundant. Even his father had been scrimping and saving. He couldn't even bear to repair the palace, let alone him. However, Li Qingxian didn't know that Lan Er didn't care about 5 strings of cash. The little girl's concept of money was still relatively vague. Lan Er shook her head and said, "Lan Er doesn't want money." "Well, let Lan think about what to do." Then, Lan Er tilted her head and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled slyly and said, "Hee, Brother Gao Ming, Lan will lend Journey to the West to you today, but you have to agree to a request of Lan Er in exchange." Lan hasn't thought of the specific request yet. Lan will tell you when she thinks of it. How about it? Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. This was more expensive than 5 strings of cash. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, how could he casually agree to other people's requests? Li Zishuan couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded slightly, "Lan Er, don't mess around. Quickly go and bring that booklet to Gao Ming." Lan was a little disappointed and could only agree in a muffled voice. Then, she pouted and thought to herself, "This big brother Gao Ming is really stingy." No matter how stupid Li Qingxian was, he would still be able to tell what that expression, that gaze, meant. A dignified empire's heir apparent was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. At this moment, Li Qingxian was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly said, "All right, Lan Er. Big brother Gao Ming agrees to exchange with you, but your request must not violate the laws of the empire." Lan was still disappointed. When she heard this, she immediately said happily, "All right, Lan Er will go and get Journey to the West now." After saying that, in order to save time, Lan Er specially took the scooter and rode it to the backyard like a gust of wind. Li Zishuan saw that Lan could move so quickly by stepping on a strange wooden board. He couldn't help but point at the scooter in surprise and say to Li Zishuan, "What? What? What is this?" Li Qingxian was a bit confused. It was fine that Li Zishuan's family was wealthier than his, but why did he have these strange things that even the imperial palace didn't have? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "This is a scooter. I made it for Lan Er to play with when I was bored." "Why? Is Gao Ming interested in this?" Li Qingxian was a bit embarrassed for making a fuss over nothing and said, "No, I was just wondering if I could make one for Sister Chang'e. Chang'e's health has always been poor. The imperial physician said that she can't do excessive exercise, but this scooter should be quite suitable for her. Actually, it's quite suitable for me." I have to find an opportunity to let the supervisor make a few more so that I can play with them when there's no one around, Li Qingxian added in his heart. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child. Even if the children of the imperial family matured early, they still had a child's heart. It was reasonable for him to be curious about this scooter. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but think of that beautiful girl with a kind of morbid beauty and a dignified beauty that didn't belong to her age. Suddenly, he had an idea. He turned his head and said to Li Qingxian, "Don't worry. Gao Ming, if this scooter were to be sold, would it be a big seller?" Li Qingxian answered without thinking, "Of course it would be a big seller." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Since Gao Ming thinks so highly of it, I have a business here. I don't know if you would be interested." Li Qingxian's eyes lit up. "Brother Zishuan, could it be that you want to sell this scooter?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I plan to open a shop that specializes in selling this kind of rare item. I still have a lot of methods for this kind of rare item in my mind. In the future, there will be more and more products. I wonder if Gao Ming is willing to cooperate with me?" "Of course I'm willing," Li Qingxian quickly responded. This was a good thing that fell from the sky. Unlike Li Zishuan, Li Qingxian knew the profits of the chicken he gnawed on like the back of his hand. Even his father was a little jealous of the profits. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to launch a new product and wanted to cooperate with him, only a fool wouldn't be willing. However, Li Qingxian thought about it and hesitated, "But how do we cooperate? To be honest, the East Palace isn't as rich as your family." Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for Gao Ming to pay a lot of money. I'll use 2,000 strings of cash and my skills to get 70% of the shares. Gao Ming, you use 200 strings of cash and help me recruit a few skilled craftsmen to get the remaining 30%. How about it?" Pulling Li Qingxian into the partnership was mainly because he was afraid that his profits would increase in the future and easily attract the covetous eyes of his peers. With Li Qingxian, the most powerful second-generation official of the Tang dynasty, protecting him, his shop would have a lot less trouble in the future. Hearing this, Li Qingxian thought about it. This was a great bargain for him. He said happily, "Then I'll thank Brother Zishuan. I'll send someone to send the 200 strings of cash over tomorrow." He thought that if he squeezed around, he should be able to gather 200 strings of cash. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. The East Palace was also short of money. As for the craftsman, I know a very interesting person. I'll introduce him to Brother Zishuan another day," Li Qingxian added. Li Zishuan was a little curious and said, "Since even Gao Ming says that person is interesting, I can't wait to meet him." Li Qingxian was quite confident in that person. He smiled and said, "Brother Zishuan, don't worry. That person will definitely meet your standards." At this moment, the two of them saw Lan coming over on a scooter with a booklet in her hand. With the previous experience of being at a disadvantage, Lan stopped accelerating when she was not far from the two. She just let the scooter move over according to inertia. Lan came in front of them and handed the booklet to Li Qingxian. She said, "It took Lan a long time to finish writing this. Brother Gao Ming, remember to get someone to copy it and return the booklet to Lan." Li Qingxian naturally agreed and eagerly took the booklet. He was very happy and couldn't wait to finish reading the booklet. Li Zishuan saw that it was still early and suggested, "There's no time like the present. It just so happens that Gao Ming is here today. Why don't we go to the East Market and choose a shop?" He chose to open a shop in the East Market mainly because it was close to home and the palace. Although the West Market was bustling, it was too far away. It was also Li Qingxian's first time opening a shop. He found it quite novel. He looked at the time. It was indeed early. Since he had taken a day off from his mother, it would be a waste to return to the palace so early. Thinking of this, Li Qingxian eagerly said, "Of course. Let's go now." Lan hurriedly said, "Lan wants to go too." Just like that, the four of them went out and walked towards the East Market. The other person was Steward Wang. Li Zishuan didn't know the market and wasn't good at bargaining, so he brought Steward Wang along. Chapter 42. Today, Han Yushi was instructed by Han Lijing to fill a gourd with the first batch of fruit wine brewed by the Han village and send it to Chang'an and for the young master and young lady to taste. It was not easy to have a chance to enter the city, so naturally, Iron Egg went with them. He even put a big grasshopper he caught recently into a bamboo tube and planned to give it to his sister Lan. Ever since Li Zishuan left the Han village, the scene of them escaping from the tiger's mouth in the mountains kept flashing in Han Yushi's mind. She could not forget it. Thinking that she would be able to see the young master today, Han Yushi got up early in the morning to dress up. She put on a relatively new pink dress and took out a silver hairpin from an exquisite wooden box at the head of the bed. She pinned it on her beautiful hair. This silver hairpin was left to her by her mother. Han Yushi, who was already fresh and refined, became even more beautiful. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was so radiant that she attracted the attention of passers-by along the way. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was still relatively clean. Generally, no one dared to kidnap women in public. The siblings entered the city from the Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an. Looking at the neat streets and magnificent buildings, Iron Egg did not know where to put his eyes. He looked around randomly, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. They did not know that from the moment they entered the city, a pair of eyes had been watching them. To be more precise, they were watching Han Yushi. A man with a face full of pockmarks and dressed like a scholar carefully followed behind Han Yushi with two servants. The scholar with a face full of pockmarks stared at Han Yushi's figure from behind and drooled as he looked at her. "Young master, if the old master knows about this when we go back, he will break our legs." The short servant next to him saw his young master's lustful face and knew that his young master did not have good intentions towards the girl. He could not help but persuade him with a bitter face. The pockmarked young master was lustful at this time. How could he listen to him? He said impatiently, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that these two came from a village outside the city? Later, when we enter the alley in front, the two of you go up and knock them out. Carry the older one to my house outside the city, and throw the younger one to a random place outside the city to bury them. No one will know, hee hee." After he finished speaking, he licked his lips and sneered wickedly, "Tsk, this little lady is really charming. She's even prettier than the courtesans of the Emerald Smoke House. This young master has traversed the fields of flowers for so many years, but I've never seen such a stunning beauty." When the two servants saw their young master like this, they guessed that they wouldn't be able to persuade him otherwise. Their faces were bitter. In the past, the young master had done this kind of thing many times. However, after being discovered by the old master, the ones who were punished were always the servants. This time, they could only pray that things would go smoothly and not be discovered by others. When Han Yushi and Iron Egg walked into the alley between Xianping Square and Shengping Square, they felt that there were a few people following behind them. She stopped in her tracks and turned around to look. Han Yushi saw a wretched man with a face full of pockmarks staring at her lecherously. She immediately felt angry and flustered. However, when she looked up and saw that there were no pedestrians around. This alley was remote and narrow. Han Yushi was very anxious at this moment. "Little lady, how about coming home with me? How about I take you in as my 8th concubine?" The pockmarked man chuckled and said. As he spoke, he wanted to go forward and touch her. As for the little brat beside him, he didn't care about him from the beginning. "Get lost, don't touch my sister." Iron Egg picked up a stone in the corner and stood in front of Han Yushi. He raised the stone in his hand to deter the three people in front of him. At the same time, he whispered to Han Yushi behind him, "Sister, take the opportunity to find the young master later. They can't catch up with me." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. "How can I do that? If they catch you, they will beat you. Iron Egg said anxiously, Sister, what time is it now? If I am caught, I will at most be beaten up. Iron Egg has thick skin and is not afraid of being beaten. But if you are caught, sister, it will be different. Children from poor families took charge of the family early. Although Iron Egg was young, he still knew a little about the dirty dealings of these rich young masters. He understood that if his sister fell into the hands of this scum, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. He might as well go up and be beaten up. Anyway, he had thick skin. Han Yushi's face turned pale when she heard this. After struggling for a while, she said, Iron Egg, you must be careful. Sister will go and find the young master for help. Humph, want to leave? None of you can leave. The pockmarked man snorted coldly. 2 servants blocked their way, one in front and one behind. At this time, Iron Egg suddenly exploded. He threw the stone in his hand at the servant blocking the way in front and shouted, Sister, quickly leave from here. I will stop them. Although Iron Egg was young, he usually did a lot of farm work and was not weak at all. His stone hit the servant's forehead directly and smashed him to the ground. The pockmarked man was shocked. He didn't think that this little brat, whom he had always looked down upon, would have such great strength and speed. Seeing that one of his lackeys had fallen, he hurriedly joined forces with another tall servant to close in on this side. At this time, Iron Egg quickly picked up a wooden stick next to him and stopped the 2 people who wanted to chase after Han Yushi. Han Yushi shed tears and cried, Iron Egg, sister will go and find the young master to save you. After saying that, she immediately turned and ran out of the alley. She knew that she could not help here. She could only hope that Iron Egg could hold on until she found the young master to save him. Li Zishuan brought Li Qingqian, and Steward Wang to the East Market. The East Market was very close to the Li family, so they did not choose to take a carriage and walk directly. They talked and laughed along the way. When they walked to Yongning Lane, they heard cry out in surprise, Brother, look, isn't that Sister Yushi? When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked in the direction was pointing. He saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress with a fairy-like face, but she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was wiping her tears as she ran. This girl was Han Yushi. Seeing this, Li Zishuan hurriedly exerted his strength and ran in front of Han Yushi. Han Yushi was thinking about her brother's safety and only knew to run forward without caring about anything else. She did not notice him at all and bumped into his arms. She immediately woke up with an ah. Looking up and seeing that it was Li Zishuan, Han Yushi was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly pulled his arm and cried, Young master, quickly go and save Iron Egg. A few scoundrels are beating him up in front. Li Zishuan's heart ached when he saw Han Yushi crying. When he heard her words, he instantly guessed the situation in his mind. He could not help but be furious. He did not have time to ask her why she entered the city today and directly said, Yushi, you lead the way. Quickly bring me there. He then shouted at the 3 people who were following behind, Yushi and I will go and save Iron Egg first. Gao Ming, you guys follow later. After saying that, he directly took Han Yushi and used the cloud-piercing steps. He ran in the direction Han Yushi pointed. He did not deliberately take advantage of Han Yushi. The situation was urgent and did not allow him to hesitate. Chapter 43. I told you to meddle in other people's business. I'll beat you to death today. Seeing the beauty that was about to be sent to his mouth suddenly fly away, the pockmarked man was very angry. He kicked Iron Egg, who had been knocked to the ground more than 10 times, and cursed as he kicked. Even though Iron Egg's skin was thick, he could not withstand such a fierce kick from an adult man. He was only a child who was not even 7 years old. At first, Iron Egg could still curse at this scumbag. Now, he was vomiting blood from the kick and was like a pool of mud on the ground. He was already on the verge of death. Previously, he had thought of letting his sister leave first. If he was caught, he would at most be beaten up. He really did not expect this scumbag to be so vicious. He wanted to beat him to death. Even so, Iron Egg did not regret it. Unlike other 7- or 8-year-old children, Iron Egg was sensible early. He knew that if it were not for his sister, he would have died long ago when he was young. Now that his sister was saved, his death was worth it. Iron Egg's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. When the scumbag kicked him, he could not feel any pain. He really wanted to sleep. Stop! A shocking roar came from the entrance of the alley. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the pockmarked man and the servants' eardrums until they were buzzing. The pockmarked man could not help but take 2 steps back in a daze. Iron Egg! Han Yushi ran over with tears in her eyes. Seeing Iron Egg covered in blood from the beating, Han Yushi picked up Iron Egg and called out Iron Egg's name in a low voice. "Oh, little lady, you called for help so quickly? But can this pretty boy really save you? I think, little lady, why don't you marry me obediently and be my concubine? What future do you have with this gigolo? How can he be as handsome as me?" The freckled man was overjoyed when he saw that Han Yushi had returned. He did not care much about the gigolo beside him. He was not even half as handsome as him. Even though Li Zishuan was filled with rage, he was amused by the shameless pockmarked man in front of him. He touched his face doubtfully and looked at the pockmarked man. After confirming that the scum was talking nonsense, he didn't waste any time and directly flew over to punch him in the head. That scumbag was still being narcissistic at the side when he saw a fist coming towards his face. It was too late for him to dodge. Roar! The pockmarked man was sent flying far away with a punch. The 2 servants who hadn't reacted just now hurried over to help their young master up. The scumbag's mouth was full of blood. He angrily pointed at Li Zishuan and said incoherently, "Little rabbit, do you know who this master saw, young master, is? Do you know, who my father is? You 2 filth, trash, hurry and tell him." Then he rubbed his face and took a deep breath. The tall servant came forward and said arrogantly, "Boy, you're finished. Our young master is Chao Xiaoyun. Our master is Chao Rui, the county premier of Wanyan County in Chang'an. You dare to hit our young master? You're dead." Li Zishuan snorted and didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He directly went up to fight. Iron Egg was still dying and his injury was unknown. He had to find a doctor quickly. Perhaps Li Zishuan used to be afraid of these officials. After all, he was just a commoner. Commoners didn't fight with officials. But now he had the help of Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian. How could he be afraid of a small county premier? After beating up the 3 people, Li Zishuan kicked the tall servant and said, "Tell your master to come and get him. I want to see what kind of person can give birth to such a scumbag." At this time, Lan and the others had already arrived. When Lan saw Tai Dan lying on the ground covered in blood, her eyes turned red. Although she had only stayed for a little more than a day at the Han Manor, she had already formed a very deep friendship with this little brother she had just met. Lan knelt beside Han Yushi and looked at the miserable Iron Egg. She cried, "Brother Iron Egg, what's wrong with you? Get up, Lan, we'll treat you to some chicken." Tai Tai forced his eyes open and said intermittently, "Sister." Lan, Iron Egg is fine. Iron Egg helped you catch a grasshopper, more powerful than Wei Qing. It's over there. After saying that, he pointed to the wall with difficulty. Li Zishuan and Lan looked over there and saw an overturned bamboo tube on the ground. A bigger grasshopper was jumping not far from the tube. Lan didn't have the heart to catch it. She just wanted her brother Iron Egg to get better quickly. At this time, a rooster ran out of a courtyard and flew past everyone. When it saw the grasshopper on the ground, it quickly flapped its wings and pecked at the grasshopper. It ran away like a wisp of smoke. Although Lan felt sorry for the grasshopper, now was obviously not the time to care about it. Li Zishuan saw it and suddenly felt something. It was as if he had suddenly thought of something. Li Qingqian asked, "Brother Zishuan, what happened?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to send the iron egg to the medical hall. Gao Ming, I know you have guards with you. I'll have to trouble you to ask them to help send the iron egg to the medical hall." Although Li Qingqian was curious about how Li Zishuan knew there were guards behind him, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. He nodded and shouted into the air, "Wu San, come out." A person scuttled out of the alley and bowed to Li Qingqian. "Your subordinate is here. Send someone to immediately send this child to the Imperial Physician Bureau. Have them treat him with all their might," Li Qingqian ordered. "Yes." Wu San waved behind him and 2 soldiers immediately came up. They carried the iron egg away, but he stayed behind Li Qingqian. Since he had been discovered by Li Zishuan, he had nothing to hide. Li Zishuan comforted Han Yushi for a while before angrily walking towards Cao Xiaoyun, who was lying on the ground. He had roughly examined the injuries on Iron Egg's body. They were much more serious than the injuries he had suffered at the Han village. He really didn't expect this scum to be so ruthless towards a 6 or 7-year-old child. If he had come a little later, Iron Egg would have really been beaten to death. Li Zishuan was grateful to Iron Egg from the bottom of his heart. He was really a good child. Last time at the Han village, Iron Egg risked his own injuries to protect his sister. This time, he risked his life to protect Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi was Iron Egg's elder sister, and it was natural for Iron Egg to protect her, in Li Zishuan's eyes, Han Yushi should be his woman first, although she wasn't yet, then Iron Egg's elder sister. The 2 times that Iron Egg was beaten and injured were both related to him. Li Zishuan admired this well-behaved child from the bottom of his heart. He planned to keep him by his side after Iron Egg's injuries were healed, teach him some things, and nurture him well. Li Zishuan really wanted to give this ruthless Cao Xiaoyun a good thrashing. Looking at his pockmarked face, Li Zishuan really didn't know where he got the confidence to say that he was handsome. Lan was also very angry at this moment. She had also seen that Iron Egg's younger brother had been beaten very seriously. The little girl ran over to Li Zishuan and angrily pointed at Cao Xiaoyun and said, "Brother, Iron Egg is Lan's younger brother. This bad guy just bullied Iron Egg, which is bullying Lan. Bullying Lan is bullying brother. Brother, you must avenge Iron Egg." Li Zishuan didn't expect his little sister to speak so logically now. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the little girl was really angry now. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Lan, don't worry. Brother will avenge Iron Egg." Chapter 44. Li Zishuan angrily copied Iron Egg's wounds on Cao Xiaoyun's body. Of course, since he was the one who hit Cao Xiaoyun's injuries were much more serious than Iron Egg's. At first, Cao Xiaoyun could still arrogantly shout a few words, saying that when his father came, he would teach Li Zishuan a lesson. But after a while, he was kicked until his whole body was covered in blood. He was gasping for air and could no longer speak. "Brother, you beat him well." Lana was not afraid of this bloody scene at all. Instead, when she saw Li Zishuan beat Cao Xiaoyun, she could not help but clap her hands and cheer. Cao Xiaoyun spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He had never been treated so miserably. He could not help but swear in his heart that he would definitely cripple this brat in the future. Housekeeper Wang was afraid that someone would die, so he quickly pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, although County Deputy Cao is only an 8th-rank county magistrate, it would not be easy for master to clean up the mess if someone died." Han Yushi also came over and pulled Li Zishuan away. "Young master, stop beating him." She was also afraid that Li Zishuan would get involved in a murder case because of her and her brother. Li Zishuan let Cao Xiaoyun live and walked to the side to wait for his father to come over. Li Qingxian saw that Li Zishuan wanted to make a big deal out of this, so he waved his hand and asked Wu San to come over. He whispered a few words in his ear and Wu San quickly left. County Deputy Chao was dealing with official business with the county magistrate today. When he saw his servant come to the county office with a bloody nose and a swollen face, his heart skipped a beat and he knew that something bad was going to happen. He quickly excused himself from the county magistrate and took the servant out of the county office. He went to a corner and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Did that unfilial son cause trouble for me again?" He knew his son's character better than anyone else. No matter how many times he reprimanded him, he would still cause trouble. Every time he caused trouble, he would have to clean up his mess. Fortunately, his son still had some brains. He didn't provoke those high-ranking officials and only harmed some commoner women. The trouble he caused each time wasn't too big, so he was able to settle it for his son every time. The servant hurriedly said, "Young master wanted to make a move on a girl at Xianping Lane, but he was detained by a young man. He wants master to go and get him." Hearing this, County Deputy Chao's face darkened. His unfilial son had indeed caused him trouble again. Although he expected better from him, he was still his son. He pondered and asked, "Who is that young man?" The servant replying to master, "I don't know." Deputy County Magistrate Chao waved his hand and summoned 5 yamen runners. Helplessly, he asked his servants to lead the way. He prayed in his heart that he would not kick an iron plate this time. When County Magistrate Chao arrived at Xianping Square, he saw his son covered in blood and lying on the ground. He quickly walked over and squatted down to check his son's injuries. At this moment, Chao Xiaoyun heard footsteps coming. He wanted to open his eyes to see if it was his father, but he couldn't open his eyes even with all his strength. Although County Magistrate Chao knew that it was his son's fault, he still felt a little angry when he saw his son in such a miserable state. However, the most important thing at this moment was to figure out the young man's identity. County Magistrate Chao suppressed the anger in his heart, walked forward and asked, "Who are you? How dare you commit a violent crime on the street and disregard the law of Tang Empire?" There was a trace of majesty in his voice. Li Zishuan snorted and said, "You must be County Magistrate Chao. What a powerful official's prestige. Why don't you ask your son what he has done?" "Lord Chao, you don't have to worry about my identity. My father is just a businessman." Hearing that the young man in front of him was just a businessman's son, County Magistrate Chao breathed a sigh of relief and felt more confident. At this moment, his prestige was more powerful. He shouted loudly, "How dare you commit a violent crime in broad daylight? Come on, take him back to the county government." 2 yamen runners immediately rushed forward to take him back. "Who dares?" Seeing that County Magistrate Chao was going to bend the law for personal gain in front of him, Li Qingxian couldn't bear it and shouted loudly. As the crown prince of the Tang Empire, he was very angry that there was such a scum in front of the emperor. He secretly thought that this time when he returned to the palace, he should suggest to his father that the emperor should reorganize the administration of officials. County Magistrate Chao didn't notice Li Qingxian until now. Seeing that he was just a little boy in his teens, he couldn't help but shout, "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the government from handling the case?" He was just a small official of level 8, who was not qualified to meet the crown prince before. Therefore, he had the courage to say those words just now. Li Qingxian was not afraid at all and replied, "County Magistrate Chao, you don't need to know who I am. But there is someone you definitely know. You will see him later." Seeing that the young man in front of him was so fearless, County Magistrate Chao was about to ask who he was when he saw a group of people coming to the alley. When he saw the leader, County Magistrate Chao was shocked. He hurriedly ran over and bowed to him, "County Magistrate Chao, I am County Magistrate Wanyan." The middle-aged man in the official uniform was Magistrate Hua of Chang'an. The city of Chang'an was divided into Chang'an County and Wanyan County. The officials of the 2 counties in the city, as well as Lantian, Xinfeng and other counties outside the city, were all under the jurisdiction of Magistrate Chao. Therefore, Chao Rui was so respectful when he saw the people coming. Magistrate Hua heard from a guard that there was a man with the token of the East Palace and asked him to send people to save the Crown Prince. Magistrate Hua took the token and carefully observed it. It was real and he couldn't help but be shocked. If something happened to the Crown Prince under the Emperor's command, he would lose his position as magistrate. He hurriedly brought over a dozen people. County Magistrate Chao tried his best to bow and greet Magistrate Hua in a low and flattering voice. However, Magistrate Hua ignored him as if he didn't see him and went straight to Li Chengqian. When he was about to bow to him, Li Chengqian waved his hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "Magistrate Hua, the governance of Wanyan County has collapsed. I will tell my father the truth when I go back to the palace today." Magistrate Hua's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat when he heard this. He hated Chao Rui to death in his heart. He was about to explain and plead with Li Chengqian, but Li Chengqian ignored him after he finished speaking. He turned around and walked to another 14-year-old boy. At this moment, Li Chengqian said to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, let's leave this matter to Magistrate Hua. Let's go to Shi City." Li Zishuan thought about it. There was indeed no need for him to do anything here. Chao Xiaoyun had been beaten to such a state. If he beat him again, he would be beaten to death. Moreover, Li Chengqian had already warned Magistrate Hua personally. As long as there was nothing wrong with his brain, he wouldn't dare to cover for Chao Rui and Chao Rui. Looking at Chao Xiaoyun's behavior, he knew that this was not the first time he had done this. Now, he had gotten rid of a scourge for the people of Chang'an. Li Zishuan walked to the side and pulled Han Yushi up. He took Lan, and Li Chengqian to Shi City. They were going to Shi City to buy a shop today. Chapter 45. When they arrived at the East Market, Steward Wang found someone from the broker house and explained his intentions. That person brought them to a shop that had recently shown interest. In the end, Li Chengqian and Li Zishuan took a fancy to a wood-carving shop called Heavenly Craft Pavilion. The shop was rather large. It was a small 2-story building. People could live on the top floor and store their goods, while the bottom floor could be used as a storefront. Moreover, the shop's location was excellent. Diagonally across from the East Market's largest restaurant, the Yunxi restaurant, was the location with the densest flow of people in the East Market. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the shop's structure and location. He hurriedly signaled for Steward Wang to discuss the price with the shop's owner. He, Li Chengqian, and Lan'er strolled around the shop. When he saw the wood carvings on the shop's shelves, Li Zishuan was immediately shocked. Taisheng Laojun, Maitreya Buddha, 2 dragons playing with a pearl, and monkey birthday gifts were all on the shelves. Moreover, the layout of each carving was full. It was scattered but not loose, numerous but not messy. The layers were distinct, and the theme was prominent. The carver was truly a master of knife skills. The shop's name, Heavenly Craft Pavilion, lived up to its name. Li Chengqian was also somewhat astonished. Although he was young, he still had the ability to appreciate. Now that he saw so many exquisite carvings, he exclaimed to Li Zishuan, "Brother Zishuan, the wood carvings in this shop can only be compared to some of the finest heirlooms in the palace." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, Steward Wang had finished negotiating with the shop's owner and was walking over to them. "Young master," according to the shop's owner, his master was transferred to Suzhou, so he was in a hurry to sell this shop. The final price was 780 strings of cash. "What do you think, young master?" Steward Wang reported. "Cheap, so damn cheap." This was Li Zishuan's first thought. Compared to the price of housing in the capital of his previous life, the current price of this shop was too low. Li Zishuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, then personally walked over to the shopkeeper. He cupped his hands and said, "Shopkeeper, may I ask who the master carver of this shop is?" The shopkeeper had found a buyer and was in a good mood. He replied, "Oh. Was this Lang Jun also interested in wood carving? The sculptor is Lu Dingyi, the famous sky broadsword in Chang'an City. People call him Louis Dao. Our shop paid a lot of money to hire him. If Xiao Langjun bought this shop for the wood carving business, I suggest you find a way to keep Louis Dao here. There are many shops out there competing to hire him." After saying that, the shopkeeper pointed to a skinny old man at the door. When Li Zishuan heard the shopkeeper say that the old man's nickname was Louis Dao, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Why don't you call yourself Dao Niu?" In his previous life, he was a Dota enthusiast, and he had played a lot of Dota moves. Ugh, this guy couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. However, Li Zishuan really wanted to keep this old man with exquisite carving skills. Although he didn't plan to open a carving shop, he still needed a master who knew how to carve some rare items in the future. Li Zishuan immediately asked Louis Dao to stay at the Heavenly Craftsman Pavilion for 1.5 times the previous salary. After the handover with the shopkeeper, they were given 3 days to move out. Li Qingqian saw that it was getting late and was about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered that their shop didn't have a name yet, so he asked, "Brother Zishuan, what should we name this shop?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Let's call it Wonderful Interest Pavilion. In the future, all the wonderful treasures in the world will come from this pavilion, haha." Li Qingqian nodded in agreement and said, "We'll call it Great Kindness." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He pulled Li Qingqian over and whispered, "Brilliant, I heard that His Majesty loves calligraphy. If you can find a way to let His Majesty inscribe a plaque for Wonderful Interest Pavilion, I'll give you half of the shares and 2 wonderful stories like Journey to the West. What do you think?" Li Qingqian's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said anxiously, "No, my father will definitely not agree." Although Li Zishuan's offer was very tempting, it was obvious that he was more afraid of Li Er's tiger might. To let Li Er inscribe a plaque for a shop, it was really his brother's idea. This was simply courting death. Li Zishuan saw that his refusal was very straightforward and knew that there was no hope. He settled for the next best thing and said, "Then forget it. But brilliant, you have to find a famous calligrapher to inscribe a plaque. Our Wonderful Interest Pavilion style must be as high as possible in the future. The plaque can't be shabby." Li Qingqian thought for a while and already had a plan in mind. He nodded in agreement and said, "That's not a problem. Oh, right, tomorrow I'll bring over that very interesting person with excellent skills in machinery for you to meet. I see that Brother Zishuan often has some wonderful ideas. Perhaps the two of you can collide and create some sparks." Li Qingqian didn't see any problems with this sentence, but as a modern person, Li Zishuan saw a big problem. He cursed in his heart, "I'm not gay." However, Li Zishuan couldn't explain anything. Instead, he was somewhat interested in the person that Li Qingqian was talking about. He said, "Then I'll wait and see." Then, Li Qingqian bid farewell to him and left with the guards. Li Zishuan took Lan, Yushi, and a few others and hired a carriage to go to the Imperial Medical Department to pick up Iron Egg. Seeing that Iron Egg was wrapped into a dumpling, Han Yushi's heart ached and she couldn't help but cry. Lan Er's eyes were also red. Iron Egg saw that his sister and Lan were sad for him and hurriedly comforted them, Sister Lan, don't worry. Iron Egg is fine. It doesn't hurt anymore." It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he spoke, Lan immediately cried out. Li Zishuan saw that Iron Egg could already speak and his injuries were bandaged. He wanted to take him home to take care of him. Thus, he found a medical officer and asked, "How is this child's injury? Can you take him back?" Iron Egg had no relatives or friends in Chang'an. Today, he was injured because of Han Yushi. No matter what, Li Zishuan had to take him back to the residence and have someone take good care of him. When Li Zishuan came to the Imperial Medical Department, he brought Li Qingxian's warrant. This medical officer naturally didn't dare to offend him. He replied, "The child's broken bones have been connected. Next, he only needs to rest. You can take him back, but you must be careful." Li Zishuan nodded. He invited a few students from the Imperial Medical Department to carefully carry Iron Egg into the carriage. Naturally, a few bedding had been prepared in the carriage to avoid bumps. Li Zishuan let Han Yushi and Lan enter the carriage to take care of Iron Egg. He also instructed the driver to walk slowly. He and housekeeper Wang followed behind the carriage on foot. The group rushed to the Li residence. Iron Egg saw that the young master wanted him to sleep in the carriage while walking by himself. He was immediately moved. He wanted to get up and refuse, but Li Zishuan sternly stopped him. Iron Egg's heart suddenly felt warm. He thought to himself, they are both young masters. Why is it that his young master is so good to us country bumpkins, but Lu Haojian and Chao Xiaoyun are so bad to country bumpkins? Bruiser had saved people twice, and both times he had been beaten. Although he had succeeded in saving people, he had been injured each time. He had a thirst for power. He wanted to be as strong as his young master, or even as strong as his father. That way, he would be able to protect his family from being bullied. Seeing that his young master was so good to his family, Iron Egg had a glimmer of hope. He thought, maybe if I beg the young master, he can teach me martial arts. Even if his young master was unwilling, Iron Egg planned to go back home and ask his father to teach him a few moves. Yes, Iron Egg was not stupid. He also knew that his young master's martial arts were better than his father's. After experiencing so many things, Iron Egg also understood many things. He wanted to become stronger. Chapter 46. When they returned to the Li residence, Madame Li was in the front hall when she heard the commotion at the door. "Xian, where did you go? Whose child is this? How did he get hurt so badly?" Madame Li asked in shock when she saw her son calling San Bao and Ah Fu to carry a little boy wrapped up like a dumpling. "Mother, this is Han Village's Han Lizheng's son, Iron Egg. This is Han Lizheng's daughter, Han Yushi. Today's matter is a long story. Let me help Iron Egg settle down first." Li Zishuan told the servants to be careful not to hurt him as he answered his mother's question. At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly walked forward and bowed. "Yushi greets Madam. Us siblings have disturbed you today." Iron Egg, who was being carried, forced himself to stand up and said to Madame Li, "Iron Egg pays his respects to Madam." Madame Li hurriedly pressed the child down and said there was no need to be so polite. She then turned to look at Han Yushi. Seeing her beautiful appearance and pitiful appearance, she was truly a peerless beauty. She was stunned and secretly wondered if her son had taken a fancy to this girl. She walked forward to help Han Yushi up and said, "Miss Han, there's no need to be so polite. Our Li family usually collects rent from the Han village. Your father has also given us a lot of convenience." She then turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Xian, let San Bao and the others place Iron Egg in Mingyue Xian. The siblings will stay there tonight. Mother will send a few servant girls over to take care of them." Mingyue Xian was a small independent courtyard in the west courtyard that Li Zishuan lived in. It was used by the Li family to entertain guests. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. Han Yushi hurriedly declined, "Madam, we don't need servant girls to serve us. I can take good care of little brother." Madame Li smiled and said, "You little girl, there's no need to be so polite in our house. Previously, Xian was taken care of by your father in the Han village." She had just noticed that there was a trace of adoration in her son's eyes when he looked at Han Yushi. As an experienced person, Madame Li naturally understood everything. She thought to herself that although this girl's family background was a bit poor, her appearance could indeed be considered stunning. No wonder her son was infatuated with her. Her son was finally enlightened. It seemed that she would soon be able to hold her grandson. Mrs. Li's imagination was running wild, and she began to fantasize happily. Li Zishuan politely directed the servants to carry his future brother-in-law. With such a good opportunity to perform, of course, he had to perform well in order to get closer to Han Yushi. However, he was completely unaware that his thoughts had been completely seen through by his quick-witted mother. After some work, Li Zishuan, Lan, and Han Yushi followed the servants to Mingyue Xian. Madame Li naturally went to instruct the kitchen to prepare dinner. After placing Iron Egg on the bed, the servants took their leave. Li Zishuan turned around and said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, Iron Egg's injuries can't withstand any bumps. The mountain road to the Han village is also rugged. You should accompany Iron Egg and stay at my house for a few days. When Iron Egg's injuries are more or less healed, we'll talk about it again. I'll send someone to the Han village to inform your father in a while." After saying that, he looked at Han Yushi and prayed that she would quickly agree. Spring was coming, and this fellow was now a little moved by love. Although Han Yushi felt that it was inappropriate to stay here, everything the young master said was reasonable. Iron Egg's injuries were indeed unable to leave. She could only nod and say, "Then I'll have to trouble you, young master." After saying that, a trace of joy and anticipation appeared in her heart for some reason. Children all loved excitement. Lan heard that and cheered, "That's great, that's great. Now there's finally someone to play with Lan." Li Zishuan pointed at Lan unhappily and said, "Big brother, haven't I been playing with you all this time? You ungrateful little girl." Lan naughtily stuck out her tongue at her brother. She tugged at Han Yushi's arm and giggled. She didn't say anything else. Xiao He walked in and bowed. "Young master, the food is ready. Madam wants you to go to the front hall to eat. Old master is also back." Li Zishuan nodded and said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, follow me to the front hall to eat. I'll ask Xiao He to send some food over for Iron Egg to eat later." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lan mischievously said, "Brother Iron Egg, you have to be good. Lan will ask Sister Xiao He to send you some chicken to eat later." Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Come, Yushi, eat this base. It's good for your body." At the dining table, Madame Li was beaming with joy as she frequently picked up food for Han Yushi. Han Yushi's small bowl soon piled up into a small mountain. Han Yushi was helpless. If she refused, she was afraid that it would be too rude. Moreover, she kept feeling that Madame Li was looking at her strangely. She was a little flustered and could only hurriedly thank her and bury her head in eating. Li Zishuan also noticed his mother's strange gaze. He thought to himself, could it be that his mother saw that he was interested in Han Yushi? That shouldn't be. Li Zishuan felt that he hid it very well. "Xian, I heard from your mother that Han Tianhu's son was injured today?" Li Jingma asked. "Yes, father. Iron Egg's injury is very serious. I want him to recuperate in our house for a few days. I'll send him back when his injury is better," Li Zishuan answered. Li Jingma nodded. "Yes, that's how it should be. Your father and I have some friendship before. Since his son is recuperating in our house, we have to take good care of him. But speaking of which, why was Iron Egg injured? There are actually people who dare to commit murder and injure people at the foot of the emperor. Isn't this disregarding the national law?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt that the latter half of his father's words were very familiar. After thinking for a moment, it turned out that County Magistrate Chow had just told him this afternoon. He couldn't help but find it funny. He told his father about how they went to Shi City in the afternoon and met Yushi and the others who were bullied. Bang! When Father Li heard about Chow Xiaoyun's evil deeds, he immediately slammed the table angrily. This is really preposterous. He actually snatched a commoner's daughter in broad daylight and maliciously injured her. I've heard of this Chow Xiaoyun before. He used his father's official position to snatch commoner's daughter and committed all kinds of evil deeds. He's really guilty. Madame Li also said angrily, "This kind of evil person really deserves to be killed." What happened after that? Li Zishuan said. Later, Gao Ming called the capital magistrate and ordered him to handle the case impartially and not to play favoritism. Their Chao family will definitely be finished this time. Madame Li let out a sigh of relief. She held Han Yushi's hand and gave her a comforting look. Li Jingmo reacted quickly and asked doubtfully, who is this Li Gaoming? Why is he able to call the capital magistrate? Li Zishuan didn't plan to hide this matter from his parents. In any case, they would find out sooner or later. He said, "Father, this Li Gaoming is the current crown prince, Li Chengqian." A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. This was simply earth-shattering. Other than Li Zishuan and Lan, everyone else in the room was dumbfounded. They were just ordinary people. The crown prince was too far away from them. They never thought that Li Zishuan would be related to the crown prince. Li Jingma's psychological quality was better. After all, he had been in the business world for decades. He was the first to come back to his senses. He muttered, "Why is the crown prince with you?" Li Zishuan really wanted to tell his father that his words were ambiguous. He wasn't gay. However, now was obviously not the time to joke. Thus, he told his parents about him and Li Chengqian opening Strange Interest Pavilion. When Father Li heard that his son dared to take 70% of the shares, he was so shocked that his mouth fell open. He secretly thought that his son was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. How bold! Li Jingma planned to talk to his son alone after dinner. He wanted to remind him to pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and his minister. He didn't want to be too rude and offend the crown prince. When Madame Li heard that her son was opening a shop with the crown prince, she immediately felt that her son was promising. She was very happy. Just like that, the family finished dinner with their own thoughts. Li Jingma stood up and said, "Come with me to the study. I have something to tell you." After saying that, he directly walked to the study with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan hurriedly stood up and followed. He also had something to tell his father. Chapter 47. Li Zishuan entered the study and closed the door behind him. He found that his father was already sitting on a stool, holding a cup of tea and waiting for him. Li Zishuan sat on the other side without hesitation and poured himself a cup of tea. Drinking tea after a meal was good for digestion. Seeing his son's carefree attitude, Father Li couldn't help but get angry. How did you meet the crown prince? Looks like father is still worried about the crown prince. His mentality isn't stable. Li Zishuan put down his teacup and told his father about how he met the crown prince on the way to Shi City and how the drunken Immortal restaurant had invited the crown prince and Cheng Chumo to eat together. Father Li stroked his beard and digested the information. You have to follow the rules in front of the crown prince. Pay attention to the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. You can't be as undisciplined and reckless as you are at home. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. If you anger the crown prince, even I won't be able to save you. Thinking of that brat Li Zishuan, if he had to bow and scrape before him, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, Father Li's words were for his own good. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to explain and could only reply vaguely. "Father, don't worry. The crown prince and I are friends. He won't use his status to pressure me." Father Li glared at him. "Even so, you can't overstep the etiquette between a ruler and a minister. What if the crown prince decides to settle the score one day?" Yes. Father is right. I'll listen to you." In order to avoid being lectured by his father, Li Zishuan quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing his son's behavior, Father Li knew that he didn't listen. He snorted angrily and didn't bother to persuade him anymore. "Why did you only give the crown prince 30% of the shares of your Strange Interest Pavilion? Why don't you give him 30% tomorrow? Our family doesn't lack money. There's no need to offend the crown prince over such a small matter. Li Zishuan immediately stomped his feet and said anxiously, no, this won't do. That won't do. The crown prince himself has already agreed to this condition. Father, what are you doing here? Aren't you just as anxious as the emperor? You little bastard, how dare you talk to your father like that? Is your skin itching again? Father Li was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Flustered and exasperated, he was about to get up and hit him. Li Zishuan immediately got up and dodged. As he dodged, he shouted, Mother, help! My father is going to put righteousness before family. Old Man Li was even more furious. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. At this moment, a cough came from outside the study. Cough cough. Li Zishuan could tell that it was his mother's voice. Sure enough, her mother pushed the door open and entered. After Mrs. Li came in, she coldly glanced at Old Man Li, then directly sat down beside him and said to Old Man Li, I think you want to sleep in the study again? What couldn't he say to little Xian properly? Little Xian is already so old, yet you still hit and scold him. What a scandal. Old Man Li instantly lost his temper. He sat back down like a wronged wife and sipped his tea in grievance. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff. He laughed dryly and went forward to reason with his father. Father, that strange interest pavilion is your son's first business. In the future, its scale will definitely surpass the Tang Empire. Your son has already given the Crown Prince 30% of the shares. Why can't you see the Crown Prince clearly? Old Man Li obviously felt that his son was bragging. He laughed coldly, indicating that he didn't believe him. Li Zishuan said helplessly, Father, if you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Also, your son has something to tell you today. Old Man Li swallowed his tea and said unhappily, what can you possibly want? It seems that his father's heart is full of resentment. Li Zishuan said awkwardly, Father, other than the abilities I told you before, my master is also proficient in divination. Did you know? Old Man Li stared and said, how would I know? Besides, why are you telling me this? Li Zishuan patiently said, Father, when your son was 7 years old, I accidentally heard my master say that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda. Li Zishuan obviously didn't know the exact date. He heard it from Xiao He when he returned home, the Xuanwu gate would be filled with corpses and blood. At that time, your son didn't know what it meant. After my master passed away and I went down the mountain, I found out what happened on the 9th year of Wuda. Li Zishuan's parents turned pale with fright. They had been living in Chang'an and naturally knew what happened on the 4th day of the 6th month last year. The location of the incident happened to be the Xuanwu Gate. This incident had now become a taboo among the people of the Tang Empire. No one dared to mention it in public. Mrs. Li stood up and said anxiously, Xian, is this true? Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, your son doesn't dare to lie to you. Although Old Man Li was shocked, he still had some doubts and asked, so what if your master has the ability to predict the future? What's the point of telling us this? Li Zishuan stood up and said slowly with his hands behind his back, after I went down the mountain and found out that my master's prophecy came true, I was even more worried because my master left another prophecy before he died. Old Man Li was also a little nervous at this moment and asked hurriedly, what prophecy? Li Zishuan gathered his emotions for a moment and said in a low voice, my master said that on the 6th day of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, there will be a large-scale and unprecedented locust plague in the Tang Empire. At that time, the locusts will cover the sky and the earth and pour down in torrents, sweeping across the entire Guanzhong plain. Wherever the locusts pass, the land will be barren and all the crops will be destroyed by the locusts. The Tang Empire will suffer a world-destroying catastrophe. At that time, thousands of people will starve to death because of the lack of food. It's not surprising that the locusts will eat their children. The two elders were stunned by this shocking prophecy and were speechless for a long time. Mrs. Li had always been kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer. At this moment, the miserable scene described by Li Zishuan touched her delicate heart and her eyes turned red. Mrs. Li gently wiped the corner of her eyes and asked sorrowfully, "Xian, did your master say that there is a way to resolve this locust plague?" She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Li Zishuan slowly shook his head and said, "My master said that in the 9th year of Wuda, even if the Turks attacked the vicinity of Chang'an, it wouldn't be terrible. The Tang Empire will have a wise ruler to resolve this disaster. But this locust plague in the 2nd year of Jianghu is the biggest test for the Tang Empire that has just been pacified. No one can resolve it. We can only rely on ourselves to fight against the heavens." At this moment, old man Li's face was also a little sad. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Alas, we are just mortals. How can we fight against the heavens?" Mrs. Li also nodded her head with a miserable expression. The ancients had always maintained a reverent heart for the heavens. In their view, the locust plague was a punishment from the heavens to the human world. How could mortals resist it? In the end, humans couldn't fight against the heavens. Li Zishuan saw that his parents had accepted their fate and had no fighting spirit. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that his task tonight was a little heavy. He had to pull his parents together. He couldn't complete this plan alone. Chapter 48. The atmosphere in the study was extremely stifling. Li Zongyuan's parents had already believed in their son's prophecy, but even if they knew about it in advance, what could they do? At most, they could stock up a batch of food in advance to ensure that their family members wouldn't starve to death. But there would still be tens of thousands of people starving to death because of the lack of food. Although Li Zongyuan's parents weren't exactly good people, they knew that many people would starve to death in the future, but they couldn't do anything about it. Their hearts were filled with grief. Li Zishuan had been worried that if his father knew about the locust plague, he would try to stock up on food in advance so that he could raise the price of food and make a fortune from the disaster. But looking at his father's sorrowful face, Li Zishuan knew that he was overthinking things. He secretly chided himself for being a petty person. However, knowing that his father wasn't a petty merchant, Li Zishuan felt gratified in his heart. He walked in front of his father and firmly said, "Don't worry. Father, if we don't try, how can we know that we can't fight against the heavens? Master once said that the world thinks that men can't fight against the heavens, but they don't know that it's just an excuse that the weak find for themselves. As long as we try our best, then men can defeat the heavens." When Li Jingma heard his son's words, he felt his blood boil. He raised his head and asked, "Xian, have you thought of a good idea?" Li Zishuan sat back down on the stool, took a sip of tea, and nodded. "Ever since I returned from Mount Longhu, I've been thinking of a solution. In those days, when I thought about how the great Tang would starve for thousands of miles in a year, I was so worried that I couldn't eat or sleep, cough cough." "Don't talk nonsense, get to the point." Li Jingma hurriedly interrupted. He cursed in his heart. "You still have the face to say that you can't eat or sleep? You eat in different ways every day, and you even made a chicken to eat. And you don't even wake up until late in the morning." Madame Li was also amused by her son's shameless words. She realized that her son's skin was getting thicker and thicker. But this was also good. A thick-skinned person wouldn't suffer losses easily. In Madame Li's eyes, her son was good. Seeing that his parents' expressions were not as dejected as before, Li Zishuan knew that his goal had been achieved, so he stopped fooling around and seriously said, "Today, I thought of a method that can eliminate the locusts to a large extent. At the very least, it can ensure that the grain in our family's farmstead will not be harmed." Li Zishuan saw a rooster snatch away a grasshopper brought by Iron Egg today, so he came up with a plan. In this era without chemical pesticides, Li Zishuan could only think of using biological control to deal with locusts. The overwhelming number of locusts was obviously not something that could be caught by hand. They could only breed animals that could hunt locusts. The power of biological control was not to be underestimated. Li Zishuan read a technical post in his previous life. According to statistics, a black-spotted frog could hunt more than 135 locusts, the larvae of locusts, per day. A swamp frog could hunt more than 120 locusts per day, a toad could hunt more than 160 locusts per day, and an adult bird could eat 167 adult locusts per day. Imagine if tens of millions of white birds could be brought in now. When the locusts outbreak next year, just these tens of millions of white birds could eat all the locusts in the Tang Empire overnight. However, because birds and frogs were not easy to breed on a large scale, Li Zishuan wanted to set up a large-scale chicken farm. He wanted to use all the resources of the Han family manor to breed as many as they could. Li Jingma had traveled extensively for so many years, but he had never heard of a method to deal with the locusts. Hearing this, he asked curiously, Xian, what method have you thought of? Li Zishuan did not answer. Instead, he asked, Father, if there is a method to deal with locusts that can guarantee that the Han family manor will not suffer any losses when the locusts come, but it will require our family to fork out a large amount of money. Father, are you willing to do it? Li Jingma glared at him and said angrily, You brat, what kind of person do you think your father is? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If there is a way, how can your father not help? Madame Li also agreed, Xian, if you have a method, just say it. Your father and I will support you fully. If the money is gone, your father can still earn more. However, to see so many people starve to death, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Li Zishuan was also touched by his mother's sincere kindness. He nodded and continued, Father, your method is simple. Father, your son's method is very simple. Our family will be responsible for providing the Han family village with chicken seedlings. Let all the villagers help us raise chickens. Based on the number of chickens raised by each villager, we will reduce their rent by 10% to 30%. When the locusts come next year and the chickens have grown up, we can have the farmers herd the chickens into the fields and let the chickens eat all the locusts. This way, not only will the crops be protected, the chickens will also grow faster. When the locusts are over, we can sell the chickens or supply them directly to the drunken Immortal restaurant. In this way, we won't lose money and can even help the farmers. Li Jingma listened to his son's plan while thinking in his heart. When his son finished, he realized that his son's plan was logical. He had considered all the problems and couldn't help but feel gratified. However, he still had a question in his heart. He asked, Xian, your idea is quite thorough. It may not be impossible. However, with just these chickens, can we really eat all the locusts in the Han family manor? Li Zishuan smiled confidently, Father, don't underestimate the chickens. Father, don't underestimate the ability of chickens. I once read a book that said that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. By then, I estimate that 20 chickens can almost guarantee that there will be no locusts in 1 mu of land. As long as the plan goes smoothly, we can fight against the heavens. Moreover, the chickens fed with locusts will grow faster and their meat will be incomparably delicious. After the locusts are over, if we supply the chickens to the drunken Immortal restaurant, we can definitely raise the price. Although Li Jingma didn't know which book would record such a boring matter, seeing his son's solemn vow, he nodded thoughtfully. Madame Li then asked, Xian, if we herd the chickens into the fields, what will happen if they eat the crops? Li Zishuan smiled, Mother, with so many locusts in the fields, the chickens definitely won't have the appetite to eat the crops. Madame Li was enlightened. Li Zishuan saw that his parents were more or less convinced and asked his father, Father, how much money can we spare at this stage? Li Jingma thought for a moment, then said, Give me 3 days, and I can probably spare 300,000 strings of cash for you. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was shocked. He knew that his father was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich that he could spare 300,000 strings of cash in just 3 days. Currently, the entire Tang Empire's annual revenue was only about 20 million strings of cash. Moreover, this 300,000 strings of cash was only a portion of the liquid assets. Adding in the immovable assets, Li Zishuan couldn't imagine how rich his family was. When Li Jingma saw his son swallowing his saliva in shock, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He had finally regained some of his status in the family. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before saying, "Father, let's spare some money. You can get someone to buy food. We'll stock up as much as we can. With more food, we'll have more confidence. As for the other 150,000 strings of cash, I'll use a portion to buy chicken seedlings for the Han village and build a chicken coop. The remaining portion will be kept for emergencies. Father, what do you think?" With a solution, and more importantly, with the support of his father's strong financial strength, Li Zishuan was in high spirits. He secretly rejoiced that he was reborn as a rich second generation. Otherwise, even if he had a way to control the locusts, it would only be a small matter. But now, it was completely different. If the plan went smoothly, Li Zishuan could save a large area of people. Li Jingma stroked his beard and said, "Okay, we'll follow Xian's plan. But today's matter must not be spread, or our family will be in trouble." Li Zishuan knew that this was a serious matter. He nodded and said, "Father, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. In a few days, when Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go with them to the Han village and discuss this matter with Han Lijing. The sooner this plan is carried out, the better." Li Jingma nodded in agreement. At this moment, Madame Li smiled meaningfully and said, "Xian, you're not young anymore. It's time to think about marriage. Mother thinks that Miss Han is not bad." Li Jingma's face was full of question marks. He didn't know what was going on. However, Li Zishuan's old face turned red, and he was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly fled. Madame Li shook her head and laughed, "This child." Chapter 49. When Li Qingxian returned to the Eastern Palace, he immediately ordered his personal attendant to find 10 young eunuchs who knew how to write. Li Qingxian asked them to copy Lan's journey to the west as quickly as possible. He stood behind one of the young eunuchs and read the story while he was at it. This made the young eunuch suffer. The crown prince was already urging him. Now that the crown prince was standing behind him, how was he supposed to write? The young eunuch's hands began to tremble uncontrollably and sweat began to appear on his forehead. As a result, his speed naturally slowed down. Li Qingxian had been reading this page for quite some time. Seeing that the young eunuch still hadn't finished copying, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Looking carefully at the young eunuch's trembling hands, Li Qingxian understood what was going on. He felt somewhat helpless, but he couldn't be too harsh. Li Qingxian could only walk away and say to the young eunuchs who were copying, "You guys copy as quickly as possible. Try to copy 2 copies today. After you finish copying, I will reward you greatly." The eunuchs hurriedly bowed respectfully. Li Qingxian turned around and said to the personal attendant, "Jianghu, after they finish copying, report to me as soon as possible." The personal attendant quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Li Qingxian returned to his bedroom to rest. 4 hours later, Jianghu brought 2 booklets and delivered them to Li Qingxian's bedroom. "Your Highness, 2 copies have been copied. Please take a look." Li Qingxian quickly walked forward and took one of the booklets. He sat on the bed and impatiently flipped it open while saying to Jianghu, "Good. Not bad. Those who copy will be rewarded. Jianghu, have someone deliver the remaining booklet in your hands to Changle Palace." "Yes." Jianghu cupped his hands and left. Only then did Li Qingxian wholeheartedly immerse himself in the bizarre journey to the west. The moon hung in the sky. Changle Palace. Big Sister Yen, why are you here at Changle Palace at this time? Below Changle Palace, a young palace maid dressed in purple saw an acquaintance and quickly went forward to ask. The tall palace maid stepped forward and replied with a smile, "Younger sister Li, Attendant Zhang sent me to deliver a book to Her Royal Highness. He said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent it over. But Her Highness has already gone to bed." Li raised her head and looked at the attic where the lights had already been turned off, and said with difficulty. Yen also looked up and hesitated. His Royal Highness didn't say that he had to personally deliver it to Her Royal Highness. Why don't you help me put this book in Her Royal Highness's bedroom? After Her Royal Highness wakes up tomorrow, you can inform Her Royal Highness? Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. This was indeed a solution. She nodded and agreed, "All right then. Big sister Yen, give me the book." Li took Journey to the West and entered the palace. Worried that she would wake up the princess, she could only put it on the table in the main hall on the first floor. Anyway, she wasn't worried that someone would take it away. The next morning, Changle Palace. When Li saw a little fatty wearing a python robe walking over, she hurriedly went up to greet him. "This servant greets Your Highness Duke of Wei." The little fatty nodded. Where's Changle?" This little fatty was the second son of the current Emperor and Empress Zhongsun, Duke of Wei, Li Tai. He was only 9 years old this year, but at a young age, he was brimming with talent and was peerlessly intelligent. He was fond of literature and had collected tens of thousands of books. Thus, he was deeply doted on by Li Er. Of course, smart people were all somewhat arrogant. Li Tai had always been at odds with Li Qingqian. He looked down on this older brother of his, thinking that Li Qingqian only became the crown prince because he was born a year earlier than him. In terms of talent, Li Tai was confident that he could completely surpass that older brother of his. A few days ago, Li Tai heard from his subordinates that Li Qingqian brought Changle out to relax and even brought back a type of delicacy for Imperial Father. As a result, Imperial Father was greatly pleased and praised Li Qingqian for his filial piety and for the harmony between the siblings. Li Tai was somewhat unhappy. He knew that type of delicacy. It was called nibbled chicken. Later on, he also ate it, and he ate a lot. Every day, he had the imperial bodyguards line up to buy it for him to eat. It was indeed delicious, but he felt that Imperial Father shouldn't give the credit to his older brother. This nibbled chicken wasn't invented by the Crown Prince. Therefore, Li Tai also came to Changle Palace today to show concern for this younger sister of his. He wanted to see if she wanted to go out to relax and he could accompany her. Firstly, although Li Tai didn't get along with Li Qingqian, he had always been on good terms with Changle. He was also concerned about his younger sister's health. Secondly, if Changle wanted to go out to relax, he could also legitimately follow her out. When he returned, he might even receive Imperial Father's praise and say that they siblings were harmonious. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Li bowed and replied, "Your Highness, the princess hasn't woken up yet." Li Tai was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had come early. He casually said, "Oh, then this prince will sit in the front hall for a while and wait for Changle to wake up." After saying that, he directly entered the main hall. Li hurriedly went in to serve tea. Li Tai sat on the bench and glanced at a small booklet on the table. On it was written, "Journey to the West." He couldn't help but feel curious. He thought to himself, what kind of book is this? This prince has read a lot of books, but he has never seen it before. He immediately took the booklet and flipped through it. Li wanted to stop him, but she didn't dare. This Prince of Wei's temper had always been bad. She thought to herself, she could only wait for the princess to come and ask Prince of Wei to return the money. Presumably, Prince of Wei wouldn't go back on his word. Li Tai was attracted by the first page. As he read further, more novel things appeared. Things like a monkey that jumped out from a rock, Patriarch Bodhi, somersault cloud, 72 Transformations, and Uproar in Heaven. He had never heard of these novel and strange things before. However, these plots were so hot-blooded and so attractive. Li Tai's mind couldn't help but become more and more immersed in that exciting story. After a while, there was a sound of a table and chair colliding from above. Li Tai was startled awake. Li also reacted and hurriedly said, "It seems that the princess has woken up. Your Highness, Prince of Wei, this servant will take her leave first. This servant needs to serve the princess and put on her clothes." Li Tai waved his hand, and Li hurriedly went upstairs. At this moment, Li Tai saw that he was the only one left in the room. He looked at the book, Journey to the West, and his eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. After pausing for a while, a trace of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. In the end, when he saw that there wasn't much time left and that Chang'e would come down in a while, Li Tai gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination finally flashed in his eyes. He looked around like a little thief and confirmed that he was the only one in the front hall. Then, he stuffed Journey to the West into his long sleeves at lightning speed. He didn't care about the astonished eyes of the two little palace maids standing at the door and directly ran away. In the attic. "Princess, Prince of Wei is already waiting for you downstairs," Li reported while combing Chang'e's hair. "Oh? Brother Qingke came to look for me?" "Li, hurry up. Don't let Brother Qingke wait for too long." When Chang'e heard that Li Tai came to look for her, a trace of happiness flashed across her delicate little face. Li hurriedly sped up and said, "Princess, the Crown Prince sent someone to deliver a book last night. When I saw that Princess had already gone to bed, I put the book in the front hall." Chang'e's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was overjoyed and said, "That's great. It must be the Journey to the West that Brother Crown Prince heard yesterday. Brother Crown Prince is really careful. He copied it into a book and sent it over. Li, hurry up. I have to go down and take a look." After a quarter of an hour. Chang'e Palace's main hall. "Li, where is Brother Qingke?" Chang'e looked at the empty front hall and asked doubtfully. Li also looked confused. She looked around and said doubtfully, "He was still here just now." At this time, a little palace maid came in and carefully reported to Chang'e, "Princess, I saw Prince of Wei a quarter of an hour ago. He seemed to have something urgent and left in a hurry." Chang'e was even more confused. She didn't know what was wrong with her brother so early in the morning. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She asked again, "Li, didn't you say that Brother Crown Prince sent a book? Where is the book?" "Princess, the book is over there." Li pointed at the table, but found that there was nothing on it. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she was terrified. She quickly knelt down and said, "Princess, please forgive me. I really didn't lie. That book was on the table all this time." Prince of Wei just came down and looked through it. Chang'e thought for a while and finally reacted. She couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Stinky Qingke, let's see how Chang'e will deal with you in the future." After saying that, she quickly walked out. She was going to the East Palace. Since Li Tai had stolen Journey to the West, even if she went to find Li Tai now, she probably wouldn't be able to get it back in a short time. She might as well go to the East Palace and see if there were any other copies. It had to be said that Chang'e really understood Li Tai very well. Li Tai ran back to Prince of Wei's mansion in a flash. He even looked back with a guilty conscience to see if anyone was chasing after him. When he saw that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. He instructed the imperial bodyguards at the gate, "Except for my imperial father's summons, if anyone else comes, just say that I am not here. Do you understand?" Although the two imperial bodyguards felt strange, they didn't dare to ask in detail. They quickly bowed and answered. Li Tai then hurriedly returned to his bedroom and carefully took out the small book. Then, he couldn't wait to start reading again. His mind slowly entered the bizarre world of Journey to the West. Chapter 50. Last night, the more Li Xianxia read Journey to the West, the more he read, the more excited he became. It wasn't until the third quarter of the morning that he began to feel sleepy. Unable to endure, he could only reluctantly put down the book and fall into a deep sleep. If Li Zishuan knew that Li Xianxia had not finished Journey to the West after reading for so long, he would definitely despise him deeply. The vernacular version of Journey to the West only had 39 chapters and no more than 100,000 words. Compared to Li Zishuan's previous life speed of reading a novel of 3 to 4 million words in 3 days, it was simply too slow. When Chang'e arrived, Li Xianxia was still sleeping soundly. In the past, this kind of situation was not common. As the heir to the throne, laziness would be impeached. Moreover, as the crown prince, he had to pay respects to the empress every morning. This servant pays respects to your imperial highness. Seeing Princess Chang'e leisurely walk over, Yan promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. Nodding her head, Chang'e asked, where is big brother crown prince? Her voice was as clear and melodious as an oriole's, as if waking up the entire garden. Hesitantly, Yan replied, reporting to the princess, the crown prince, has not yet woken up, Chang'e wrinkled her beautiful brows, somewhat incredulous. She said, quickly wake big brother crown prince up. In a moment, we still have to pay respects to imperial mother. Finished speaking, she entered the palace. Hearing this, Yan promptly went to the crown prince's sleeping quarters and woke him up. A short moment later, Li Xianxia walked out, yawning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Chang'e came so early. Seeing Chang'e sitting there, Li Xianxia casually greeted her. Rolling her eyes, Chang'e angrily said, Big brother crown prince, why did you wake up so late today? Don't you know what time it is? We still have to pay respects to imperial mother. Hearing this, Li Xianxia's drowsiness immediately dissipated. Yan, quickly, help me wash up. On the palace road, brother and sister hurriedly made their way to the inner court. Seeing Li Xianxia lose his self-control today, Chang'e curiously asked, Big brother crown prince, what's wrong with you today? You look listless. Li Xianxia said embarrassedly, I was reading Journey to the West last night and forgot the time. Hearing Journey to the West, Chang'e remembered the purpose of going to the Eastern Palace in the morning. She said angrily, Brother Crown Prince, the Journey to the West that you gave me last night was secretly taken away by Brother Qingke this morning. Brother Qingke is too much. She wrinkled her nose. Li Xianxia was stunned. His younger brother had always considered himself a modest gentleman. How could he do such a tasteless thing? But seeing that his younger sister was a little unhappy, he coaxed her. Don't be angry, Chang'e. After I gave you a book yesterday, I asked Zhang Gailing to copy a few more. They should have finished copying by now. After we pay our respects to mother, you can follow me back to the Eastern Palace to get them. Hearing this, Chang'e was overjoyed. She secretly thought that brother Crown Prince was so considerate. That's great. Thank you, brother Crown Prince. After paying her respects to Empress Zhangsun, Chang'e impatiently pulled Li Xianxia to the Eastern Palace. Just now, Chang'e had not made any complaints about Li Tai in front of her imperial mother. She only believed that Li Tai was playing around with her and was not truly angry. It was not worthwhile to tell her imperial mother and have Li Tai be criticized. It had to be said that Princess Chang'e's heart was extremely good. Li Xianxia could only call for Zhang Gui and have him fetch another copy of Journey to the West for Chang'e. Chang'e took the book and fondled it admiringly. If it were not for the fact that this was not the right place, she would have immediately flipped it open to read the story. Li Xianxia understood his younger sister's feelings. He said, Chang'e, quickly go back and read. Today, I still have to make a trip out of the palace to return the original copy of Journey to the West to Lan. While I'm at it, I'll bring an interesting person to Li Zishuan. Chang'e curiously asked, who is it? Li Qingxian kept her in suspense. Someone who is like Li Zishuan, always having some strange and wonderful ideas. Oh, that's right. Yesterday, I saw a very interesting toy at the Li estate. It's called a skateboard. It's very suitable for you, Chang'e. I also plan to open a shop with Li Zishuan that will specialize in selling these strange and bizarre items. Hearing this, Chang'e became even more interested. Hearing Crown Prince say this, Chang'e is also interested. If Crown Prince brother does not have enough money, Chang'e can lend some of her private savings to Crown Prince brother. Li Qingxian thought it over. The daily expenses of the Eastern Palace were quite large. To take out 200 strings of coins at once and have to scrape them together was truly troublesome. He said, Chang'e, why don't you take out 100 strings of coins? I'll give you 10% of the shares. What do you think? Chang'e was very excited to have the opportunity to open a shop. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll have someone send the money over. It's a pity that I still have to attend the palace ceremony today. Otherwise, I would be able to leave the palace with Crown Prince brother and take a look at that shop. Li Qingxian comforted her, there's no rush. When the shop officially opens, you can come with me. Prince Wei's residence. Li Tai had not gone out ever since he returned in the morning. He even forgot to greet Zhang Sun. This little fatty was lying on the bed, reading Journey to the West, with great interest while muttering to himself. Sigh, this monkey is really too heaven-defying. He even dares to bully the Jade Emperor. This is really F***king satisfying. Wow, this golden hoop incantation is really powerful. This monkey won't dare to be impudent in the future. This golden cudgel is really magical. It can be big or small. I'll ask the Imperial Work Supervisor if he can make one for me. Pfft, this Zhu Beiji is really funny. I can't take it anymore. Huh. Sigh, why is this damned monk so stupid? This old woman is obviously a transformation of the white bone spirit. How can he not see it? If I were Sun Wukong, I would definitely beat this damned monk to death with a single blow. I'm so angry. Huff, huff. The maids outside the bedchamber could not help but look at each other in dismay when they heard Prince Wei's angry curses and laughter. They thought to themselves, could it be that Prince Wei had lost his mind? Li Tai was quick-witted. His reading speed was much faster than Li Qingxian's. He finished reading Journey to the West in one morning. Sigh, it's finished so quickly. Which damned person wrote this? It's so short. He could have written another 100 or so chapters. Li Tai said angrily as he flipped through the book and realized that it was gone. He angrily threw the book to the ground. However, even though he threw the book away, he could not help but recall the story he had just read. Li Tai hesitated for a while before picking up the book. He muttered, this story is really interesting. Let me see who wrote this book. I'll get him to write a story for me later. He saw a person's name on the cover of the book. Li Zishuan? I've never heard of him. However, this person is quite talented to be able to come up with such an interesting story. However, the writing style is immature. Why does it look like it was written by a child? It's such a good story, but the writing is so lousy. It's a disgrace to the educated. Li Tai was still thinking about how talented the person who could come up with such an interesting story was. However, when he saw the words, he could not help but feel angry. The young eunuchs of the Eastern Palace copied the original handwriting in order to respect the original author. At this moment, the words that Li Tai saw were naturally immature. In the eyes of a prince like him, who had a small accomplishment in calligraphy, these words were like dog scratches. They were not worthy of such an interesting story. Thinking about it this way, although the person who wrote this story had a strange idea, it was only a little clever. It could not be compared to this prince's talent. Li Tai stroked his chin and thought narcissistically. P.S. Some people are thinking that the story is progressing too slowly. Even now, the main character hasn't come up with many inventions. Swordsmen admit that this is indeed the case. Swordsmen in the early stages of the story have to spend a lot of time and effort to portray the personalities of the characters around the main character to set up a stage for the main character. Swordsmen don't want the main character to only come up with inventions. Swordsmen want to create characters with flesh and blood. They don't want to simply copy modern inventions and bring them back to ancient times to build up the plot. This is too blunt. The main character will slowly bring in many advanced technologies that Great Tang doesn't have. There will be many exciting things. Everyone, don't be anxious. However, swordsmen will make sure that every invention comes naturally. This is a story with flesh and blood. It isn't a simple encyclopedia that relies on inventions. Swordsmen want to let the main character fully assimilate into Great Tang before changing it. If the main character comes up with advanced technologies, the main character won't be able to acclimatize. Swordsmen want to make the plot more natural and rich. So, everyone, don't be anxious. You will fall in love with many characters in the story. Swordsmen are already sick of fast food novels. Swordsmen don't want to write fast food novels. Those novels are enjoyable for a moment, but after a while, they become boring and don't leave an impression on the readers. Thus, readers who want to see the main character using advanced technologies to show off his skills in Great Tang, be patient. Whatever you want, this book will have it. It just needs to be set up so that when the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Don't you think so? Chapter 51. Iron Egg, are your injuries better? After breakfast, Li Zishuan came to Mingyue Xian to check on Iron Egg's injuries. When Iron Egg saw that the young master had come, he quickly got up but was pressed down by Li Zishuan. He could only continue to lie down and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He should be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's good. Pay more attention to rest. Tell Xiao He what you want to eat." Thank you, young master." Iron Egg said gratefully. Li Zishuan saw that there was nothing he could do here, so he nodded and turned to leave. Iron Egg stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't have the courage and put down his hand dejectedly. Young master, you're here." Li Zishuan had just gone out when he bumped into Han Yushi, who had just returned with a basin of clothes. Li Zishuan looked at the clothes Han Yushi was carrying and frowned. "Why did you go to wash the clothes? Why didn't you let the servants in the manor wash them?" Hearing the concern in Li Zishuan's words, Han Yushi said shyly, "Young master, Yushi isn't a spoiled young lady from a big family. Yushi can do these things herself." Li Zishuan was a little helpless and couldn't persuade her anymore. He could only remain silent. Han Yushi suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Young master, I almost forgot about business. Please wait for Yushi for a while." After saying that, she hurriedly ran into the room, leaving behind a confused Li Zishuan. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd. Li Zishuan looked at it and found it familiar. After thinking carefully, it seemed that when Yushi ran over to ask for help yesterday, she was carrying it. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "Young master, Iron Egg and I entered the city this time mainly to bring some of the first batch of fruit wine for you to try. After what happened yesterday, Yushi almost forgot about it." After saying that, Han Yushi herself felt a little embarrassed. Li Zishuan laughed in spite of himself. But when he thought of the fruit wine he had drunk at the Han Manor, Li Zishuan really missed it. Just as he was about to open it and smell the wine, he saw the little girl, Xiao He, hurriedly running over, as if someone was chasing after her. Young master, grand. Crown Prince is here." The young maidservant ran over and said while panting. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have been so nervous. However, ever since she found out that Li Zishuan was the crown prince yesterday, she was so scared that she screamed when she saw Li Zishuan today. She quickly ran over to find Li Zishuan. This made Li Qingshian very gloomy. He thought to himself, could it be that my complexion is not good today? Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was very calm. He made an "oh" sound and said, if the crown prince is here, then he's here. How can you be so flustered? You have to be as calm as me. After saying that, he turned and said to Han Yushi, then Yushi, I'll leave first. I'll come back later to try this wine. Call me if you need anything. Han Yushi nodded. Li Zishuan came to the front hall and found that it wasn't just Li Qingshian. There was also a man around 16 or 17 years old accompanying him. That man was quite handsome, but he didn't care about his appearance and was dressed very casually. After Li Zishuan came in, he bowed to Li Qingshian and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." In private, he could call Li Zishuan brother, but now that there were outsiders, Li Zishuan didn't want to give others something to use against him because of such a small matter. Li Qingshian hurriedly said, "Brother Zishuan, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'll introduce you to an interesting person. This is Yan Xiaoning, the son of the Minister of Works, Yan lied. He's obsessed with the art of machinery. Xiaoning, this is Li Zishuan. I've mentioned to you before that he's quite good at all kinds of exquisite machinery. Moreover, his imagination is often wild and unrestrained, always exceeding expectations. The two of you should be able to become like-minded friends." Hearing Li Qingshian's introduction, Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. He only asked Li Qingshian to help him find a skilled craftsman. Who knew that he would actually trick the son of the Minister of Works? How could he afford to hire such a great person? However, the name Yan lied was somewhat familiar. Li Zishuan stopped his wild thoughts and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Brother Xiaoning." Since the Crown Prince personally introduced him, Yan Xiaoning didn't put on airs and cupped his hands in return. He smiled and said, "Greetings, younger brother. I've heard from the Crown Prince that younger brother always has wonderful ideas and can create many new strange things. Today, I've specially come to broaden my horizons." Li Zishuan said modestly, "I don't dare. The Crown Prince has overpraised me. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't mind, you can call me Little Xian." Li Qingshian was a bit impatient when he saw the two of them dawdling. He stepped forward and patted their shoulders. He smiled and said, "All right, stop pretending. We'll all be good friends in the future, so there's no need to be so polite." Ha! The three of them laughed. Yan Xiaoning's disguise was torn off by Li Zishuan and his true face was revealed. He didn't continue to be polite with Li Zishuan and went straight to the point. "Little Xian, I've heard from the Crown Prince that you've made a scooter. It's quite interesting. Can you show it to me?" Li Zishuan wasn't used to the way he spoke just now. Seeing Yan Xiaoning immediately change his style, he was quite happy. He said, "No problem. Since Brother Xiaoning wants to see it, then follow me." Lan should be in the west courtyard at this time. Other than sleeping in the backyard, this little girl would usually stay at Li Zishuan's place. Li Zishuan brought the two of them to his courtyard. As expected, he saw Lan riding a scooter in the west courtyard with Xiaoxi looking after her. Li Zishuan waved his hand and shouted, "Lan, come over quickly." Lan heard her brother's call and quickly turned her head. She rode the scooter and ran over like a gust of wind. Xiaoxi also ran over behind her. Ever since Yan Xiaoning entered the courtyard, his eyes never left the scooter under Lan's feet. Currently, the only means of transportation on land in the Tang dynasty were horses and carriages. It was the first time Yan Xiaoning saw such a light and fast scooter. He couldn't help but be captivated by it. "Greetings to the Crown Prince." Xiaoxi quickly bowed when she came over. She also knew Li Qingqian's true identity yesterday. Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Other people were afraid of Li Qingqian, but Lan wasn't. She was still young and didn't know how terrifying imperial power was. The little girl put the scooter aside and came to Li Qingqian's side. She said, "Big brother Gao Ming, did you bring Lan's journey to the west?" Li Qingqian smiled bitterly. This little girl wanted to return something to him the moment they met, but luckily he brought it over today. He passed the booklet in his hand to her and smiled, I brought it. To thank Lan Big brother Gao Ming also brought a gift for Lan As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade white lion from his sleeve. Wow, so cute. Thank you Big brother Gao Ming. Lan won't ask Big brother Gao Ming for the previous request. Lan snatched the jade white lion and cheered. Li Qingqian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise by giving a jade white lion. No one wanted to owe someone a favor all the time, not to mention that he was the empire's heir. Every action of his was important. Li Qingqian secretly thought that this jade white lion was really worth it. Li Zishuan secretly shook his head. This little girl really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons. Obviously, a promise from Li Qingqian was much more precious than this little toy. However, this was his little sister's own choice. Li Zishuan didn't want to interfere. Lan come and greet your big brother Xiaoning. He's here to make something fun for you today. Li Zishuan saw that after talking for so long, he actually forgot that Yan Xiaoning was at the side. He quickly said. When Lan heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Other than eating, a child's hobby was nothing more than playing. Lan went forward and said obediently, Lan greets big brother Xiaoning. Cough cough. Hello little sister Lan Hearing someone call him, Yan Xiaoning quickly shifted his gaze from the scooter. At this time, Lan mischievously shook the jade white lion in her hand and blinked her eyes. She meant, where's the greeting gift? Yan Xiaoning was dumbfounded. His mind wasn't here just now, so he didn't know what was going on. This was like a child asking for a red packet from an adult during Chinese New Year. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, Lan, don't be rude. Chapter 52. Little Xian, can you lend me your scooter to take a look? The few of them had just sat down on the stone bench in the west courtyard. They hadn't even exchanged greetings for a while when Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but ask impatiently. Yan Xiaoning seemed to be an impatient person. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, no problem, brother Xiaoning, you can take a look if you want. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning hurriedly placed the scooter on the stone table. Then, he came over and observed it carefully. From time to time, Yan Xiaoning would flip the scooter around while sighing. In less than 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning had thoroughly studied the structure of the scooter. He put down the scooter, looked at Li Zishuan, and said, Li Zishuan. Little Xian, although the structure of this scooter is simple, its creativity is really surprising. Why didn't I think of such a simple and convenient thing before? I really can't figure it out. Yan Xiaoning hit his head in annoyance after he said that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Xiaoning, you don't have to be annoyed. Actually, think about it carefully. The structures of many things that we use in life are generally not complicated. For example, the structure of a carriage is also very simple. But why didn't anyone think of making a carriage hundreds of years ago? In the end, it's a person's creative thinking problem. My master once told me that there's nothing that can't be done. Because sometimes creativity is far more valuable than technology. If your thinking isn't broad enough, you'll never be able to create valuable new things. Yan Xiaoning was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed, yes, that's what I meant. I've encountered many similar problems before. It's obviously very simple, but I just can't think of it. Little Xian, you've hit the nail on the head. Li Qingqian also nodded thoughtfully at the side. Li Zishuan said modestly, Brother Xiaoning, you're just a bystander. Many times, if you jump out of the picture and change your thinking, you can often get unexpected results. Yan Xiaoning nodded in agreement. He looked at the scooter and said, but little Xian, your scooter has a lot of imperfections. For example, the wheels will probably be very jerky when you turn them. Also, the handle at the front of your scooter can only be used as a handrail. It can't control the direction of the scooter. Li Zishuan nodded. He thought to himself that this brother was indeed from an engineering family. He really understood the mechanical structure. He could see the flaws of this simple scooter at a glance. Well, Brother Xiaoning is right. When I made this scooter, it was just a casual move to coax my little sister. This scooter can indeed continue to be improved. Oh. So little Xian, you already have an improvement plan? Yan Xiaoning was very curious. He could see the problem with the scooter, but it didn't mean that he had a solution now. I do have some ideas. Xiao Shi, go to the kitchen and get me a piece of unburnt wood. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao Shi. He could barely write with a brush, but drawing was really difficult for him. The lines of an engineering drawing needed to be horizontal and vertical. The soft tip of a brush was very difficult to do. At least, he couldn't do it. Xiao Shi accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan saw that Yan Xiaoning and Li Qingqian were confused, so he smiled and explained, I'm more used to drawing with charcoal. I want to draw a drawing for Brother Xiaoning so that it'll be easier to explain. The two of them nodded. After a while, Xiao Shi walked over with a burnt wood stick. After Li Zishuan took it, he pulled out his sword and swung it a few times. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They saw that Li Zishuan had a thin and long wooden stick in his hand. It was even sharp at the bottom. It was also Li Zishuan's first time using the wind-chasing sword to sharpen a pencil. When he saw that the result was pretty good, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that his control over his strength had become more skillful. Good swordsmanship. I didn't expect little Xian to know swordsmanship. Yan Xiaoning praised. The Tang people valued martial arts, and the children of high officials and nobles loved to carry swords. Although Yan Xiaoning's swordsmanship wasn't high, he still had a good eye. He didn't expect that this new friend of his not only had a unique idea in terms of machinery, but also seemed to be quite skilled in swordsmanship. Yan Xiaoning was now more and more interested in Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't reply. He directly spread out a piece of paper on the stone table and started to draw. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was very proficient in mechanical drawing. Whether it was a computer drawing or a manual drawing, the drawings he drew didn't need to be modified by a teacher. They could be sent to the factory directly for processing. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's college organized an internship at the FAW headquarters. Their task was to go to the workshop and draw the key parts of the cars they saw in the workshop. They also had to mark the dimensions. At that time, due to the limited conditions in the workshop, they couldn't even use a ruler. As a result, many of the students drew crookedly like a dog paddle. Only Li Zishuan's drawings were like works of art. It wasn't because he had taken art classes, but because Li Zishuan's copying ability was very strong since he was young. When he was young, he could look at the New Year's painting on the wall and completely draw the flying dragon. Moreover, his drawings were very beautiful. Later on, when he went to college, Li Zishuan couldn't help but regret that he didn't enroll in an art school. It had to be said that Li Zishuan was an engineering dog with artistic cells. At this moment, Li Zishuan was in front of the paper. He closed his eyes and thought about the structure of the ball bearing. The strange thing was that Li Zishuan's mind quickly formed a three-dimensional model of the ball bearing. This strange scene scared him so much that he almost cried out in surprise. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was waiting for him to pick up the pen. Li Zishuan didn't care about the reason why there was a three-dimensional image in his mind and directly picked up the pen to draw. At this moment, it was really smooth. Li Zishuan felt very strange at this moment. It was as if his brain was a computer and his hands were a printer. The three-dimensional image in his mind was directly reproduced on the paper through his hands. Soon, Li Zishuan had drawn the three-dimensional view of the ball bearing and the isometric view on the paper. Of course, he didn't mark the dimensions and tolerances. He was just explaining the theory of the ball bearing and didn't need to do that. Li Zishuan put down the pen and sighed softly. Yan Xiaoning couldn't wait to come over. He wanted to see what Li Zishuan was drawing. He saw that there were 4 different drawings on the paper. The lines were horizontal and vertical. Some were real and some were fake. This was the first time Yan Xiaoning had seen this kind of drawing. But why did he draw 4 drawings? Could it be 4 parts? Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zishuan with a dumbfounded expression. Li Zishuan was confused by his look and wondered, "What's wrong, brother Xiaoning? Is there something wrong?" Yan Xiaoning pointed at the paper and asked embarrassedly, "Little Xian, why did you draw 4 drawings? What does this mean?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Was this not how the ancient craftsmen drew drawings? Did they not know about the three-dimensional view? Brother Xiaoning, this is my first time drawing a mechanical drawing. Maybe the drawing method is different from yours. How did brother Xiaoning draw before? Yan Xiaoning suddenly understood, "Oh, I see. Coincidentally, I have a few drawings with me. Little Xian, let me show you." After he finished speaking, he took out a roll of drawings from his sleeve. Li Zishuan took the drawings and opened it. Sure enough, the ancient craftsmen didn't use the three-dimensional view drawing method. They only drew planar drawings. The parts that couldn't be expressed in planar drawings were directly marked with words. Li Zishuan looked at the densely packed words on the drawings and couldn't help but have a headache. This was too inconvenient. No, I have to teach Yan Xiaoning modern engineering drawing methods. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to communicate with him in the future. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Chapter 53. Li Residence, West Courtyard. Li Zishuan rolled up the drawing and passed it to Yan Xiaoning. "Brother Xiaoning, I understand your drawing method, but I still think my method is more concise and clear." "Oh? Then little Xian, hurry up and tell big brother what's behind your drawing method." Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zishuan was very confident in his drawing method and couldn't help but want to know what was so special about it. "Brother, this drawing is a tri-view and an isometric side view of a component. The tri-view is to draw the outline of the object from the front, side, and top. For example, this stone, brother Xiaoning, look at it from the front." Li Zishuan picked up a stone as a reference and explained the tri-view drawing method to Yan Xiaoning. After a while, he gave Yan Xiaoning the part that the professional teacher taught him. "Brother Xiaoning, look, with these tri-view drawings, the craftsman can form the model of the component in their mind. It's also easier to mark the dimensions on the tri-view drawings." After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Yan Xiaoning stood up and paced around. He frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Wonderful, wonderful, this drawing method is wonderful. Xiao Xian, you're a genius. Your drawing method is indeed clearer and there are fewer unnecessary markings." Yan Xiaoning sat down again and rubbed his hands. He stared at Li Zishuan and said excitedly, "I must tell my father about this drawing method and let him spread it. Xiao Xian, are you willing to be a supervisor? If my father knows of your talent, he'll definitely be willing to ask His Majesty for an official position for you." Li Zishuan shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, brother Xiaoning. I've been away from home for many years and just came back a few days ago. I don't want to be an official yet." The supervisor was almost equivalent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in his previous life. Li Zishuan wasn't willing to do research there every day. Moreover, he had a lot of things to do recently. The Strange Interest Pavilion was about to open and the locust extermination plan was about to start in 2 days. Hearing Li Zishuan's rejection, Yan Xiaoning sighed. Ah, that's too bad. Yan Xiaoning looked at the drawing again and asked doubtfully, Xiao Xian, what's this isometric side view for? This view is mainly to help the craftsman form a 3D model of the object in their mind. Because some objects with complicated structures, it's hard to form a 3D model with just a tri-view drawing. Yan Xiaoning nodded his head thoughtfully. At this time, Li Zishuan smiled meaningfully and said, Brother Xiaoning, you only noticed the drawing method, but you neglected the drawing itself. Oh? Is there a mystery behind it? Don't tell me, let's take a look. Yan Xiaoning began to re-examine the blueprint according to the principle of 3 views that Li Zishuan had just explained to him. After looking at it, Yan Xiaoning stood up and closed his eyes, imagining the 3D model of the object in his mind. After a while, Yan Xiaoning opened his eyes and said excitedly, I know what this is. Xiao Xian, what are you planning to do with it? Although he could imagine the 3D model of the object, he couldn't think of a use for it. Li Zishuan smiled. I've named it a ball bearing. Brother Xiaoning, think about it. What would happen if it was used to connect the wheels and axles? Yan Xiaoning was quite knowledgeable in mechanical design. After hearing Li Zishuan's explanation, he immediately understood. He was even more excited than before. That's amazing. This is a genius design. With this ball bearing, all vehicles, no matter if it's a horse carriage or a truck, will have very little resistance. Xiao Xian, how did you come up with this? This invention is amazing. Li Qingqian didn't know much about machinery and didn't say anything before. Now that he saw Yan Xiaoning praising the object, he couldn't help but ask, Xiaoning, is this thing really that good? Yan Xiaoning was extremely excited at the moment. After hearing the Crown Prince's question, he confirmed without thinking. Of course, it's not an exaggeration to call this the most useful invention in Tang Dynasty. Your Highness, you might not know this, but if all the carriages in Tang Dynasty use this ball bearing, then the same horse will be able to pull at least 50% more of the load of the carriage. At that time, merchants will be able to transport more goods at once. During war, a grain carriage will be able to carry more rations. Other than carriages, other machines that require transmission can also use this ball bearing. Your Highness, do you think this invention is important or not? Hearing Yan Xiaoning's analysis, Li Qingqian was also stunned. He didn't care if the merchants could transport more goods, but it was crucial that they could increase the efficiency of transporting rations. In this era, one of the decisive factors in the outcome of a war was the issue of rations. Li Qingqian finally understood that Yan Xiaoning's previous praise wasn't excessive at all. He was also a little excited now. Brother Zishuan, this item is of great importance. Can I bring it back to the palace? Li Qingqian also knew that Li Tai had been competing with him for favor recently, but he didn't have any other good ideas. He couldn't act like a spoiled child in front of Li Tai's eldest grandson, could he? If he dared to do so, he would definitely be reprimanded by Li Er for not having the dignity of a country's heir. There were some things that Li Tai could do, but he couldn't, because he was the crown prince. Seeing Li Tai dote on Li Er more and more, Li Qingqian was also anxious, but he could only be anxious. Now that he saw that Li Zishuan's invention had such great uses and could even be used in the military, Li Qingqian's first thought was that perhaps he could use this item to gain Li Er's praise. At the same time, he could also ask for some benefits for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little helpless at this moment. Although the ball bearing had many uses, these two people didn't need to be so excited, right? Hearing that Li Qingqian wanted to immediately present the blueprint to Li Er, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Your Highness, this ball bearing is indeed very useful, but we don't know if it can be made yet. If we present the blueprint to His Majesty now, I'm afraid we're being too hasty. When Li Qingqian heard this, he felt that it was reasonable and secretly thought that he was too impetuous. Brother Zishuan's words are very true. Then I'll wait for you and Xianxia to make this thing and install it on the carriage before reporting it to Imperial Father. At that time, I'll definitely give you two a reward." When Xianxia heard Li Zishuan's words, he began to frown and ponder. He was a little too excited just now and didn't even think about whether this thing could be made or not. He thought for a while and hesitated before saying, "Little Xian, I'm afraid that this ball bearing is very difficult to make." When Li Zishuan proposed this ball bearing, he didn't know if it could be made with the Tang dynasty's technology. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Xianxia's negative answer. However, he also wanted to know where the technical difficulties were, so he asked, "Brother Xianxia, where will the difficulties be?" Chapter 54. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Xianxia thought for a while and said, "Xiao Xian, I think the most important part of your ball bearing is the steel ball between the inner and outer walls of the bearing. If the steel ball is not the same size or irregular in shape, then the ball bearing will be useless." Hearing Xianxia's analysis, Li Zishuan also admired him. This person was indeed an expert and could always see the key to the problem. He cupped his fist and said, "Brother Xianxia is right. The size and quality of the steel ball are indeed very important." Xianxia nodded and continued, "This is where the problem lies. As far as I know, it's very difficult to make steel balls that are exactly the same size and shape with the current technology." Li Zishuan suddenly realized that this was where the problem lay. With the current technology of the Tang Empire, it was as difficult to make a batch of steel balls of the same size and shape as the people in the 80s and 90s to make the ball on the tip of a ballpoint pen. Without a complete industrial system, Li Zishuan also couldn't solve this problem. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Li Zishuan remembered that in addition to ball bearings, there were also roller bearings. Although they weren't as good as the former, they were still many times better than the current bearings of the Tang Empire. "Brother Xianxia, since there's no way to make a batch of steel balls of the same size, I wonder if it's possible to make a batch of small iron rods of the same size with the current technology?" Li Zishuan asked. "Of course, it's not difficult." Xianxia nodded. The process of making iron rods was easier to control than steel balls. "Then there's no problem." Li Zishuan was a little happy when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Brother Xianxia, I have an idea. We can replace the steel balls in the ball bearing with small iron rods of the same size and then add some grease to increase lubrication. What do you think?" Xianxia closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression. Li Zishuan was puzzled by his look. He touched his nose and said, "Brother Xianxia, what's wrong?" Xianxia sighed and said, "Xiao Xian, you're really a monster. Why do you have such wonderful ideas one after another? In the past, I thought that I was extremely smart. Today, it's really infuriating to compare myself to others. I really want to break open your head and see what's inside." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Don't worship me. I'm just a legend, haha." Xianxia was speechless. Li Qingxian interrupted, "Xianxia, does that mean you can create it?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Your Highness, if we use this plan, we can indeed make it. Although it may not be as good as the ball bearings, compared to the bearings currently in use, this kind of roller bearing is still completely superior. As for the specific performance, we can only test it after it's built and installed in the car." Li Qingxian said excitedly, "That's good. Xianxia, you'll have to work hard for the next few days to make this thing. I'm looking forward to seeing how light and convenient my Tang Empire's carriages will be after installing this bearing." Xianxia replied, "Yes, Your Highness. When I get back, I'll have my father ask the supervising craftsman to make a batch first." Li Qingxian nodded and looked at Li Zishuan. He smiled and said, "Brother Li Zishuan, are you satisfied with the people I brought to you today?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. Brother Xianxia is not only skilled, but also straightforward. It's my fortune to have such a friend." Yan Xiaoning also laughed and said, I'm also very happy to have a good friend like you, Xiao Xian. Li Zishuan also had the intention to rope in a technical talent like Yan Xiaoning. He said, Brother Xiaoning, the Crown Prince and I have opened a strange interest pavilion that specializes in selling rare items like scooters. Moreover, I have a lot of other interesting things in my mind that I'll make and sell in the future. I wonder if Brother Xiaoning is interested? Yan Xiaoning slapped his thigh and agreed, of course I'm interested. I just don't know how to cooperate. He wasn't very interested in making money. He was mainly interested in the other interesting things that Li Zishuan had mentioned. He wanted to see what other ideas Li Zishuan had in the future. Li Zishuan explained, currently, the Crown Prince of the Strange Interest Pavilion owns 30% of the shares with 200 strings of cash and his network of connections. I own 70% with 2,000 strings of cash and the ideas in my mind. If Brother Xiaoning wants to join, you don't have to pay. I only need Brother Xiaoning's skills. I can give Brother Xiaoning 10% of the shares. What do you think, Brother Xiaoning? Yan Xiaoning was a little surprised when he heard that the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really bold. Since the Crown Prince only owned 30% of the shares, then it was kind of Li Zishuan to give him 10%. Moreover, he didn't have to pay. He would get dividends every year. He could also stay by Li Zishuan's side and see his creative ideas. Thinking about it this way, it was quite worth it. Yan Xiaoning nodded and agreed, okay, then let's cooperate happily in the future. We'll strive to make the Strange Interest Pavilion the best in Tang Dynasty. There was finally a technical backbone in the team. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning's father was the Minister of Works. If he joined the team, they could borrow part of the research and development ability of the works supervisor. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, then the Crown Prince and I will be the chairman and vice-chairman of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll be in charge of the future development of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The Crown Prince can just sit there and wait to collect money. Brother Xiaoning, you'll be the technical director of the Strange Interest Pavilion. You'll be in charge of technology and production. Technical director? What was that? Why did it sound like a eunuch? Yan Xiaoning frowned and said, can you change my position? Li Zishuan, they chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that there was one more thing that he didn't say, so he added, Brother Xiaoning, I'm planning to sell the scooters in the first batch of goods in the Strange Interest Pavilion. However, we don't have a workshop yet. I wonder if you can commission the work supervisor to produce 300 of these scooters first. We can pay the wages and materials according to the market price. Yan Xiaoning nodded, no problem, I'll go back and tell my father. Apart from completing the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, the work supervisor would usually take on some private jobs to support the family. As long as it didn't affect the government's tasks, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye to it. Li Zishuan said happily, then I'll leave it to you. However, we must have our own workshop in the future. If Brother Xiaoning knows any familiar craftsmen, I can spend a lot of money to hire them. Yan Xiaoning nodded his head in agreement, I'll take note of that in the future. At this moment, Li Qingxian spoke up, Brother Zishuan, there is something that I forgot to tell you. Today, I've given 10% of the shares to Chang'e. In the future, she can be considered one of the shareholders of our Strange Interest Pavilion. Li Zishuan was very fond of that clever and gentle little girl. Thinking it over, he said, since Her Imperial Highness the Princess wishes to become a shareholder, then I'll give 10% of my shares to the princess. There's no need to give it to the Crown Prince. His father's words last night were reasonable. The Crown Prince represented the imperial family. If he only gave 30% of the shares, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Fortunately, he could use Princess Chang'e's name to give another 10% of the shares. This way, as long as the Strange Interest Pavilion didn't take the initiative to court disaster, there would be no worries about its future. Li Zishuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so generous today. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity. Smiling, he said, "Then I'll thank Brother Zishuan for his good intentions on behalf of Chang'e. There's no need for your Imperial Highness to be so courteous." Since the matter had been settled, Li Qingqian and Yan Xiaoning took their leave. Li Zishuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The strange interest pavilion had finally taken shape. Chapter 55. After lunch, Li Zishuan recalled that Han Yushi wanted him to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but he was interrupted by Li Qingqian and Yan Xiaoning. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan went to Mingyue Xian to look for Han Yushi. "Young master, you're here," Han Yushi said happily. "Yes, I was about to try the newly brewed fruit wine in the morning, but I was interrupted. So I came over to try it in the afternoon." Li Zishuan nodded. "Young master, please take a seat here. Yushi will pour you some wine." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Han Yushi then walked into the room to get the wine. After a while, Han Yushi came out with a wine gourd and a wine glass. "Young master, please try it." Han Yushi poured a glass of wine and handed it over. Li Zishuan took the wine glass and sniffed it lightly. A mellow fragrance of wild fruits entered his nostrils, making him feel as if he was in a forest. Li Zishuan took a sip. It was sweet and mellow. Although he had drunk it once at the Han village, he still felt amazed when he drank it again. "Yushi, who did you learn how to brew wine from? I see that many brewers in the city don't brew as good as yours." Li Zishuan drank the fruit wine and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Li Zishuan's praise, Han Yushi smiled and said, "Young master, you flatter me. How can Yushi's skills be compared to the brewers in the city? My mother taught me how to brew wine. My father always loved to drink the wine my mother brewed. Later on, my mother passed away, so I brewed wine for my father." He didn't expect Yushi's mother to be a master brewer. Li Zishuan continued to ask, "Yushi, other than fruit wine, do you know how to brew other wines?" Han Yushi nodded and said, "Yes, my mother also taught me how to brew white wine and sake. These include Ingzhou's Fushui, Wucheng's Ruoxia, Hezhong's Mulberry, Yuzhou's Ichuan, Xingyang's Tuku, Fuping's Shidonkan, Jiannan's Braised Spring, Hedong's Qianhe Grape, Lingnan's Yunshi Baluo, Yicheng's Jiui, Xuanyang's Ishui, Qi's Lu Wine, and so on." Han Yushi counted with her fingers and listed all the wines she knew how to brew. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Yushi, how did your mother make so many kinds of wine?" Han Yushi thought for a moment and said, "I heard from my mother that my grandfather, Du Daoling, was the most famous winemaker in the former Sui dynasty when he was alive. Even Minister Wei Xuancheng of my dynasty praised his winemaking skills. My mother learned her winemaking skills from my grandfather." Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Who is Wei Xuancheng? Is he very knowledgeable about winemaking?" Han Yushi widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Young master, don't tell me you don't even know Minister-left Prime Minister Wei Zheng?" "Huh? Wei Xuancheng turned out to be Wei Zheng." Li Zishuan had heard in his previous life that Wei Zheng was not only a straightforward minister, but also a master winemaker. He did not expect Han Yushi's grandfather's winemaking skills to be above Wei Zheng's. It was really a surprise. Cough, cough. Who doesn't know about Wei Xuancheng and Minister Wei? I was just testing you. Li Zishuan casually made up a story. He did not care whether Han Yushi believed him or not and continued to ask, "Yushi, why didn't you make wine to sell before?" Han Yushi said sadly, "The Han village did not have enough food left over these years. How could we have extra food to make wine?" Li Zishuan patted his head. "So that was the reason. Yushi, do you know why I bought the Han village's fruit wine at such a high price?" Han Yushi said gratefully, "Yushi knows that young master is helping the Han village. Those fruit wines are actually not worth that much money." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, although I have the intention of helping the Han village, it is not entirely because of this. When I was at Mount Longhu, I saw my master often drinking a kind of brightly colored wine. My master said that it was a kind of mixed wine invented by the people of the Abbasid Caliphate. After drinking it a few times, my master felt that the taste was very special, so he figured out the recipe and brewed it himself. There is a very important ingredient in this recipe, and that is the fruit wine. Yushi, the fruit wine that you make can be considered to be of the highest quality among fruit wines. It is the most ideal ingredient to make this kind of mixed wine. That is why I bought your fruit wine at such a high price. I thought that after buying it, I would find a wine master to make this kind of mixed wine. It will definitely sell well in the future. When talking about what she was best at, Han Yushi was also very interested. She asked curiously, young master, what is the name of this wine? Is it really that good? I heard from my master that this is called a cocktail. As for whether it is good or not, I don't know how to taste wine, so I don't know. But my master has tasted all kinds of good wine in the world, and in the end, he only has a soft spot for this cocktail. I think that the taste of this wine should not be bad. Li Zishuan continued to use his master as a shield. That's right, Li Zishuan wanted to make a cocktail. In Li Zishuan's previous life, he and his uncle had watched a movie about a plane crash, but he forgot the specific name. In the movie, a black captain wanted to drink a cocktail on the plane. In the end, there was no cocktail, so he added alcohol into the fruit juice and drank it as a cocktail. One day, his uncle was eating at his house and suddenly remembered this scene. He added the same amount of Huiyuan 100% orange juice into half a glass of whiskey. In the end, he watched his uncle drink it to his heart's content. Later, out of curiosity, he also went online to look up the method of making cocktails. Cocktails were generally made with rum, tequila, vodka, whiskey, and other spirits as the base, and fruit juice, egg white, milk, sugar, and other auxiliary ingredients, stirred or shaken. Finally, lemon slices, fruit, or mint leaves could be used as decorations. He could directly use the existing white wine from the Tang dynasty to distill it. The fruit juice could be replaced with the fruit wine brewed by Han Yushi. The effect should be better. After mixing it, he added some ice cubes. In the hot summer, Li Zishuan believed that no wine lover could resist this temptation. As for how to obtain the ice cubes, Li Zishuan said that it was such a simple question that any transmigrator would know. However, he had to think of a way to let his father buy a saltpeter mine first. Otherwise, when everyone reacted, the price of saltpeter would definitely be expensive. At that time, when he thought about a group of Tang people drinking cocktails, this scene was quite interesting. When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan say that the cocktail was so good, she couldn't help but eagerly say, then, young master, can you let Yushi try to make this cocktail? Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he couldn't bear to. If he let Han Yushi make the cocktail, she would definitely try a lot of wine. He was afraid that Han Yushi would get drunk. Han Yushi saw that the young master was embarrassed and thought that the young master didn't want to teach her the recipe. For a moment, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She quickly said, I'm sorry, young master. Yushi was rash. When Li Zishuan saw her sad face, how could he not know that she misunderstood? He quickly explained, Yushi, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want you to try it. I'm just worried that you will taste too much wine when you mix the cocktail and get drunk. When Han Yushi heard that, it turned out that she misunderstood. Her face turned from sadness to joy and said embarrassedly, young master, you don't have to worry about this. Yushi has a special physique. No matter how much wine I drink since I was young, I won't get drunk. My father and I don't know what's going on. Li Zishuan was stunned. There was such a thing? He had seen it on the internet in his previous life. There was a kind of person who was born to not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person in the Tang dynasty. Yushi, is what you said true? Li Zishuan still couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Young master, you can ask my father if you don't believe me. There's no need. I believe. Then there's no problem. Yushi, you're also a master brewer. I'll copy the recipe for you later. As for the ratio of the various ingredients, you can slowly try it. When you return to the Han village this time, tell your father that when I'm done with some things, you can come to Chang and to help me mix the wine. I'm representing my father to try to hire you as the bartender of our Zuaxian restaurant. How about a monthly salary of 10 strings of coins? Teaching this recipe to Han Yushi was more reassuring than teaching it to others. Li Zishuan really didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly. Han Yushi was very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that she could finally help the young master. She quickly said, "Young master, you've helped the Han village so much. How can Yushi ask for a salary?" Yushi is already very happy to be able to help the young master mix the wine. Li Zishuan insisted, "This monthly salary is what you deserve. You have to take it. If you don't want it, I won't help the Han village in the future." Han Yushi could only nod her head reluctantly. Chapter 56. After dinner, Li Zishuan looked at his father and said, "Dad, come to the study. I have something to talk to you about." During the day, he saw that Yan Xiaoning was straightforward and had a deep understanding of machinery. That was why he gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the company. However, he knew nothing about Yan Xiaoning's family situation. Although he believed that Yan Xiaoning's character was not like a fickle villain, Li Zishuan still wanted to know more about Yan Xiaoning's family. Recently, the cooking at home had been getting better and better. Old man Li was about to sit on a stool and drink a cup of tea after finishing his meal when he heard that his son was looking for him. He was about to say, "You brat, why are you looking for me?" Who knew that after Li Zishuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for his reply and went straight to the study. It turned out that what this kid said just now was not a discussion, but a notice. Father Li was so angry that he almost fainted. At this point, what else could he say? Madam was still glaring at him, so Father Li could only follow him unhappily. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, didn't mean what his father thought. He was just lost in thought for a moment. It was Father Li who thought too much. In the study, Li Zishuan saw that his father had sat down and asked directly, "Dad, do you know Yan lied, Minister Yan?" Father Li was puzzled. "Of course I've heard of the Minister of Works of the Tang Empire. Why are you asking this? Did you offend someone from his family?" He was still a little worried. "No, Dad, what are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who likes to stir up trouble? It's mainly because the Crown Prince brought Minister Yan's son, Yan Xiaoning, over today to talk to me about the wonderful pavilion. I saw that Yan Xiaoning was straightforward and was quite proficient in machinery, so I gave him 10% of the shares and pulled him into the wonderful pavilion." Father Li was a little surprised when he heard this. A light flashed through his eyes. Is your wonderful pavilion really that promising? Why do so many people think highly of him?" He had originally thought that this strange interest pavilion was just something his son was doing for fun, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that the Crown Prince would want to invest, and now the son of the Minister of Works? Old man Li, who had been in business for many years, immediately smelled a business opportunity. Could there really be a great opportunity here? Li Zishuan said proudly, "Of course, father. My wonderful taste pavilion is going to dominate the Tang Empire in the future. Anyone with foresight can see the bright future of the wonderful taste pavilion. I don't care about my son showing off." Li Jingma pondered for a while, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, If you want to make this shop bigger and stronger, you can't do it without a lot of money. How about I give you 3,000 strings of cash for 20% of your Strange Taste Pavilion's shares? Li Jingmo thought about the chicken that his son had eaten. Now, he had high hopes for his strange interest pavilion and wanted to get a share of the profits. When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. "Father, this strange interest pavilion is my first business. I don't have many shares in my hands. Besides, we are a family. Why should we be so clear about it? This little rascal." Old man Li could only stare at him angrily. "Father, I'm still talking about business with you. What do you think of the Yan family? There won't be any problems if I cooperate with Yan Xiaoning, right?" Seeing that his father was leading him astray, Li Zishuan quickly changed the topic. Li Jingmo thought about it seriously, then said slowly, "I've heard of Minister Yan. Minister Yan came from an engineering family. He was a master craftsman in the 9th year of Wuda and was promoted to the Minister of Works this year. Minister Yan is an upright person with superb skills. He has great attainments in architecture, craftsmanship, and painting. He can be considered a master of his generation. The current Chang'an city of the Tang Empire was planned and designed by Minister Yan. His younger brother, Yan Liben, is a master craftsman. He is very good at calligraphy and painting. As for his son, Yan Xiaoning, I don't know much about him. However, the Yan family is very strict and is a true family of gentlemen. If you cooperate with Yan Xiaoning, there will only be benefits and no disadvantages." When Li Zishuan heard that Yan Liben was Yan Lide's younger brother, he was shocked and opened his mouth wide. He might not have heard of Yan Lide, but who didn't know of Yan Liben's name in his previous life? He was a great painter in the Tang dynasty. His walking carriage painting and portraits of past emperors were treasures passed down from generation to generation. Li Zishuan didn't expect the friend he just made today to have such an amazing family background. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Well, since father said so, then I can rest assured." After that, he turned to go back to his room to sleep. Don't you want to consider father's suggestion? That's 3,000 strings of cash." Old man Li didn't give up on the idea of getting a share and shouted from behind. Li Zishuan hurriedly quickened his steps and ran away. Although his family had a lot of money, it was more comfortable for him to spend his own money. Strange Interest Pavilion's embryonic form had been formed and he didn't lack funds now. He was just waiting for this young eagle to take off. This stinking brat, West Courtyard. Li Zishuan laid on his bed and couldn't help but think of the strange scene in his mind when he was drawing during the day. Although he could rely on the memories of his previous life to imagine the three-dimensional structure of the ball bearing in his mind, it was only a vague illusion and not a real thing. However, the ball bearing in his mind during the day was real and clear as if there was a real ball bearing in front of his eyes. At that time, he even felt that he could make it rotate 360 degrees at will. As a young man from the 21st century, Li Zishuan didn't believe in ghosts and gods. However, he couldn't explain what happened during the day, so he could only try again. At that moment, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and began to recall the structure of the ball bearing. Sure enough, a realistic three-dimensional model immediately appeared in his mind. At that moment, there was no one to disturb him, so Li Zishuan could finally relax and boldly observe. It would be great if I could enlarge it. Li Zishuan saw that the structure of the ball bearing was too small and couldn't be seen clearly. He felt that it was a fly in the ointment. As if it had heard his thoughts, the model in his mind began to enlarge rapidly, and all the minute structures on it could be seen clearly. Li Zishuan was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. How the F***ck could this work? That scared me to death. Since it can be enlarged, can it be rotated? Li Zishuan silently thought about the rotation in his mind. Who knew that the model would also start to rotate? What the F***ck? Did my brain become a computer? This scene was very familiar to Li Zishuan. This was because in his previous life, when he used a drawing software on his computer to draw a 3D model of some parts or machines, those drawings could be enlarged or rotated 360 degrees with the help of the mouse. Right now, it was as if there was this software in his brain. What the hell was this? Li Zishuan's heart had a trace of fear of the unknown, but also a trace of excitement. He opened his eyes and looked around. After confirming that he was alone in the room, he closed his eyes again. Since the ball bearing works, can I change it to something else? Li Zishuan was eager to try. Let's try a bicycle. Li Zishuan's mind moved and a 3D model of an unbranded bicycle appeared in his mind. The outline of every part of the bicycle and every assembly could be seen clearly. Li Zishuan could even see every grain on the tires. Could this be my golden finger? I can recreate a 3D model of a modern object in my mind? As if he had found a new toy, Li Zishuan was having a lot of fun. Cylinders, water wheels, motorcycles, etc., flashed through his mind. After a while, Li Zishuan became a little arrogant. He wanted to create a big treasure. Why don't I try a tank? Li Zishuan's mind moved and a huge armored tank appeared in his mind. But it did not last long. In less than 2 seconds, the tank disappeared. Immediately after, there was a sharp pain in his mind. It was not physical pain, but mental pain. Li Zishuan had never experienced this kind of pain before. He could not help but groan and pass out. Chapter 57. In the study of the Yen residence. A lean and elegant old man stared at the drawing on the table for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, the old man finally turned around and said to the young man in front of him, "Ning, this drawing method and the ball bearing were invented by Li Zishuan?" Yen Xiaoning nodded, "Yes, father." This old man was the Minister of Works, Yen lied. The drawing on the table was exactly the same as what Li Zishuan drew during the day. It turned out that Yen Xiaoning used his memory to copy the drawing that Li Zishuan drew during the day. A light flashed in Yen Lide's eyes as he praised, "I have never seen such a drawing method before, but it is indeed very convenient and worth popularizing. Furthermore, this ball bearing is truly a genius creation, but it's a pity that it's difficult to manufacture. I don't know who his teacher is, but his knowledge of machinery is so profound. I'm afraid he has already caught up to you, Ning. He is a promising talent. Ning, you should invite him back to the manor some other day and test him for father. If he is really talented, this old man will ask His Majesty to give him an official position in the Imperial Censorate." Yen Xiaoning smiled bitterly, "Father, I also told Li Zishuan today, but he said he wants to be filial at home and doesn't want to be an official right now." Yen Lide glared and said angrily, "Nonsense, with such talent, how can he not work for the country? Call that brat over some other day and I will talk to him. At such a young age, he is already not thinking about improving himself, how ridiculous." The next day, before dawn, Li Zishuan woke up. He woke up in pain. He felt as if there were thousands of needles stabbing into his brain. Li Zishuan felt that it would be better if he just fainted, but this kind of thing couldn't be fainted so easily. Li Zishuan held his head in pain. His face was ferocious and his veins were bulging. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and down his back. Ah! Waves of piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, causing Li Zishuan to groan uncontrollably. But at this time, it was usually the time when people were sleeping soundly. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were still sleeping soundly in the room outside. Am I going to die the moment I transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? Wasn't I just thinking about the tank? You damned heavens! You want to kill yours truly the moment yours truly found out that he had a cheat as well? This Goldfinger doesn't even have King instruction manual. I don't even know if I can use it for a treasure like a tank. Li Zishuan's heart flashed with anger and unwillingness. He had just discovered that he had a cheat, but he did not expect that he would lose his life because he did not use it properly. How can he blame me for this? This young master doesn't know what to use and what not to use. Just as Li Zishuan felt that his head was about to explode, there was a slight fluctuation in his dantian. Then, there was a cooling sensation in his mind, which slightly relieved Li Zishuan's pain. Li Zishuan was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he was severely injured at Zhongnan Mountains. Sun Simiao had said that he would need to rest for a month to recover. But he had used the Taishian Sutra and recovered more than half of his injuries in a day. This meant that the Taishian Sutra was very useful for healing injuries. But this time, it seemed to be a mental injury. He did not know if the Taishian Sutra would work. Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'll just treat it as a last resort. If I don't take any measures, I'll probably die from the pain or become mentally disabled. Li Zishuan endured the pain in his mind and sat up. He crossed his legs on the bed and used all his strength to activate the 5th level of the Taishian Sutra. At this moment, there was a warm feeling in his dantian. But it was of no use. His mind was still in extreme pain. Li Zishuan's face hardened. I don't believe it. I'll fight you to the death today. Forcing himself to be alert, Li Zishuan planned to go all the way. Regardless of the pain in his mind, he crazily activated the Taishian Sutra again and again. He did not know how many times he had activated it. The true energy in Li Zishuan's body was constantly being compressed. His body was completely soaked in sweat, and water could be wrung out of his clothes. At this moment, his face was extremely pale and he was in extreme pain. His hard work paid off. The quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Li Zishuan felt as if a trace of the compressed true qi had unexpectedly turned into a drop of liquid. He only heard a clear, ding-dong sound. His previously incomparably violent mind immediately calmed down when he heard this clear sound. At this moment, Li Zishuan's mind felt extremely clear. It was as if the dry and cracked earth had welcomed the moisture of rain. He was so comfortable that he wanted to shout. Could it be that my Taishian Sutra has broken through to the 6th level? This was Li Zishuan's first reaction. After a careful examination, he found that the Taishian Sutra was still at the 5th level. However, it seemed to be closer to the 6th level than before. In other words, it would not take long for him to become a master. But why did the pain in his mind disappear? Could it be that the Taishian Sutra could not only heal physical injuries, but also mental injuries? Li Zishuan could not find any other explanation. He could only think of it this way. But why did he almost kill himself when he experimented with the tank last night? Was it because the tank was too big and its structure too complicated? Could it be that his mind could not handle such a large amount of information? Should he try again? Li Zishuan was courting death. Li Zishuan had no other choice but to slowly try it himself. In the time travel novels he had read in his previous life, the main character would usually receive a system grandpa to explain how to use the gold finger. However, this gold finger of his did not even have a manual. He could only rely on himself to figure it out. Li Zishuan immediately thought of small objects such as screws. Slowly, the things in his mind became bigger and more complicated. It was only when he thought of the cars in his previous life that Li Zishuan felt a sharp pain in his mind. Li Zishuan knew that this should be his limit. He immediately stopped thinking. He did not want to continue the painful feeling from before. Li Zishuan was now sure that this gold finger of his should be able to construct a three-dimensional model of some industrial machinery and parts in his mind. Then, he could turn these models into detailed blueprints through his own hands. However, this gold finger seemed to have limitations on the size and complexity of the object. With his current ability, he could barely construct complex industrial products like cars. However, Li Zishuan was already very satisfied with this. Although he had studied mechanical design in his previous life, it did not mean that he could draw a three-dimensional model of some of the mechanical structures in his previous life. He believed that no one would be so free as to memorize all the mechanical structures in their mind. Since this Taishian Sutra could heal mental injuries, would it be able to strengthen his mental strength? If his mental strength was strengthened, would he be able to construct more complex objects? Ever since he had transmigrated into this body, Li Zishuan clearly felt that his memory was much better than in his previous life. Previously, Li Zishuan had thought that this was a benefit that all transmigrators had. However, now that he thought about it, this did not seem to be the case. It should be that the Taishian Sutra could not only strengthen his body but also his mental strength. The more Li Zishuan thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation was extremely close to the correct answer. If this was really the case, then when the Taishian Sutra broke through to a higher level in the future, would it not mean that he would be able to construct larger and more complex machine models in his mind? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan was a little excited. However, at the same time, he felt that this gold finger of his was a bit of a scam. If the body that he had transmigrated into had not learned the Taishian Sutra, which was an inner force skill that could not only strengthen the body but also the mind, then wouldn't that mean that his gold finger would be useless? It would probably be difficult to even construct a screw model in his mind. Thinking of this gold finger was too much of a scam. It even needed to be complemented by internal strength. It seemed that in the future, other than improving his skills, there would be another purpose for training, and that would be to activate a more powerful gold finger. Sigh, since the sun is not up yet, let's train for a while more. The miserable Li Zishuan had turned into a training machine again. Chapter 58. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan heard the drums of dawn being beaten outside. He knew that a new day had begun. Having narrowly escaped death last night, Li Zishuan was covered in sweat. At this moment, his body was sticky and uncomfortable. He got up and walked out of the inner room, wanting to ask Xiao He to go to the kitchen and have someone boil some hot water. "Young master, you woke up so early today?" Outside the room, Xiao He saw that the young master actually woke up as soon as the morning drum sounded. She couldn't help but be surprised. Facing Xiao He's surprised gaze, Li Zishuan felt a little embarrassed. Now, everyone in the family knew that he was a lazy person. "Cough, Xiao He, tell the kitchen to boil some water for me. I want to take a bath." After saying that, he quickly went back to his room. "Yes, young master." Xiao He was a little confused. Didn't the young master just take a bath last night? Why did he want to take a bath now? The young master really liked to be clean now. In the early Qin dynasty, the ancient people washed their hair every 3 days and took a bath every 5 days. In the Han dynasty, there was even a break. The officials worked 5 days and took a day off. In the Tang dynasty, it was changed from 5 days to 10 days. It was called a break day. After Li Zishuan transmigrated, he didn't care about those rules. He basically took a bath once a day. Mrs. Li naturally wouldn't say anything. It was just a waste of firewood money. The Li family had a big business and didn't care about these things. Xiao He and Xiao Shi were already used to the young master's actions of taking a bath every day. Xiao He didn't expect that the young master would take a bath every other night. Seeing that the young master went back to his room, she didn't ask and went straight to the kitchen to pass the order. After taking a bath, Li Zishuan felt refreshed and planned to go to the front hall. Xiao He quickly went in to help Li Zishuan tidy up the bed. She saw that the bed was wet. Did the young master wet the bed? No wonder the young master wanted to take a bath so early in the morning. Xiao He instantly blushed and screamed, "Ah!" She ran out. Li Zishuan hadn't gone far when he heard the girl's scream. He quickly walked back and thought, "What's in my room? Why is this girl so scared? I didn't do anything shameful last night, did I? What are you shouting for? What's wrong? Is there a ghost inside?" Li Zishuan blocked Xiao He's way. Xiao He couldn't stop in time and bumped into his arms. Xiao He jumped far away as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and blushed, not daring to speak. She was afraid that if she told the truth, her young master would fly into a rage and sell her out. Li Zishuan saw Xiaohe blushing, lowering her head and not speaking. He was a little confused and wondered, "Xiaohe, what's wrong with you? Say something. Are you counting ants here?" Xiaohe whispered, "Then I'll tell you. Young master, you can't blame me. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. Just tell me what it is." Xiaohe then stuttered, Young master, did you do that last night? What did I do wrong? Why are you speaking in such a strange way? Make it clear." Xiaohe hesitated for a long time before she said hesitantly, "It's that, young master, did you wet the bed last night? I saw that your bed was wet." Damn it, Li Zishuan instantly felt as if he had been struck by 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. That should have been because of the problem with his body last night, and the pain caused him to sweat uncontrollably. In the end, this girl thought that it was because he wet the bed. If this were to spread out, wouldn't this young master's reputation be ruined? Li Zishuan patted the girl's forehead angrily and said, "What are you thinking? It's sweat. You're so young. Why don't you think about it?" Xiaohe obviously didn't believe him. How could anyone sweat so much? The young master must be embarrassed and deliberately covered it up, so she said, "Young master, you're right. It's sweat, it's sweat. I will never tell anyone." Li Zishuan could see that the girl didn't mean what she said. He said angrily, "It's really sweat. Something went wrong during my practice last night. That's why I sweated so much. If you don't believe me, you can smell it. I'm so old. Can't you tell sweat from urine?" Xiaohe blushed when she heard the young master's straightforward and vulgar words. She quickly ran away and said, "I won't smell it. Young master, don't hit me. I won't tell anyone." Li Zishuan was speechless. He forcibly grabbed Xiaohe and took her into the bedroom. Well, don't misunderstand. Our protagonist didn't do anything embarrassing. He just wanted Xiaohe to know that the bed was indeed sweat. This was related to his reputation for the rest of his life. Li Zishuan had to be serious with this little girl. Seeing that the little girl finally believed him, Li Zishuan was relieved. He went to the front yard to have breakfast with his parents, little sister, and Han Yushi. After breakfast, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi went to Mingyue Xian to see if Iron Egg's injury had recovered. Iron Egg had been staying at the young master's house these days. He had good food and drinks. There were also maids to take care of him. The young master often came to visit him. Even Madame Li came to visit him many times. Iron Egg was very grateful for these, but he wasn't happy. Since he was almost killed by Cao Xiaoyun last time, Iron Egg's desire to become stronger didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. He was like a tiger in his heart, ready to attack. Yesterday, when the young master came to visit him, Iron Egg wanted to tell the young master about it. But when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. This morning, Iron Egg felt that his injury didn't hurt anymore. He tried to get out of bed. After a while, he felt that walking shouldn't be a problem. Iron Egg went to the back garden of Mingyue Xian alone. He looked at the koi fish in the pond and sat on a rock beside it in a daze. His mind kept replaying the scene of being bullied by Lu Haojian and being beaten by Cao Xiaoyun. The first time, if the young master didn't come in time, Lan would have been bullied. The second time, if he didn't make a prompt decision, his sister would have suffered misfortune. Even so, he was almost beaten to death. Fortunately, his sister was fine. Otherwise, Iron Egg would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Although the two incidents didn't cause any serious consequences, there was a lot of luck involved. Iron Egg didn't want to be so lucky for the rest of his life. Iron Egg used to be a mischievous brat in the Han village. Usually, he would dig out bird nests, play in mud, and fight grasshoppers with Denyo and the others. Children at this age were carefree because even if something happened, their parents would help them shoulder the burden. But these two incidents made Iron Egg realize that the outside world wasn't beautiful. His father couldn't be by his side all the time and shelter him from the wind and rain. Besides, his father would grow old one day. He couldn't rely on his father for the rest of his life. He wanted to become strong. He wanted to be as strong as the young master. That way, he could protect his sister and the people who cared about him, such as Lan Er. He estimated that he and his sister would be leaving the young master's house in the next 2 days. No matter what, he had to beg the young master to teach him martial arts. Whether the young master agreed or not, he had to try. Iron Egg kept encouraging himself in his heart. He had to perform well and be sincere so that the young master would accept him. At this moment, voices came from the entrance of Mingyue Xian. Iron Egg walked out of the garden and saw that the young master and his sister had come together. He quickly went to greet them. "Young master, you're here." "Iron Egg, why are you out of bed?" Li Zishuan saw Iron Egg walk over and was shocked. Iron Egg smiled and said, "Young master, Iron Egg's injuries are almost healed. He can barely walk." "Oh, that's good. Iron Egg, you were injured so badly that I was worried sick." Seeing that Iron Egg's injuries were finally healed, Li Zishuan was happy. "Young master, since Iron Egg's injuries are healed, I'll go back with Iron Egg today. My father hasn't seen Iron Egg for a few days. He must be worried sick." Although she didn't want to leave, Iron Egg's injuries were healed. There was no reason for them to continue living here. Han Yushi said goodbye to Li Zishuan. Iron Egg heard his sister say this and felt a little nervous. He still hadn't told the young master about his situation. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Iron Egg's injuries are just healed. Let him rest for another day. I'll go back with you tomorrow. I'm going to the Han village to find your father." Thinking about it, her father should have raised enough money. She had to go to the Han village to find Han Lijing as soon as possible to finalize the matter of raising chickens. After calculating how many chickens the village could raise, they could then purchase the chicken seedlings. Since the young master said so, Han Yushi could only nod. Iron Egg heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he should hurry up. Taking a deep breath, Iron Egg felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He carefully said, "Young master, Iron Egg has something to tell you." "Oh? What's the matter with Iron Egg?" Li Zishuan was a little curious. He had always admired this child. He planned to go to the Han village to talk to Han Lijing and see if he could keep Iron Egg by his side. At this moment, Iron Egg resisted the nervousness in his heart and the pain in his body. With a plop sound, he knelt in front of Li Zishuan. Iron Egg knew that he didn't have money or ability. He didn't have anything to show. He could only follow the storytellers in the restaurants and use his sincerity to move the young master. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were shocked by this kneeling. Why couldn't this child talk nicely? Why did he have to kneel? Li Zishuan wanted to pull Iron Egg up, but Iron Egg hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. "Young master, Iron Egg wants to be your disciple. I beg you to teach me martial arts. Iron Egg wants to become strong. He wants to protect my sister and everyone who cares about Iron Egg from harm. I beg you, young master, to agree." Iron Egg knows that he doesn't have money or ability, but Iron Egg will remember young master's kindness for the rest of his life. After saying this, he was about to kowtow. This time, Li Zishuan ignored Iron Egg's attempts to stop him and quickly pulled Iron Egg up. This child must have heard too many stories. Even if he wanted to be his disciple, he didn't need to kneel and kowtow. Li Zishuan was also shocked by Iron Egg's words. Was this still the shy brat he saw before? After all, Iron Egg was only 6 or 7 years old. It seemed that after experiencing these two things, Iron Egg had matured a lot. Sure enough, setbacks were a catalyst for a person to mature quickly. Han Yushi was also a little surprised by her brother's actions. When she heard Iron Egg's words, she was a little touched. She couldn't help but think of the scene where Iron Egg stopped Chao Xiaoyun regardless of the danger and let her go first. Han Yushi couldn't help but tear up. Her brother had grown up. Han Yushi was both touched and gratified. She looked at Li Zishuan and wondered if the young master would agree. Chapter 59. After being pulled up by Li Zishuan, Iron Egg's eyes were still fixed on Li Zishuan. He really hoped that the young master would accept him. Feeling the deep pleading in Iron Egg's eyes and recalling the words of Iron Egg, Li Zishuan could not help but feel touched. This child was only 6 or 7 years old. It was not that he could not accept him as a disciple, but there were some things that had to be made clear in advance. Li Zishuan turned around and put his hands behind his back. After thinking for a while, he said, "Iron Egg, you risked your life to save Lan Er. I have always been grateful to you. But if you want to be my disciple just to learn martial arts and not be bullied, I can't accept you." Iron Egg asked anxiously, "Why, young master?" Han Yushi also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. She heard the young master's words. It seemed that Iron Egg did have a chance. Li Zishuan said slowly, "Heroes use martial arts to break the rules. Iron Egg, if you only focus on learning martial arts and pursue power without paying attention to self-cultivation, sooner or later you will go astray and bully the weak with your martial arts." Iron Egg hurriedly promised, "Young master, Iron Egg will not do that kind of thing. Please believe in Iron Egg. Iron Egg only wants to learn martial arts and not be bullied." Li Zishuan shook his head. At the end of the day, Bruiser still had the temperament of a child. Once a person gained power, their way of thinking would change. When the time came, they would be slightly instigated by a villain, and it would be easy for them to go astray. Bruiser's thinking was still too simple. "Iron Egg, I can accept you as my disciple and teach you martial arts, but I will also teach you other things to help you cultivate your mind. You must pay equal attention to them. If your mind is not stable, how can you practice martial arts? Besides, I don't want you to become a brute who only knows martial arts. Many things can't be solved by martial arts alone. I hope you can become a useful person to the Tang Empire. If I find out that you only know how to practice martial arts and neglect the cultivation of the heart, then I will expel you from the sect. Are you still willing?" With the arrival of Zhengguan's golden age, the world would gradually become peaceful. Most of the time, one could not rely only on martial strength and bravery to fight. In times of war, scholars were useless. However, in times of peace, a martial artist was of little use. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't want Iron Egg to only learn martial arts. He wanted to teach Iron Egg some other things so that he could survive in peaceful times. As for how much Iron Egg could learn, that would depend on his luck. After hearing this, Han Yushi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect the young master to be so considerate and consider so much for Iron Egg. She hurriedly pushed Iron Egg, indicating that he should quickly accept her as his disciple. Iron Egg was overjoyed when he heard that Li Zishuan could accept him as his disciple. However, after Li Zishuan said those principles, he didn't fully understand them. However, when he saw his sister urging him, he no longer hesitated and knelt in front of Li Zishuan again. "Young master, Iron Egg agrees to cultivate the heart and practice martial arts with you. I beg you to accept Iron Egg as your disciple." Li Zishuan didn't stop him this time. He nodded and said, "Well, Iron Egg, go back and tell your father. If your father agrees, I will officially accept you as my disciple." "That's great. My father will definitely agree." "Thank you, young master." Finally hearing a definite answer, Iron Egg jumped up excitedly. Li Zishuan found it a little funny that he was still a child. He originally wanted to keep Iron Egg by his side and let him learn something. This child's temperament wasn't bad at all. Now that he unexpectedly accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, it didn't seem too bad. He just didn't know how good this child's potential was. After this trip to the Han village, he would bring Iron Egg by his side and let him start learning. "Thank you, young master." Han Yushi was also happy for her brother. Iron Egg could learn something by the young master's side. It was better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Therefore, Han Yushi was very grateful to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is Iron Egg's own opportunity. Yushi, you don't have to thank me." After dinner, seeing that Han Yushi and Iron Egg had returned to Mingyue, Xian and Lan had also returned to the backyard, Li Zishuan told his parents about accepting Iron Egg as his disciple. "Very good. Iron Egg is a clever and brave child. I quite like him." When Madame Li heard this, she smiled and was the first to express her support. Housekeeper Wang had told her about how Lan was almost bullied in the Han village. Madame Li, who had always been kind, was immediately furious. When she heard that Han Lizheng's son, Iron Egg, had risked his life to protect Lan, Madame Li was very surprised that this child was so brave at such a young age. When she heard that her son wanted to accept him as his disciple, she naturally agreed. Moreover, Madame Li had her own little plan. If her son accepted Iron Egg as his disciple, then his relationship with Han Yushi would naturally become closer. She might even be able to hold a grandson soon. Old Man Li frowned. He felt that his son couldn't even control himself, so how could he teach a disciple? He was simply leading the child astray. However, since his wife had already agreed, he couldn't say otherwise. He could only say, "Xian, since you've become Iron Egg's master now, then you have to act like a master in the future. Don't lead the child astray, understand?" Li Zishuan could only agree gloomily. "That's right, father. How's the nibbling chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant selling recently? Are there any other restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken?" Old Man Li frowned and felt a little surprised. He asked, "Xian, how did you know that there are restaurants that imitate the nibbling chicken?" It seemed that he had guessed correctly. As expected, he still couldn't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Li Zishuan sighed and said, "I guessed, but I didn't expect it to be so." "Father, then are the sales of our nibbling chicken not as good as before?" Li Jingma nodded and said, "A few days ago, the Yunxi restaurant in the East City also released their nibbling chicken. Although the taste is a little different from our Drunken Immortal restaurants, their price is cheaper. One serving is only 700 copper coins. Recently, the sales of our nibbling chicken have dropped by about 30%, and it's still continuing to drop. Then father, tell shopkeeper Lu to give some discounts to the Drunken Immortal restaurant's nibbling chicken. For example, every month, they'll sell it at half price or something. In any case, our cost is low and the taste is good. We're not afraid of a price war with them." Old Man Li thought about it and nodded in agreement. "That's also a good idea. But Xian, why do you care so much about the sales of the nibbling chicken? Even if the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't have the nibbling chicken, their business has always been very good." Although the nibbling chicken was very profitable, Li Jingma's family business was big, so he didn't care too much about it. Li Zishuan said matter-of-factly, "Father, people fight for their dignity, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. This nibbling chicken was invented by us. Why should we let these imitators earn more than us? Father, first tell shopkeeper Lu to lower the price for a while. After I go to the Han village and settle the matter of raising chickens, I'll make something good for the Drunken Immortal restaurant. When the time comes, I'll see how the Yunxi restaurant will compete with us." Li Zishuan obviously couldn't bear to let a knockoff's nibbling chicken surpass the authentic one. His father didn't care about this bit of money, but he did. Hearing that his son was going to make something new, Li Jingma was curious and asked, "Xian, what are you going to make?" "Father will naturally find out in the future." "That's right, father, how's the preparation of the 300,000 strings of string of money?" Old Man Li glared at him and said, "Naturally, there's no problem. The funds will all be in place by tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll send the money to the family's storehouse." I'll give you the key. He, then thank you, father. Your son will go to the Han village tomorrow and explain the matter of raising chickens to the villagers. Then we'll start buying the chicken seedlings. This autumn harvest, father, you must remember to send people to buy grain. Yes, father knows. You just have to take care of your own matters. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to learn how to do some things. This matter can be considered a test for you. Li Zishuan nodded and said solemnly, your son understands the importance of this matter. I won't mess it up. Chapter 60. The next day, after breakfast. When Li Zishuan saw that Tai Dan was walking more naturally and easily than yesterday, he knew that Tai Dan's injuries were more or less healed. He called San Bao over and asked him to hire a carriage to head to the Han family manor. But in his heart, he thought, after Yan Xiaoning finished making the roller bearings, I have to make a luxurious carriage for my family first. Otherwise, I have to hire a carriage every time I go out. How troublesome it is. As a rich second generation, it was not too much to ask for a luxurious carriage, right? After letting Iron Egg and Han Yushi get on the carriage, Li Zishuan was embarrassed to go in the same carriage as Han Yushi. He could only ride the big white horse at home and follow the carriage to the Han village. Father, Iron Egg and I are back. As soon as they arrived at the door of the small courtyard of the Han family, Han Yushi jumped off the carriage, supported Iron Egg, and shouted into the courtyard. After being away from home for so many days, she was also a little homesick. Then she heard footsteps in the courtyard. Before the person arrived, the sound came first. Yushi, Iron Egg, you're back. Han Lijun walked out and saw that his son and daughter were back. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. A few days ago, Li Zishuan asked someone to send a letter to him, saying that Iron Egg was injured in Chang'an City and was recuperating in the Li family. He had been very worried these days. Although he usually ordered his son around and didn't care about him at all, when he heard that his son was injured, Han Lijun couldn't help but worry. He had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. Now that he finally saw that his son was fine, he felt relieved. At this moment, Han Lijun caught a glimpse of Li Zishuan standing to the side. He was shocked and interrupted his thoughts of talking to his son and daughter. He hurriedly went forward and said, "Young master, you're here too." Li Zishuan said apologetically, "Uncle Han, this time Iron Egg and Yushi came to the city. It's my fault that I did not take good care of them and let Iron Egg get injured. I'm really sorry, Uncle Han." Han Lijun quickly waved his hand. Although he didn't study much, he could still distinguish right from wrong. It was too far-fetched to blame Li Zishuan for this matter. "Young master, please don't say that. You can't blame young master for this matter. Young master, thank you for taking care of Iron Egg after he was injured. Let's not just stand outside. Let's go in and talk. Uncle Han, other than sending Iron Egg Yushi home, I also have something to discuss with Uncle Han." They sat down in the room and chatted for a while before Li Zishuan cut to the chase. "Young master, if there is anything you need, please tell me." Han Lijun sat up straight and earnestly said. "I don't dare to instruct you, but I have something to discuss with Uncle Han. Previously, when I was at my house, I found that Yushi's winemaking skills were very good, so I wanted her to help me make a new wine. The monthly salary is 10 strings of coins. I don't know if Uncle Han is willing." Han Lijun's eyes widened. 10 strings of coins. It was more than what he worked hard to earn in a year. He quickly shook his head and said, "Young master, you can't do that. It's our family's honor that Yushi can help you. Previously, young master has brought so many benefits to our family. You can't ask for such a high salary from young master." Li Zishuan said, "Uncle Han, what I want to discuss with you is not about money. I want to ask if you are willing to let Yushi help me make a new wine. As for the money, if Yushi is willing to help me, she deserves it. Once the new wine is made, the profit will be far greater than this small amount of money. Please don't refuse. When Han Lizheng heard this, he finally thought of the crux of the problem. His daughter was still an unmarried daughter. Although the villagers would not be as particular as those wealthy families, if his daughter were to appear in public to help the young master make a wine, it would inevitably cause gossip. However, his family had received so many favors from the young master's family. Now that it was rare for him to be able to help the young master, it was really difficult to refuse. Han Lizheng was also in a dilemma for a moment, so he might as well give the choice to his daughter. Yushi, are you willing to help the young master make a wine? I respect your decision. Han Lizheng's tone was somewhat solemn. When Han Yushi heard that she could help the young master, she was only excited and did not think so much. Now that she saw her father's solemn expression, she realized that things were not as simple as she thought. She was a girl. If she agreed to help the young master, she would definitely not be able to avoid getting along with him day and night. It would easily cause gossip. However, it was rare for her to have the opportunity to help the young master. She really did not want to refuse. Moreover, she did not hate working with the young master. She even had some faint expectations in her heart. Han Yushi gritted her teeth and said, "Father, I want to help the young master make a wine." Even though she knew that she should not do this, Han Yushi still could not bear to refuse the young master's request for help. As long as I can help the young master, let others gossip if they want to, Han Yushi thought in her heart. Han Lizheng sighed softly in his heart. Ever since Li Zishuan left the Han family manor last time, he realized that there was something wrong with his daughter. However, as a father, it was really difficult for him to speak about a girl's private matters. If only the child's mother was still alive. Sigh, he hoped that his daughter would not regret it in the end and would have a good ending. Young master, since Yushi has agreed, then this old man has no objections. Li Zishuan did not think as much as the father and daughter. He was still in the mindset of a modern person. He did not think that there was anything wrong with letting Han Yushi help him make a wine. However, he also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. When he heard Han Lizheng's words, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and cup his hands to thank him. Uncle Han, there is one more thing. Iron Egg told me yesterday that he wants to be my disciple and wants me to teach him martial arts. You are his father, so I thought that this kind of thing should only be done with your consent. Ah, this. Han Lizheng was a little shocked. He secretly thought that Iron Egg, this stinky brat, even knew how to find someone to be his disciple. He looked at Iron Egg in surprise. At this time, Iron Egg had his head down and was counting ants. He was quite courageous when he wanted to be his disciple, but after that, being looked at by his father like this brat also felt a little embarrassed. I heard that the young master also has a famous master. Iron Egg can be your disciple, it is his good fortune. As long as the young master does not think that this brat is stupid, of course I will agree. Han Lizheng thought about it and said with some gratitude. His son's future following the young master was obviously better than playing in the mud in the countryside. Which father did not want his son to be successful? In the past, he could not even take care of his children's food and clothing. Naturally, he did not have the time to think about his son's future. Now that there was such a good opportunity, of course he would agree. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Since Uncle Han has agreed, then after 2 days when I am done with the matters at hand, Iron Egg will follow me back to Jianghu to study martial arts." Han Lizheng solemnly bowed and said gratefully, "Thank you, young master, for promoting this stinky brat. If this brat is disobedient in the future, young master, feel free to scold and discipline him. If he is beaten to death, he deserves it. This old man will not say a word." Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. He said, "Uncle Han, this time I came to the Han village because there is a very important matter that I need to discuss with you." Han Lizheng saw that he was serious and asked in confusion, "Young master, what is it?" Chapter 61. Han Village, Han family's small courtyard. Uncle Han, my father and I plan to have all the farmers in the village help us raise chickens. We will be responsible for providing the chicken seedlings, and we will also use a portion of the rent as payment for everyone raising the chickens. Li Zishuan revealed the main purpose of his visit to the Han family village this time. Hearing this, Han Lijing asked curiously, "Young master, isn't it just asking everyone to help raise a few chickens? Why do we need to pay them? It's not like it takes much effort." Li Zishuan explained, "Uncle Han, it's not about raising a few chickens. We plan to raise at least 50,000 chickens in the Han village. Of course, we need to pay the farmers a corresponding amount." Ah, so many. Even though Han Lijing was someone who had escaped death on the battlefield, he was still shocked by the huge number of chickens. Han Yushi, who was beside him, also opened her small mouth in shock. Young master, why are you and master raising so many chickens?" Han Lijing really couldn't understand. "We have a use for these chickens next year. Now, I need to trouble Uncle Han to gather all the farmers in the village at noon. I will talk to them about this matter. If they are willing to raise them, I will do a count and immediately send the chicken seedlings over." Li Zishuan replied. Han Lijing swallowed his saliva and nodded, "That's fine. Young master, please sit here for a moment. I will inform the farmers to gather at the threshing field at the village entrance." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and thanked him, "Then I will have to trouble Uncle Han." 2 hours later, at the threshing field of the Han village. Old Hu, why did Lijing call everyone here? Old Hu stared and said, "How would I know? But I heard that young master came to the village today. Hey, could it be that young master is here to give us business again? Last time, the people in our village picked fruits and earned quite a bit of money, right? This year, we might even be able to make new clothes for the children. Young master is really a good person. Of course. If anyone dares to say anything bad about young master, Lu Yue will be the first to beat them to death." A chubby village woman beside them interrupted. "Old Hu, I'm afraid you won't beat them to death. You will crush them to death, right?" Ha! Another burst of laughter came from the side. Stop quarreling, stop quarreling. Young master is here." When Li Zishuan arrived at the threshing field, he saw that there were already 200 to 300 villagers gathered here. At this time, Han Lijing came up to him and said, "Young master, all the villagers have gathered here. Including the women, there are a total of 348 people, and 208 households. Young master, you can go up and talk to them now." Li Zishuan nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Han." Then he walked to the front of the crowd. Looking at these simple and adorable villagers, he thought about the locusts that were coming next year. If he did not do anything, most of these people would probably starve to death. At this moment, he felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he stood in front of the crowd, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down and waited for Li Zishuan to speak. "Uncles and aunties, I've come to the Han family manor today mainly to discuss a business deal with all of you. If you're willing, we can cooperate. If you're not, I won't force you either. There's no need to worry." Li Zishuan loudly stated the purpose of his visit. His internal energy was strong, and everyone in the field could hear his voice clearly. "Young master, if you have anything to say, just tell us. No matter what business it is, as long as I, Old Hu, can do it, I'll be the first to support it." "Yes, young master. If we can help, we'll definitely help." "Young master, just tell us what it is." "Yes, we'll definitely help." Li Zishuan gestured with his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down. "Then I'll say it. Just do what you can. This business deal is very simple. I want all of you to help my family raise chickens. My family will provide the chickens for free, and according to the number of chickens raised by each household, a portion of the rent will be reduced every year. For example, if a household raises 100 chickens, then this household's rent will be reduced by 10% this year. If they raise 200 chickens, then the rent will be reduced by 20%, and so on. Does everyone understand? As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the crowd below burst into an uproar. There's actually such a good deal? Raise 100 chickens, and the rent will be reduced by 10%. Yes, aren't these conditions too generous? Why does young master want to raise so many chickens? Is what young master said true? Did I hear wrongly? Li Zishuan waited for them to talk privately for a while before asking them to quiet down. What's everyone's decision? If you're not willing to cooperate, you can leave now and do your own things. I won't hold any grudges. No one was willing to leave. The bearded man couldn't help but shout again, young master, only a fool wouldn't agree to such generous conditions. My old Hu family is willing to help young master raise 500 chickens. Old Hu's words were shocking. He wanted to raise 500 chickens. According to his calculations, he wouldn't have to pay rent for a year. Young master, my family is willing to raise 800 chickens. With someone taking the lead, the people behind immediately began to fight with each other, fearing that they wouldn't be able to raise enough chickens. Li Zishuan coughed heavily, interrupting the noisy crowd, and said loudly, each family can raise a maximum of 400 chickens, and you must ensure that the chickens have at least an 80% survival rate. Please consider the number of chickens in your family and do what you can. Don't simply give a number. If you've thought it through, go to Han Lizheng's place to register and sign the agreement. After a few days, I will send the chickens over. Only then did the crowd quiet down, and each of them was thinking about how many chickens they could raise. Young master, these chickens, whose eggs do they belong to? The village woman who called herself Lu Yue asked embarrassedly. You woman, young master has already given us so many benefits, why are you still so greedy? Of course, these eggs belong to young master's family. The bearded man immediately jumped over and scolded angrily. Husband, I'm just asking. I didn't say that I'm greedy for these eggs. Lu Yue retorted without any confidence. Li Zishuan coughed heavily to stop the couple's quarrel, and said loudly, the chickens that each family raises, and the eggs that they lay, belong to each family. I know that everyone doesn't have much food to feed the chickens, but I can pay for a chicken farm in the back of the mountain. Everyone can raise the chickens in the back of the mountain and let them find their own food. You can leave a few children to take care of them. In addition, in order to prevent the chicken plague, I will pay to help you build a ventilated chicken house, but you must clean the chicken house every day. I will also provide you with quicklime, and you can sprinkle it around the chicken house. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that their faces turned red. This benefit was too good. They didn't have to do anything at all. At most, they would just have to clean the chicken house. Farmers were never afraid of work. Calculating this, throughout the year, not only would they be able to reduce the rent, but the eggs that the chickens laid could also be sold. This year's income was estimated to be comparable to that of farming. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. We will definitely raise the chickens well for young master. Not to mention an 80% survival rate, I can guarantee that 90% of the chickens will survive. Young master, my family has 5 children. Raising 400 chickens is no problem at all. Young master, my family also has 4 children. We can also raise 400 chickens. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Li Zishuan was also very gratified. His words were not in vain, so he shouted, after everyone has thought about it, go to Han Lizheng to report the number and press your fingerprint. In the next few days, I will send the chicken seedlings over one after another. According to the number that each of you reported, the chicken seedlings will be distributed. I hope that everyone will raise these chickens well. Han Lizheng had already set up a table at the side. Han Yushi sat on the stool and held a brush, waiting for everyone to report the number. As soon as everyone heard Li Zishuan's words, they immediately scrambled to get to the table. Chapter 62. In the afternoon, in the small courtyard of the Han village. After Li Zishuan explained the matter of raising chickens to the villagers, he and Iron Egg returned to the small courtyard of the Han village to rest. There were no extra stools there, and standing was tiring. Li Zishuan's laziness had not been cured. Iron Egg, did you go to school before? Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to chat with his new disciple. Master, Iron Egg went to school in the village last year, but the village ran out of money to pay for the school, so the teacher ran away. Iron Egg no longer called Li Zishuan young master, but master. It was also the first time that Li Zishuan heard someone call him master, and he felt a little proud. He then asked happily, Iron Egg, how many words did you learn after going to school for a year? Iron Egg scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Master, Iron Egg knows about 100 words. He was a famous brat in school, and his grades were not good. So little, not as good as Lan. Although Lan was young, her mother had taught her how to read and write when she was very young. Although Lan's writing skills were immature, it was almost the same as Li Zishuan's calligraphy. Li Zishuan patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said earnestly, Iron Egg, you can't be illiterate. In the future, you have to learn from Lan every day. Even Lan knows more words than you. As a man, how can you be worse than a girl? Yes, master. Iron Egg answered with a bitter face. Young master, we're back. Han Yushi's clear voice came from the door, followed by Han Lizheng. Li Zishuan quickly got up and greeted them with a smile, Uncle Han, Yushi, thank you for your hard work. Han Lizheng waved his hand and said with a smile, Young master, what are you talking about? With this livelihood, I'm afraid our Han manor will become the richest manor in the vicinity of Chang'an. No matter how hard it is, I, old Han, am willing to do it. Yes, Uncle Han, you have to believe me. As long as the farmers work hard, their days will only get better and better. Oh right, have you calculated the number of chickens? How many chickens did the farmers register? Han Lizheng hurriedly handed the booklet in his hand to Li Zishuan and said, Young master, the amount reported by each household in the Han village is recorded here. Yushi and I haven't had the time to calculate it yet. The main thing was that he had never been to school, so how could he know how to count? Li Zishuan flipped open the booklet and glanced at it. He found that almost every household had signed up for 400. Only about 20 households had signed up for 300 or 200. Han Lizheng had also signed up for 400. After Li Zishuan practiced the Taishian Sutra, his brain's reaction was unusually fast. After he glanced at the booklet, he immediately calculated the total number in his mind. Closing the booklet, Li Zishuan smiled and said, There's no need to trouble Uncle Han to calculate. I've calculated that the farmers have signed up for 78,600 chickens. I'll round it up. When the time comes, I'll purchase 80,000 chickens. Uncle Han, you can distribute the excess evenly to each household. Take it as a token of my appreciation to the farmers. The additional portion will not be included in the amount they have to pay me next year. Li Zishuan waved his hand and sent out an additional 1,400 chickens. Han Lizheng saw that the young master calculated so quickly and secretly thought that the young master was really knowledgeable. Iron Egg was the young master's disciple. Even if he didn't learn martial arts, if he could learn 30% of the young master's knowledge, it would be enough to last him for a lifetime. When he heard that the young master wanted to send out an additional 1,000 chickens, Han Lizheng was shocked. He hurriedly said, Young master, you can't do that. This young master's conditions are already generous enough. If you do that, won't you lose money? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Han, this isn't worth much. If the farmers can live a better life, I'll be happy. If my mother knew, she would be happier than I am. Oh, right, Uncle Han, I also want you to help me find a type of person. Young master, what kind of person are you looking for? Han Lizheng asked curiously. That's right. Uncle Han, do you know a type of person who can make a flock of chickens very obedient? For example, if you tell the flock to head east, the flock will head east. Is there such a person? Li Zishuan wasn't confident that he could find such a person. If he really couldn't find such a person, then when the locust exterminating plan was implemented next year, he would have to hire a lot of people to chase the chickens down to the ground and eat the locusts. The efficiency would be very low. In his previous life, he had seen a lot of experts on the internet who could train chickens like they were their own arms. He just didn't know if there was such a person in the Tang dynasty. Han Lizheng, who was listening at the side, was stunned. He asked in bewilderment, young master, is there such a person in the world? It seems like I'm thinking too much. Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed. Master, I know. I know who can make chickens obedient. Iron Egg, who was at the side, jumped up and shouted excitedly. Oh, Iron Egg, you really know? Li Zishuan asked in surprise. Stinky brat, don't talk nonsense. How come I don't know that there is such a person in the farmstead? Han Lizheng frowned and scolded. Father, there really is such a person. Uncle whose silly son, uncle whose son, can make a flock of chickens obedient. Moreover, his sister also has this ability. Iron Egg hurriedly explained. Oh, so that child really knows how to do this? How come I don't know? Han Lizheng asked in puzzlement. Li Zishuan ignored the puzzled Han Lizheng and pulled Iron Egg over. He hurriedly asked, Iron Egg, quickly tell Master, what is going on? Yes, Master. It's just that uncle who has a son. Since he was young, he didn't like to play with the children in our farmstead. He usually stays alone in the small courtyard at home and keeps his chickens company. We all call him Silly Who in private. There was once when I went to Uncle Who's house to help my father return something. I saw him and his sister playing with the chickens in the courtyard. I heard him squawk and the chickens ran to the east. His sister squawked and the chickens ran back. Moreover, the chickens weren't afraid of them at all. At that time, I thought it was strange. But after hearing what Master said, I feel that the two of them are quite suitable for Master's conditions. Oh, there is such a thing. That's great. Iron Egg, what are the names of these two children? I have to meet them. Li Zishuan originally didn't have much hope. He didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He couldn't help but be excited. Master, that's Silly whose real name is Huguoji. His sister is Huguoji. If Master wants to meet them, I can bring Master there. Iron Egg replied. Li Zishuan, who was about to follow Iron Egg to meet the two children, suddenly staggered and almost lost his balance when he heard these two strange names. Why are their names so strange? Li Zishuan wondered. Han Yushi, who was at the side, explained, Young Master, I know this. It is said that when Aunt Lu was pregnant, Uncle Who wanted a boy. He went to the Daoist temple in Chang and West City to find a fortune teller. The Daoist priest said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy. Uncle Who was overjoyed and went home to tell Aunt Lu. In the end, after Aunt Lu gave birth, she found out that it was a girl. Uncle Who conveniently named her Huguoji. A year later, Aunt Lu was pregnant again. Uncle Who went to another Taoist temple to have his fortune told. The Taoist priest there said that Aunt Lu was definitely pregnant with a boy this time. Later, Aunt Lu gave birth to a boy. Uncle Who named the boy Huguoji. Li Zishuan was thunderstruck when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. He silently mourned for these two unlucky children to have such an unreliable father. The world was really big. There were all kinds of strange things. There were many strange things in modern society. He didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing in the Tang dynasty. Uncle Han, then I'll have to trouble you to bring me to meet the two children. I'm quite interested in their abilities. Han Lizheng nodded and said, Okay, then Yushi, you and Iron Egg can stay at home and cook. Young Master must be hungry after being busy for so long at noon. We'll be back soon. Han Yushi nodded and agreed, okay, father. Yushi will go and cook now. Chapter 63. On the way to Li Zishuan's house, Han Lizheng introduced his family's situation to Li Zishuan. The uncle who that iron egg mentioned was called Hu Hanyun. The people in the village called him Old Hu. He used to be a blacksmith and a government soldier. He only moved to the Han village 10 years ago. Hu Hanyun's wife was Lu Yue, whom he met after he moved to the Han village. She was considered a flower in the village when she was young, but her personality was very shrewish. Young master, actually, this Old Hu is also a pitiful person. Han Lizheng suddenly sighed heavily. Li Zishuan was puzzled. Oh, Uncle Han, how is he pitiful? Sigh, back then, Old Hu also fled from the north and came to our Han village. He was a forthright and righteous person. He could talk to anyone. It didn't take long for him to take root in the village. Later, he finally married Lu Yue. Everyone thought that his good days were coming. Who knew that Lu Yue's first child was actually born? More than a month after it was born, everyone found out that the girl was born blind. Old Hu's family didn't have much money to begin with. In order to raise money, he did everything he could. Then, he brought his daughter to basically all the big and small medical centers in Chang'an, but no one could cure that child's eyes. Old Hu's child was a blind girl? Li Zishuan was shocked. He had met Hu Hanyun before. This man gave him the impression that he had a carefree personality. He didn't expect him to bear such a painful misfortune. Sigh, young master, this isn't the worst. Later on, Lu Yue gave birth to a son, Hu Guoji. Although the child was born healthy, the couple slowly realized that the child's reaction was very slow, and his speech was also very slow. The doctors all said that the child was a bit stupid. Someone in the village advised Old Hu to send the foolish child to the temple. Old Hu refused and said that even if his son was a fool, he would raise him for the rest of his life. Han Lizheng finished and shook his head. His face was full of worry. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. In this era, the medical conditions were definitely not as good as in the future. Moreover, the people in this era were even poorer. There were always misfortunes. Alas, even though the world is at peace, the common people are still suffering. The two of them walked for a while before Han Lizheng stopped. He pointed at a dilapidated farmhouse in front of them and said, "Young master, we've arrived. That's Old Hu's house." Li Zishuan looked around and realized that this courtyard was even more dilapidated than Han Lizheng's house. The courtyard was surrounded by a low wall made of reeds and bamboo sticks, and there were a few dilapidated huts inside. It could be seen that this family lived in poverty. Han Lizheng came to the front of the courtyard and shouted inside, "Old Hu, quickly open the door. Young master is here." Li Zishuan saw Han Li shouting at the door from behind. He suddenly felt like laughing because this scene was very similar to a joke from his previous life. "Old friend, quickly open the door. I'm checking your water meter." Fortunately, his tolerance was good, otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the courtyard. "He's here." "Is Han Lizheng here?" Li Zishuan recognized the voice. It was Lu Yue's voice. He heard it during the mobilization meeting in the afternoon. When the courtyard door opened, it was indeed the plump Lu Yue. Just now, he heard from Han Lizheng that she was a flower in the village when she was young. Li Zishuan took a closer look and found that her facial features were still considered normal. It was just that the years had left too many traces on her face. It seemed that she had suffered a lot in these years. But why was her figure so fat? Could it be that women get fat easily when they reach middle age? "Lizheng, you're here?" "Io, isn't this young master?" "Young master is also here. Quickly come in and have a seat." She quickly came over to pull Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan quickly moved away and cupped his hands. Hello Aunt Lu, we're here to see the Hu siblings. Are they at home? Lu Yue was puzzled. Young master, why are you looking for these two children? I'm afraid that these two children are insensible and impolite. They'll offend young master. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. Aunt Lu, it's okay. Why would I be calculative with two children? Do I look like such a petty person? I heard from Uncle Han about these two children today. Coincidentally, I know a famous doctor. I'm here to see these two children. I'll ask that doctor later to see if there's a cure. Lu Yue heard this and a huge surprise rushed to her head. Her breathing quickened and her eyes widened as she stared at Li Zishuan. She said in disbelief, Young master, you're saying that our family can still be saved? Aunt Lu, I didn't say that it can definitely be saved. As for the specific situation, I'll have to see them to know. Okay. I'll bring young master to see them now. Young master, quickly follow me. Lu Yue couldn't wait to bring Li Zishuan in. Cough, Yue, why isn't old Hu at home? Han Lizheng asked at this time. Lu Yue then remembered that Han Lizheng was next to her. She quickly turned around and answered, Our master went to the fields. It seems that the rented cattle from the farmstead can be used by our family today. Our master went to the fields in advance to guard. Han Lizheng suddenly understood and nodded. The few of them entered the courtyard. Li Zishuan saw that there was a flock of chickens in the courtyard. There were about 10 of them. Beside the flock of chickens stood two children. The slightly older girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She was so skinny that Li Zishuan even suspected that this girl didn't weigh more than 40 pounds. The girl's facial features could be considered delicate and pretty. However, her pair of lifeless eyes somewhat destroyed her beauty. The little boy was slightly chubby and was about 6 or 7 years old. He was squatting on the ground with his hands supporting his chin. He was muttering something to the flock of chickens. No one knew what he was saying. After he finished speaking, he was still laughing. Lu Yue saw that her son was making a fool of himself in front of the young master. She angrily shouted, Sure enough, quickly come over and greet the young master. You actually came over too. When the little boy heard the shout, he stood up and turned his head. He smiled at Lu Yue and said, Mother. After he finished speaking, he didn't immediately run over. Instead, he turned around and pulled the bamboo stick in the girl's hand. He brought the girl along with him. Li Zishuan looked at his actions and raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. Sure enough, quickly greet the young master. Seeing her son and daughter walk over, Lu Yue said to them. Who actually bowed and politely said, Greetings, young master. Although she couldn't see, the direction in which she bowed was actually facing Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was also somewhat surprised. However, what made him even more surprised was this girl's temperament. It was a kind of calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples. Standing beside her was like standing on the surface of a calm lake. This girl, at such a young age, her temperament was probably even more indifferent than those monks. At this time, Hu Sure chuckled and scratched the back of his head. He laughed foolishly and said, Sure, greets, young master. This child's pronunciation was really very slow. Moreover, it seemed that this child was really struggling to speak. Also, when Hu Sure said this sentence, coupled with his name, Li Zishuan felt that it was a little strange no matter how he heard it. Chapter 64. Looking at the two children in front of him, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable. Other children at this age were playing with their friends outside, but these two children could only squat at home and play with a flock of chickens. How sad. Aunt Lu, you go do your things first. I want to talk to these two children alone for a while. Then young master, if you need anything, call me. Lu Yue responded and brought Han Lizheng to sit in the front hall. Is your name Guoji? Li Zishuan bent down and tried to smile kindly. Perhaps because he felt Li Zishuan's goodwill, Hu Zishuan said with a silly smile, "Young master, you already know my name. Why are you still asking for me?" It seemed that this child wasn't stupid. Previously, when Li Zishuan saw that he didn't forget to pull his sister along when he came over, Li Zishuan felt that this child wasn't as stupid as Han Lizheng and the others said. Now that he saw Hu Guiyuan, although he spoke slowly, his thoughts were very clear and organized. Li Zishuan was even more certain of his judgment. "Sure enough, I heard that you can make chickens very obedient. Can you show it to your brother?" "Yes." "Ah." Hearing Li Zishuan mention chickens, Hu Guoji suddenly became excited and quickly pulled his sister to the flock of chickens in the east corner of the yard. Li Zishuan crossed his arms with great interest as he stood to the side, watching the two siblings play out what kind of tricks they would play. He saw Hu Guoji raise two chubby little hands and let out a burst of hurried goo 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 sounds. The flock of chickens seemed to have heard the order and excitedly surrounded him, goo 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 sounds around him. Sister, it's your turn," Hu Guoji shouted at Hu Guoji. She took out a willow leaf from her waist, put it to her mouth, and blew an incomplete tune. The flock of chickens that were surrounding her turned around and ran to her side. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. In his previous life, his family had also raised chickens, but when his mother usually called the chickens to feed them, those chickens would only run over and watch nearby. They would only dare to come over to eat when his mother was far away. It wasn't like this. When the chickens heard the voices of the two siblings, they were not afraid of them at all. They surrounded them as if they had taken drugs. It was really amazing. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that there would be something even more extreme. Sure enough, Hu seemed to be a little high at this time. He ran to his sister's side and stood in front of the flock of chickens. Then, he turned his head to Li Zishuan and smiled proudly, saying, Hey, young master, look, quickly." Hu Guoji raised his hands, half-squatted, and jumped up and down. His mouth made a very rhythmic ge sound. The flock of chickens in front of him, at this moment, seemed to have heard his call and lined up neatly in front of him. What was even more amazing was that the flock of chickens actually followed Hu Guoji's rhythm and began to jump. They also tilted their necks and turned their heads neatly. Perhaps Hu felt that it was boring for his brother to play alone, so he put the willow leaf next to his mouth and played a happy and melodious tune with Hu Guoji's rhythm. In the small courtyard, a young girl was standing under the sun and playing a tune. A young boy was happily walking while making strange sounds. The flock of chickens on the ground twisted their bodies to the rhythm. This scene was so beautiful that it almost blinded Li Zishuan's titanium alloy eyes. At this moment, Li Zishuan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The scene in front of him was as if a young girl was playing music, and then a young boy was below the stage, leading a flock of chickens to do a square dance. TSK, Li Zishuan expressed that this was really something that he had seen long ago. Hey, young master Guoji, how is your acting? The two children played for a while, and Hu Guoji felt tired first, so he stopped and ran to Li Zishuan's side, somewhat proudly asking for praise. Usually, only his sister was willing to play with him. When other children saw him and his sister playing with a flock of chickens, they all treated them as fools and distanced themselves from them. This time, it was rare to have such an amiable young master who specially wanted to see him and the flock of chickens perform. Hu Guoji was very happy and had long regarded Li Zishuan as his best friend. Li Zishuan could see that Hu Guoji urgently needed to be acknowledged and praised by others. He also understood that this child's heart was lonely and lacked recognition. Li Zishuan smiled, rubbed Hu Guoji's head, and said, "Sure enough, your performance was very good. You really are the smartest child I've ever seen." Hu Guoji, who was on the side, heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that this young master would say something to hurt her brother like other people and make him sad. Her brother's heart had been hurt enough. At this time, when she heard Li Zishuan praise her brother, Hu Guoji felt a trace of gratitude towards Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. When Hu Guoji heard Li Zishuan's words, he jumped 3 feet high and excitedly rushed to the front hall. As he ran, he cheered, "Mother, young master, just said. I'm not a fool," he said. "I'm the smartest child in the village." At this moment, he was so excited that he spoke faster than before. This was the first praise he received from an outsider since he came to this world. Finally, there was someone who didn't treat him as a fool. Of course, Hu Guoji's heart was excited. Although he was young, he had been treated as a fool by the children in the village since he was young. His self-esteem had been trampled over and over again, so of course, he was more mature than his peers. He was so eager to be recognized, and today, there was finally someone who recognized him. Hu Guoji felt that he had never been as happy as today. In his heart, he thought, this young master who came from nowhere is really a good person. At this time, Hu Guoji used the bamboo stick to explore the road and came to Li Zishuan's side. She smiled and said, "Thank you, young master, for saying so. I haven't seen my brother so happy in a long time." Although her heart was as calm as still water, it was only for outsiders. For this brother of hers, she naturally cared and loved him very much. Li Zishuan habitually shook his head. Suddenly, he realized that this girl seemed to be unable to see, so he quickly said awkwardly, "What I said just now was actually the truth. I didn't deliberately say that to make you happy." Hu Guoji said in disbelief, "Really? Of course it's true. In the eyes of others, your ability to make chickens obedient may be worthless, but in my eyes, your ability is priceless," Li Zishuan said with certainty. "Well, although I can't see young master's expression, I can feel young master's sincerity. Young master is speaking the truth. Thank you, young master." Hu Guoji's face finally broke into a smile and said happily. Chapter 65. Actually, how did you and your brother manage to make the chickens listen to you? Li Zishuan saw that this little girl was not as distant to him as before, so he wanted to chat with her. Hu actually replied softly, "Young master, isn't this normal? You actually believe that anyone who spends all their time with these chickens will eventually have the ability that my brother and I have. Moreover, my brother and I treat these chickens as our good friends, so naturally, they will listen to us." Li Zishuan was silent. This sentence sounded simple, but it contained endless loneliness and sorrow that ordinary people could not imagine. If it were not for their rough childhood, how could they spend all their time at home with these chickens? Actually, I just said that your and your brother's ability is valuable in my eyes. Do you know why? Li Zishuan wanted to change their fate, but this also required them to work hard. He could not cultivate their habit of reaping without sowing. Hu actually shook her head and said, "Although I can feel that young master is telling the truth, I can't think of what my brother and I can do for young master with this ability. Actually, you should have heard from your mother that I want to raise a large number of chickens in the Han family manor, right?" Hu actually nodded. Li Zishuan continued, "I need you and your brother to teach your ability to a group of people. Next year, I need you to lead these people to help me control the flock of chickens in the manor. When I tell you to drive the flock of chickens, you just have to do it." Hu actually was puzzled and asked, "Young master, what do you need these chickens to do?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "You will naturally know next year. I can't tell you now. I really hope that you can help me. This is not a deal. If you are willing, you can treat me as a friend. As your friend, I will also find a way to find a famous doctor to treat your illness." Hu actually was surprised when she heard this, but then she shook her head and said, "Young master, as long as you can find someone to treat my eyes, I am extremely grateful. When I was young, my father spent a lot of money to treat my eyes. I don't want to trouble others anymore. Moreover, I am already used to the darkness. As for the matter that young master mentioned, he was actually very willing to help. This girl was so young, but she was so sensible. Li Zishuan was still lamenting how unfortunate old Hu was, but now it seemed that he was lucky to have such a sensible daughter. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since we are friends, we don't need to care about these things. I will keep your eye disease in mind. If it can be cured, I will definitely find a way to cure it for you. In fact, there is more than darkness in this world. When you can see it one day, you will be fascinated by this colorful world." Who actually looked forward to the world described by Li Zishuan. He said, "In that case, thank you, young master. Aunt Lu, I've seen these two children. I'll talk to the famous doctor later and see if he can treat them. I also want these two children to help me. I hope Aunt Lu can agree." Li Zishuan entered the house and said to Lu Yue. Lu Yue smiled happily and said, "Young master, you have helped our family so much. We don't know how to thank you. Young master, if you need anything, please tell us." Li Zishuan told Lu Yue the plan that he had just told Hu actually. Han Lizheng and Lu Yue were both shocked. They really didn't know why Li Zishuan did this. Lu Yue couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what is the use of letting people learn this?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It is very useful. Aunt Lu, you will know next year. Aunt Lu, let these two children help me teach people. I can spend 20 strings of coins to hire them. The tens of thousands of chickens that our Han family village will raise in the future will be called the Sky Chicken Brigade. These two children will be the captains of the Sky Chicken Brigade. Ha! In June next year, the sky would be filled with locusts pouring down. There would be a Sky Chicken Brigade on the ground, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. This would be a war without gunpowder. It would be a battle between man and heaven, a battle between chickens and locusts." Lu Yue didn't care about the Sky Chicken Brigade. She just heard that the young master was going to give her 20 strings of coins. This was 20 strings of coins. Lu Yue had never seen so much money. She really didn't expect that her stupid son and blind daughter could bring so much profit to the family. At this moment, her eyes were shining. Li Zishuan felt that her eyes were full of small amounts of money. He couldn't help but find it funny. Of course, Lu Yue wouldn't refuse Li Zishuan like old Hu. She and old Hu had been married for so many years and had become more realistic. She hurriedly agreed. "Young master, don't worry. I will urge Wang Zhenghe to teach this ability to others." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation, Aunt Lu. I will ask someone to send the money over another day." He then turned to Han Lizheng and said, "Uncle Han, let's go to the field to find Uncle Hu. We have to tell him about this." On the way to the field, Han Lizheng couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what do you want Wang Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe to teach people to train chickens for?" Li Zishuan smiled. "Uncle Han, it's not convenient for me to talk about this now, but please keep this in mind. When you go back later, inform the people in the village. In the Han family village, whether it's adults or children, the first 100 people who learn the ability of Hu Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe to train chickens will receive a reward of 500 coins. Uncle Han, you will work hard and be in charge of the assessment. Help me record these people's names in the book and then hand it to me." Han Lizheng was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say, "Young master, is it really good to spend money like this?" In his eyes, Li Zishuan's actions were really nonsense. On the ridge of the field outside the village, the two of them found old Hu. Seeing him sitting on the ground, bored to death as if he was waiting for something, the two of them walked over. "Old Hu, young master and I are here to see you." Han Lizheng called out. "Io, Lizheng, young master, why are you here?" Old Hu stood up in surprise. "Uncle Hu, I came to talk to you about Wang Zhenghe and Wang Zhenghe." Li Zishuan replied. Young master, what's there to talk about those two children? Old Hu stared at him in confusion. Li Zishuan told Old Hu about his thoughts just now. Old Hu immediately widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Young master, don't make fun of me, Old Hu. You only want my two children to teach people how to train chickens, and young master will find a famous doctor to treat the two children? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled, Uncle Hu, what I said is true. Why would I make fun of you? Hearing the affirmative answer, Old Hu suddenly became so emotional that his eyes turned red. His lips trembled, Young master, as long as you can get people to treat my two children, my life will be yours from now on. Even if young master wants me to die, I am willing. Li Zishuan also admired this honest and affectionate man in front of him. In his previous life, he had seen many parents who abandoned their children after giving birth to deformed or disabled children. This Old Hu did not care about any difficulties and did not abandon his children. This was a man worthy of respect and also a father worthy of respect. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? Why would I want your life? As expected, as long as you can help me teach a group of people, that would be the best reward for me. Chapter 66. Outside the Han village, in the fields. Old Hu kept thanking the young master, but he was not good with words. In the end, he only said the same few sentences. Li Zishuan felt very awkward listening to him. Seeing this, Han Lizheng interrupted him and said, Old Hu, you've been waiting here for so long. You still haven't seen the cattle? Old Hu heard this and shook his head dejectedly. He pointed at a middle-aged man who was plowing not far away and said, Lizheng, look, old Wang's family hasn't used up all the cattle. There's not much rain this year, so the fields are hard to plow. I'm so worried. Uncle Han, can't we borrow more cattle from the county? Li Zishuan heard Old Hu's complaints and was a little confused, so he asked. Han Lizheng shook his head and said, Young master, you don't know, but we have a lot of people in the village. The county has already given us more cattle than the other villages. At this time, it's spring plowing season everywhere. The county definitely doesn't have any extra cattle to give us. Old Hu sighed heavily and said, Lizheng, with the current speed of plowing, I'm afraid that many of the villagers will miss the spring plowing season. What should we do? Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard this. In his previous life, he was also a child from the countryside. He knew how serious the consequences of missing the spring plowing season were. At that time, many families would starve. If everyone missed the spring plowing season, it would definitely affect their enthusiasm for raising chickens. This problem must be solved. He pondered for a while, then looked at Old Hu and asked, Uncle Hu, how much land can a cow plow in a day? Old Hu scratched his head and thought for a while before saying, Young master, the fields are very hard to plow this year. A cow can at most plow 4 mu of land a day. If we plow more, we're afraid that the cows will be tired out. If this was in the previous years, they could plow 6 to 7 mu of land a day. It's all because there's not enough rain this year. For mu of land a day, this speed was too slow. Li Zishuan frowned and looked at Han Lizheng and asked, Uncle Han, how many cattle do we have in the village? Young master, this year, the farmstead has rented 20 cows, which is already much more than the other farmsteads. Li Zishuan silently calculated in his heart. At this rate, wouldn't it take more than a month to finish plowing? That wouldn't do. It was not that he had not thought of spending money to buy cattle from other places, but in this era, cattle had always been scarce. If he bought cattle from other places, what would happen to the people there? If only he was like the other transmigrated protagonists and had a system with him, he could directly exchange for a farming tractor and guarantee that he could plow dozens of acres of land in a day. Since we don't have a tractor, and we can't increase the number of cattle, it seems like we have to think of other ways to increase the efficiency of farming. This problem was easy to solve. He had countless advanced mechanical models in his mind, and he would definitely be able to find a better plow. Uncle Han, I'll go and see what kind of plows the farmers are using. Li Zishuan instructed and walked towards Old Wang, who had pointed out. Han Lizheng and Old Hu quickly followed. Li Zishuan came to the embankment beside Old Wang, and his eyes began to focus on the plow that Old Wang was using. Old Wang was concentrating on plowing and did not notice that someone was looking at him. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was very short-sighted. In this life, he did not know if it was because of his divine ability, but his eyesight was very good, and he could clearly see the structure of the plow from afar. He discovered that the structure of the plow was very strange. The shaft of the plow was actually straight, and it was actually about 9 feet long. With such a long shaft, it would probably be very difficult to turn around. Li Zishuan quickly constructed a three-dimensional structure of the plow in his mind, and based on his knowledge of engineering mechanics, he analyzed the various parts of the plow. He discovered that the plow required a large amount of pulling force to plow the land, and its structure was clearly unreasonable. Li Zishuan furrowed his brows. He was thinking about which better plow should be used to replace the current one. Various plows from different eras flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he stopped at a plow that was not very different from the current one. I'll choose you. This should be called a curved plow, and it should not have appeared yet. The structure of this curved shaft plow should have been modified from the structure of the plow in front of us. Even though the modification is not very big, every modification is very crucial. Compared to the plow that Lao Wang is using, this curved shaft plow obviously saves more effort. It is very easy to see this by drawing an analysis of the force exerted. At this time, Li Zishuan not only had a three-dimensional model of the curved plow in his mind, but he also had a force analysis diagram. It was obvious that the curved plow was more labor-saving, and it was not just a little. The most important thing was that the plow was not difficult to manufacture, and it was easy to mass-produce. When he returned, he could immediately find a craftsman to start manufacturing. This way, he could ensure that the Han family village would not miss out on the spring plowing. In fact, the Tang dynasty was currently using the long straight plow that was passed down from the Han dynasty. The curved plow that Li Zishuan imagined in his mind only appeared in the Jiangdong region in the later part of the Tang dynasty, and thus it was also called the Jiangdong plow. Compared to the long straight plow, the curved plow was more flexible and labor-saving. In the case where the soil was moist, even a strong young man would be able to pull it. Uncle Han, you guys plow like this for now. I will think of a way for you guys in the next 2 days. I will definitely not let the villagers miss out on the spring plowing. Li Zishuan had a solution in his mind, so he turned around and said to Han Lizheng. When Han Lizheng and Old Hu heard this, they were pleasantly surprised. The land was the life of the villagers. If they missed out on the spring plowing, the harvest would be greatly reduced, and it would not be rare for people to starve to death. They did not expect that the young master would actually help them think of a way. This was really too surprising. Thank you, young master. All of the villagers in the Han family village will remember young master's kindness for the rest of their lives. But what method does young master plan to use? Are you going to Chang'an to buy more cattle? Han Lizheng solemnly bowed to express his thanks, but he was also very curious about what method Li Zishuan would use to help them. If he were to buy cattle for their village, then the price he would have to pay would be too expensive. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course I'm not going to buy cattle. If I were to buy cattle, what would the villagers in other places use? Uncle Han, in 2 days, I will bring you a more labor-saving plow. At that time, your plowing speed will at least increase by 2 times. When Han Lizheng and Old Hu heard this, they were both shocked. Did such a plow exist in this world? Old Hu's eyes widened exaggeratedly, and he cried out in disbelief, young master, are you speaking the truth? How could there be such a godly plow in this world? Li Zishuan nodded with certainty and said, Uncle Hu, don't worry. Seeing is believing. In 2 days, you will naturally know. Chapter 67. When Li Zishuan returned home, the sky was almost dark. He also brought Iron Egg over. Since he had accepted this disciple, Li Zishuan also planned to teach him well. He would let Iron Egg stay in the west courtyard first. Since the west courtyard was so big, he could just pick a wing room for him. As for Han Yushi, of course, she didn't come with him. Li Zishuan planned to let her help with the wine mixing after he was done with his work. At that time, the first batch of fruit wine from the Han village would be delivered. Recently, he really didn't have time to care about this. There were too many things to do. During dinner, Li Zishuan's parents expressed their goodwill to Iron Egg, a new member of the family. Iron Egg, who was always dignified and strong, was a little embarrassed. During dinner, he was teased by Lan. Lan was also very happy about Iron Egg's arrival. Now, she finally had a playmate of the same age. Although her brother was usually very good to her, he always treated her like a child. Lan always felt a little indignant. Now that Iron Egg was here, she was no longer the youngest. Of course, this was only what she thought. In reality, Iron Egg was a few months older than her. After dinner, Li Zishuan reported the number of chickens raised by the Han village to Old Man Li in the study. Old Man Li was shocked. 80,000? So many? So many chickens, can the villagers raise them all? Father, don't worry, they can definitely raise them all. I will arrange for the villagers to take care of them. I plan to prepare to buy the chicken seedlings tomorrow and send them to the Han village in batches. Li Jingma nodded and said, yes, the sooner, the better. Father, do you know the market price of the chicken seedlings in Chang'an? How much is one? Li Jingma thought for a moment and said, about 70 to 80 copper coins for one. But if you need so many chicken seedlings, I'm afraid that the peddlers in Chang'an will not be able to supply all of them. 70 to 80 copper coins for one? So expensive? Li Zishuan was shocked. In his previous life, a chicken seedling only cost 3 or 4 yuan each, which was about the same as the Tang dynasty. But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Modern chicken seedlings were hatched in batches using large automatic incubators, so the cost was naturally lower. Li Zishuan frowned when he heard the second half of his father's words. Dad, do you have any way to provide a large number of chickens in a short period of time? In his impression, as long as it was related to business, his father was omnipotent. Unfortunately, he was disappointed this time. Old Man Li shook his head, showing an expression of helplessness. I have indeed done various businesses in my early years. However, I have never set foot in the chicken market. Li Zishuan felt a little helpless. Then let's buy as many as we can and send them over. I believe that those peddlers will definitely think of a way when they see that the market is in short supply. At that time, we just need to give them more money. Li Jingma nodded and said with a smile, you've seen through it all. Early the next morning, Li Zishuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to bring Sanbao, Fu, and a few other servants to the East Market to purchase as many chicken seedlings as possible. The few of them took the money and left with the order. Li Zishuan calculated in his mind. If he calculated according to the price of 80 yuan per chicken, 80,000 chicken seedlings would cost about 6,400 strings of coins. Of course, with Li Zishuan's large purchases, there would be many other peddlers who would raise the price. Li Zishuan felt that if he wanted to buy 80,000 chicken seedlings, he would need to spend about 8 to 9,000 strings of coins. This was really expensive. Early in the morning, Iron Egg was also picked up by Li Zishuan to learn how to read from Lan. This made Lan very happy. She never thought that she would become a teacher one day. Looking at the little girl, with her hands behind her back, pretending to be mature and steady, teaching Iron Egg, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, Li Zishuan's guess was not wrong at all. After Wang Zhong and the others came to the East Market, they were like bandits. When they met peddlers who sold chicken seedlings, they directly bought all of their stock. Merchants had the most sensitive noses. Some of the peddlers soon heard the news from Wang Zhong and the others. So one by one, they heard the news, and one by one, they raised the price of the chicken seedlings and sent people to the surrounding counties to purchase chicken seedlings in large quantities. In half a day, the price of a chicken seedling rose from 75 yuan per chicken to 85 yuan, and finally to 90 yuan per chicken. In a short time, chicken seedlings were expensive in Jianghu. However, Wang Zhong and the others still didn't care about the price. They bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market and told the peddlers that they still needed a lot of chicken seedlings and asked them to hurry up and stock up. Young master, this old servant bought all the chicken seedlings in the West Market. There were only about 8,000 in total. In the end, some peddlers raised the price, but this old servant still bought all of them. Those peddlers will go to the surrounding counties to stock up today. We can continue to buy tomorrow. In the front yard of the Li residence, Wang Zhong pointed to more than 10 large wooden boxes on the ground and reported to Li Zishuan. Noisy chattering sounds came from the wooden boxes. For a moment, it was very lively. Li Zishuan nodded and agreed, "Uncle Wang, you did the right thing. I believe that the price of the chicken seedlings will only be more expensive tomorrow. I'll have to trouble Uncle Wang to bring 7 or 8 servants and hire a few carriages to transport these chicken seedlings to the Han village. Give them to Han Lijeng and let him distribute them according to the order that everyone signed up. Also, let Han Lijeng immediately gather people in the village. The wage is 30 yuan per person per day. Let them surround the back of the mountain and build a chicken farm. You can continue to purchase the chicken seedlings tomorrow." Wang Zhong nodded and immediately went to gather people. Li Zishuan returned to the west courtyard and went to his study. He spread out a piece of rice paper and closed his eyes. He drew the structure of the curved shaft plow and labeled the dimensions. Li Zishuan also learned about the measurement units of the Tang dynasty. The labeled dimensions were naturally converted. He also noted the things that needed to be taken note of during the processing. After he finished drawing, Li Zishuan rolled up the drawing and prepared to go to Yan Xiaoning's house to find him. Of course, the sooner the better. The villagers of the Han village were still waiting for his curved shaft plow to plow the land. Under the lead of a servant, Li Zishuan arrived at the Yan residence. After the gatekeeper announced his arrival, Yan Xiaoning came out to greet him with a big smile. "Ha, Xiao Xian, how come you have time to visit me today?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoning is the technical director of our Strange Interest Pavilion and one of the 4 major shareholders. Of course I have to come and greet you." "Ha." Yan Xiaoning's forehead was full of black lines. He hated the title of technical director, but Li Zishuan wouldn't agree to change it no matter what. Now that he heard these words, he felt a little disgusted. Yan Xiaoning coughed twice and said, "Xiao Xian, come with me to the front hall." "Why are you standing at the door?" Li Zishuan nodded and followed Yan Xiaoning into the residence. Chapter 68. In the front hall of the Yan mansion. After the two sat down, Li Zishuan asked, "Brother Xiaoning, how many scooters have you made?" He didn't come here just to deliver the blueprint. He was also very concerned about the opening of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Yan Xiaoning smiled proudly and said, "Hee, Xiao Xian, you don't trust me?" The first batch of 300 scooters was completed yesterday. We're just waiting for the opening of the Strange Interest Pavilion. With his father's current status, it was easy for him to get someone to make some scooters. Li Zishuan's heart also relaxed. This Yan Xiaoning was really direct and efficient, unlike some pedantic scholars who did things indecisively. As an engineering student, he didn't embarrass his fellow engineering students. "Brother Xiaoning, I'm relieved. Otherwise, how can the Strange Interest Pavilion open without products? By the way, Brother Xiaoning, have you found the craftsman for the Strange Interest Pavilion?" He had asked Yan Xiaoning to help him find a group of skilled and honest craftsmen. The Strange Interest Pavilion must have its own workshop in the future. This would be more conducive to keeping secrets and monopolizing the technology. Yan Xiaoning was even more proud when he heard Li Zishuan ask about the craftsman. He smiled and said, "Hee, I wanted to give you a surprise, but since you asked, I'll tell you. After my father found out that I'm working with you on the Strange Interest Pavilion, he gave me one of our previous workshops. In the future, this workshop will be a part of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen in the workshop used to work in the general's office. Their skills are excellent." Li Zishuan was really surprised when he heard Yan Xiaoning's words. He only asked Yan Xiaoning to help him find a few craftsmen. He didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to give him a workshop directly. This gift was really precious. Since Yan Xiaoning was so generous, Li Zishuan couldn't be stingy. He waved his hand and said generously, "Brother Xiaoning is really kind. I have to thank uncle personally. I'll pay all the craftsmen's salaries in the future." Yan Xiaoning looked at him with a strange expression and couldn't help but say, "The craftsmen in the workshop work for Wonderful Interest Pavilion. Of course you should pay them. Little Xian, are you planning to let my father continue to pay them?" Li Zishuan felt that Yan Xiaoning's words made sense. He patted his head in annoyance and secretly scolded himself for being a fool. Well, Brother Xiaoning is right. I've been so busy these 2 days that I've become muddle-headed. Where is the workshop? Shall we go and take a look? Since he already had a workshop, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to let the craftsmen in the workshop make the curved shaft plows? The workshop is in an lane, which is very close to the East Market. It will be very convenient in the future. Li Zishuan said happily, "That's great. Brother Xiaoning, shall we go to the workshop to have a look?" Since little Xian wants to go and take a look, then big brother will respectfully accept. He followed Yan Xiaoning to an lane. After making several turns and entering a small alley, he saw a relatively large group of courtyards. Although the houses were not luxurious, they occupied a large area. There was a sign hanging above them that read, "Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop." Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning in confusion. He didn't expect him to act so quickly. Yan Xiaoning seemed to see the confusion in his eyes. He smiled proudly and said, "My father said that since he gave the workshop to us, of course he had to change the name. This plaque was personally inscribed by my father. What do you think? Many people in Chang'an can't get my father's calligraphy." Although Li Zishuan didn't know much about calligraphy, he could see that the calligraphy was vigorous and powerful. It was hundreds of times better than his own doggy handwriting. He immediately exclaimed in admiration. He praised in admiration, "Uncle Yan's calligraphy is really good. I owe him such a big favor this time. I must thank him in person someday." Yan Xiaoning laughed in his heart, "This is the effect I want. When you fall into my father's hands one day, let's see how you can find an excuse to be lazy." But then he said without changing his expression, "Well, little Xian, my father is very pleased that you have such good intentions. Let's go in and have a look." The two entered the workshop and saw that there were more than 20 rooms inside. There were some empty spaces outside with some wood and iron piled up. Li Zishuan even found a big iron furnace. The scale of the workshop was really beyond Li Zishuan's expectation. He thought it was just a small workshop, but it was actually equivalent to a small factory. At this moment, Li Zishuan was really moved. Looking at Li Zishuan's shocked expression, Yan Xiaoning introduced it to him. "Little Xian, this workshop was built by my father in the year of Wuda Yuan. At that time, it was just a small workshop and my father was only a supervisor. But our Yan family is a real engineering family and we know many people in the same field. It didn't take long for the workshop to expand gradually and we have more people. Now, there are more than 60 craftsmen in the workshop. Some of them are old craftsmen, such as Faubert, who worked with my father before. Their skills are superb. Little Xian, you can't mistreat these old craftsmen, or else my father won't forgive you. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Of course I won't mistreat them. These people will be the foundation of our strange taste pavilion in the future. In the future, their salaries will be increased by 50%. Yan Xiaoning raised his thumb and laughed, brother, you're generous." The two of them entered a house and saw an old man dressed like a farmer drilling wood. He should be making a scooter. "Faubert, are you busy?" Yan Xiaoning called out. The old man turned around and saw Yan Xiaoning. He smiled and said, "Oh, young Master Yan, you're here. This is..." He pointed at Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan heard Yan Xiaoning call this person Faubert, he remembered what Yan Xiaoning said just now. He knew that this person was an old man in the workshop and couldn't be neglected. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "Faubert, hello. I'm Li Zishuan, one of the owners of Strange Taste Pavilion. You can call me Little Xian." Faubert raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You're the one who invented the scooter and the roller bearing?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Faubert said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you could come up with such a good idea at such a young age. It seems that we old guys are really old." "What are you talking about, Faubert? As the saying goes, having an old man in the house is like having a treasure. I have a lot of immature ideas in the future, and I need you to guide me." Li Zishuan valued these old craftsmen very much. Although their physical strength was not good, their experience was very valuable. Faubert felt warm in his heart when he heard Li Zishuan's words. This owner was young and talented, but not overbearing. Faubert also had a good impression of him. He stroked his beard and smiled. You're too serious. We old guys just can't stay idle. We have no regrets if we can make one last contribution to the workshop. Faubert, you can call me Little Xian in the future. You're an elder, and I don't deserve it. Then I'll call you Little Xian. Come, Little Xian, you came at the right time. I was just about to talk to you about your scooter and the bearing. Chapter 69. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Little Xian, I'm a straightforward old man, so don't be offended. Although your scooter is innovative, it's just a toy for children. It's not beneficial to the people's livelihood. Your roller bearings are very useful. Since you have talent in this area, you should study more things that are beneficial to the people." After they sat down, Faubert began to preach to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was speechless. This old man's temper was really straightforward. If it was a narrow-minded person, they would definitely bear a grudge against him because of this. But fortunately, Li Zishuan wasn't that kind of person. He agreed with Faubert's words. Faubert is right. This scooter is just a toy I thought of to coax my sister. Of course, I won't only make this in the future. Faubert nodded with gratification. Well, you're worth teaching. Li Zishuan remembered another purpose of coming to the workshop this time. He said, "Yesterday, I went to my family's farmstead and found that it's very difficult to plow the fields this year due to the lack of rain. It's estimated that some of the farmers will miss the spring plowing. Brother Xiaoning and Faubert, do you know about this?" Yan Xiaoning's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "This situation doesn't only happen in your farmstead. It's more or less the same situation in the surrounding counties of Jianghu. According to my father, this matter has alarmed the imperial court. His Majesty has also learned about it. He's ordering people to transfer a batch of cattle from the northern counties to Jianghu and distribute them to the farmers. He's trying his best not to let the farmers miss the spring plowing." Faubert also nodded and said, "I've also heard about this. But Little Xian, why did you mention this? We can't help much with this kind of thing. We can only rely on the imperial court." Li Zishuan stood up and disagreed. Faubert's words are wrong. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. As a craftsman, you must have the spirit of a craftsman. You just taught me to study more things that are beneficial to the people's livelihood. Then why can't we make better farming tools for the people? Faubert raised his eyebrows. He had been in this field for so many years, but today he was being lectured by this little kid. He was proud and arrogant, he was a bit unhappy and frowned. It's easy for you to say. The straight plow used by the Tang dynasty originated from the Han dynasty. After several improvements, it's already the most advanced farming tool. How can there be better farming tools? I don't agree with Uncle Fu's words. How can craftsmen not seek innovation? How can they do things like planting trees for their predecessors and enjoying the shade for their descendants? If they don't try, how can they know that they can't make better farming tools? Faubert was not convinced. So, you can make better farming tools? Li Zishuan could also see that this old man was stubborn. It wasn't that he had a bad heart, but he didn't allow others to question him in the field he was best at. Li Zishuan had seen a lot of people like this in his previous life. Generally, all the big shots in various fields had this kind of bad habit. Li Zishuan didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out the drawing of the curved plow from his sleeve, spread it out on the table, and said to the two of them, "This is a type of plow that I thought of when I saw the villagers using the straight plow in the Han village yesterday. It's a more labor-saving plow. Today, I'm looking for a workshop to make a batch as soon as possible. Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, come and take a look." Yan Xiaoning and Faubert couldn't wait to take a look at the drawing. It was the first time that Faubert saw this kind of drawing technique. He couldn't help but frown. He wanted to ask Li Zishuan, but he was a little embarrassed to do so. He had just quarreled with Li Zishuan, so he couldn't bring himself to ask. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, was very familiar with this kind of drawing technique. He read the contents of the drawing carefully, then closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined the structure of the plow in his mind. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes. "Little Xian, this plow of yours should be an evolution of the straight plow, right? I saw that you made some changes to the length and shape of the plow shaft. You even installed a wheel on the shaft. I've never seen this kind of structure before. I can't tell which one is more labor-saving between your plow and the straight plow we use." At this time, Faubert saw that Yan Xiaoning's words were clear and logical. It was obvious that he could understand this kind of drawing. Faubert couldn't help but feel depressed. He had been a craftsman all his life, and he had his own pride in this field. He didn't expect that today. It seemed that he wasn't as good as these two little kids. In fact, after Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, he noticed that Faubert was still staring at the drawing. He thought for a bit and understood what was going on. He patted his head and said embarrassedly, Faubert, I forgot to tell you. This kind of drawing technique was created by little Xian. These three drawings represent the shape of the object when seen from three directions." Yan Xiaoning began to teach Faubert about the three-view view again. Faubert had studied this field for so many years, so he understood it all with just a little bit of explanation. Even though he didn't agree with Li Zishuan's point of view before, he now somewhat agreed with Li Zishuan's drawing method. He nodded and looked at the drawing again. Li Zishuan also explained at the side, "Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, I call this kind of plow the curved shaft plow. It is made up of 11 parts, which are the plow share, the plow wall, the plow bottom, the plow press, the plow head, the plow arrow, the plow shaft, the plow judge, the plow construction, the plow tip, and the plow disc." Li Zishuan pointed at the drawing and explained one by one as he spoke. The two listened to him seriously. Even if they could understand the drawing, they definitely couldn't compare to Li Zishuan in terms of understanding the curved shaft plow. Li Zishuan continued, "I changed the long straight shaft into a short curved shaft and installed a plow disc that can rotate freely at the head of the shaft. Not only does this make the plow frame smaller and lighter, but it also makes it easier to turn and turn. It's more flexible to operate and saves more manpower and animal power. Also, I added the plow judge and plow arrow. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed downwards and the plow share will go deeper into the soil. If the plow judge is used, the plow arrow can be directed upwards and the plow share will go deeper into the soil. By combining the plow judge, plow arrow, and plow arrow, it can adapt to the different requirements of deep plowing and plow. Not only can the plow wall break the soil, but it can also push the plowed soil to the side and reduce the resistance of the plow. With all these improvements, the curved shaft plow saves at least 50% of the effort compared to the straight shaft plow. Li Zishuan looked at the drawing and spoke with assurance. The two nodded as they listened. In the end, Faubert couldn't help but say, "Your design is quite innovative, and it sounds reasonable. However, we are only talking about it on paper. No one knows if it will save more effort or be easier to use." Li Zishuan wanted to tell him that there was a theoretical basis for all of this. He just needed to draw a force analysis diagram and do some calculations according to the formula to know which one saved more effort. However, if he told them that, he would have to teach them about engineering mechanics. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. Li Zishuan could only say, "Faubert, what you said is not unreasonable. However, practice is the only standard to test the truth. Instead of arguing here, why don't we make a batch of plows to test first? Won't we know which plow saves more effort?" Faubert muttered, "Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Little Xian, what you said is very reasonable. Then let's make one to test." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble Faubert to make 20 curved shaft plows. My village needs them urgently. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring this batch of curved shaft plows to the village for an experiment." Faubert frowned, "Little Xian, you're making so many on your first try." Li Zishuan smiled confidently, "Faubert, I'm very confident in the curved shaft plows. The villagers of the Han village are waiting for spring plowing. I don't have time to test them one by one. I believe that the curved shaft plows can solve this urgent problem." Faubert hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay, since Little Xian said so, then the workshop will work overtime to make 20 curved shaft plows. The day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Han village to see the results." "I want to go too," Yan Xiaoning hurriedly added. If the curved shaft plows were really as magical as Li Zishuan said, then this would definitely be a shocking event. He had to go and see for himself. Chapter 70. When Li Zishuan left the workshop, he asked someone to send the 300 scooters that he had already made to the Strange Interest Pavilion. The original shopkeeper of the Curious Pavilion had already moved everything away. Li Zishuan had previously had Wang Zhong decorate the shop. He felt that the most important thing about the Curious Pavilion was the novelty of the products, not the decoration of the shop. "Brother Xiaoning, now that we have the first batch of scooters, I plan to open for business tomorrow. I will have someone inform the Crown Prince and Princess Changle that tomorrow at noon, Brother Xiaoning, please be there on time." With the first batch of scooters, Li Zishuan's back was firm and he planned to open for business immediately. Yan Xiaoning was shocked, "So fast?" Li Zishuan nodded his head, "Since we already have the first batch of scooters, the sooner we open for business, the better. Besides, there are still a lot of things waiting for me to do." "Okay, then your brother will definitely be there on time tomorrow." When Li Zishuan returned home, he immediately wrote 2 invitations and asked Wang Zhong to send them to Cheng Chumo and Li Chengqian. These 2 good brothers still had to be notified and at the same time, let them come and support him. Wang Zhong accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan then called for San Bao, instructing, "San Bao, go to the Western Market and find 6 children from the vaudeville troupe. 6 or 7 years old will do. Tell them that this young master needs to invite people to perform. Each person will be paid 200 copper coins a day. Quickly go and bring them back." Although San Bao was puzzled, he knew that he should not ask. Thus, without hesitation, he bowed and replied, "Yes, young master." Sanbao will go immediately. 2 hours later, Sanbao returned with the 6 children and a middle-aged man. Young master, Sanbao has returned. This is troop leader's son of the vaudeville troupe. He was somewhat worried and followed along. Sanbao pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him to Li Zishuan. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to speak, leader's son took the initiative to step forward and say, "Young master, I'm really sorry. I was just worried that these children were not sensible and would offend young master, so I followed you. Young master, please don't misunderstand." Li Zishuan knew in his heart that leader's son was probably afraid that something would happen to these children, such as encountering human traffickers or something. That was why he followed them. However, this also showed that this person had a good heart and was not the kind of person who only had money in his eyes. Li Zishuan was too lazy to expose him, so he just smiled and said, "What are you talking about, leader's son? I have a shop in the East City that will officially open tomorrow. I invited these children here mainly to let them perform at the entrance of the shop tomorrow for a festive occasion." Leader's son heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had indeed been worried about the safety of these children before, which was why he had followed them here. "If that's the case, young master, if you have any requests, feel free to instruct these children. Their playing skills are not bad." "This old man will take his leave first." Li Zishuan nodded. "Sanbao, give your salary to leader's son first." After leader's son left, Li Zishuan looked at the 6 children in front of him. There were 3 boys and 3 girls. They were all about 6 or 7 years old. Although they looked thin and weak, each of them exuded a sense of cleverness. "What are your names?" Li Zishuan asked kindly. "Young master, my name is Xiao Hang. I'm the oldest among us. This is Xiao Hao, this is Xiao Ji, this is Xiao Shui, this is Xiao Meng, and this is Xiao Ya. Young master, what do you want us to perform? Feel free to instruct us. Although we are young, we can definitely do it well." A slightly older boy came out and introduced them to Li Zishuan. The other children looked at Li Zishuan with hopeful faces. They all wanted to perform well and satisfy this young master. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded when they went back. "Well, don't be nervous. I didn't ask you to perform any difficult juggling. I just want you to play something very interesting. Sanbao, go and bring all the scooters in our school." "Yes, young master." Half an hour later, Sanbao and 2 other servants brought 6 scooters over. The 6 children stared at the scooters curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your task is very simple. You must learn how to ride the scooters by today. When my shop opens tomorrow, you will split into 2 groups and ride the scooters. Make 2 lines of scooters at the entrance of the shop to attract the crowd. Sanbao, come over and teach them how to ride." Sanbao's face was bitter. This was something for children to play with. He was too embarrassed to play with it. "Young master, Sanbao has never played with scooters before. Stop talking nonsense. If you haven't played with scooters before, then you haven't seen it before. How Lon usually plays with scooters is how you play with scooters. Quickly, go and teach them. I will reward you." Li Zishuan was, of course, unwilling to teach a group of children how to ride scooters. It was too degrading. He had no problem teaching his younger sister, but with so many children, it was better to let Sanbao teach them. Li Zishuan finished speaking and went back to the west courtyard. He planned to wait for 4 hours before coming back to check on the progress. Duke Lu's mansion. "Young master, this is an invitation sent by Li Zishuan." The Qing mansion's housekeeper handed an invitation to Qing Chumo. "Oh? An invitation from Xiao Xian? What does he want to do? Let me see." Qing Chumo took the invitation curiously. He opened it and looked at it carefully. He said, "Strange Interest Pavilion? What is it for?" "Uncle Yang, do you know about the Strange Interest Pavilion? Housekeeper Liang thought for a while and replied, I have never heard of this strange interest pavilion. But looking at the location written on the invitation, it should be the shop where the East City's Heavenly Craft Pavilion used to be. I heard that the Heavenly Craft Pavilion was going to sell it, but I didn't expect it to be bought by the Li family. Cheng Chumo nodded. He also didn't know what Li Zishuan was doing. But he suddenly remembered a rumor today and said, Uncle Liang, I heard that Xiao Xian's family was wantonly purchasing chicken seedlings in the West City today. Is this true? Housekeeper Liang nodded. Young master, I also heard about this today. It is said that they bought at least 7,000 chicken seedlings today. They bought almost all the chicken seedlings in the East City today. I am also curious as to why they bought so many chicken seedlings. Although Cheng Chumo was a bit fierce, he wasn't stupid. He stroked his stubbled chin, thought for a while, and said, This brother of mine is very smart. This brother of mine is very smart. I don't believe that he would make a loss. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. I'll ask him tomorrow. If there's really a profit to be made, I'll ask my father to buy some chicken seedlings. He. East Palace. An eunuch hurried in and bowed to Li Chengqian. Reporting to your highness, there is a person outside the palace with the East Palace token. He asked this servant to give this invitation to your highness. Li Chengqian curiously said, Oh, give it to me. When he saw the contents of the invitation, Li Chengqian's eyes lit up. He said, Oh, they opened for business so soon? That's great. Come, set up the Changle Palace. Chapter 71. Changle Palace. Changle was reading Journey to the West with great interest. She had been studying palace etiquette in the inner court for the past 2 days. It was rare for her to be free today. She finally had time to read this imaginative story. Changle, are you reading Journey to the West? Li Chengqian came in directly without letting anyone report. He had a good relationship with Changle. He had come to Changle Palace many times, and the palace maids were already used to it. Ah, brother Crown Prince, why are you here? Changle saw that her story was interrupted. She looked up and saw Li Chengqian. She was pleasantly surprised. I'm here to give you good news today. Li Chengqian envied Li Zishuan since he met him and saw the harmonious and warm relationship between him and Lan Er. After that, he visited his sister more frequently. He also wanted to be a good brother. Brother Crown Prince, what's the good news? Changle smiled faintly. Li Chengqian took out the invitation and handed it over. He said, Changle, Strange Interest Pavilion will officially open tomorrow. You are also one of the shareholders. Do you want to go tomorrow? Changle took the invitation and opened it. She was pleasantly surprised. Of course I want to go. Let's go and ask for leave from mother. I will go out with brother Crown Prince tomorrow. She put down the invitation and was about to pull Li Chengqian to the inner court to find Zhang Sun. Li Chengqian shook his head helplessly and followed his sister. Li Tai remembered that he hadn't returned the Journey to the West that he borrowed from Changle. He thought about going to Changle Palace to return it. As an elder brother, it was already not proper for him to borrow the book secretly. If he borrowed it and didn't return it, it would be even more inexcusable. To show his sincerity, Little Fatty specially brought the hardcover version of Journey to the West that he personally copied and came to Changle Palace. Of course, he was prepared to be scolded by Changle. After all, he was in the wrong. This servant greets your highness, Duke of Wei. When Li saw the visitor, she immediately went forward and bowed. However, the way she looked at Li Tai was a little strange. Last time, Li Tai stole books and caused her to almost be punished. Of course, she didn't dare to blame Li Tai. She was just a little vigilant and thought to herself, could it be that Wei Wang is here to steal again? Li Tai pretended not to see her strange eyes. He waved his hand and coughed softly, ahem, where is Chang'e? Reporting to your highness, the princess just went out with the crown prince. Oh. Li Tai's eyes lit up as he was secretly delighted. However, he did not show it on his face. He waved his hand and said, then go busy yourself. This king is just taking a stroll. After saying that, he walked straight into the palace. Li wanted to follow and take a look so that she wouldn't lose something again. However, Li Tai specifically forbade her from following. If she followed, she would definitely provoke Li Tai. After hesitating for a moment, Li still didn't dare to follow. She prayed that the princess would return soon. Li Tai came to the hall and quickly glanced around. After seeing that there was no one, he immediately sneakily put the hardcover edition of Journey to the West on the table and prepared to leave. He was also afraid that Chang'e would suddenly return. At this moment, he saw a red invitation on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he took it and opened it to take a look. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion Opening. What is this? Li Zishuan? It's actually Li Zishuan's shop. So it's you, this bastard. Instead of writing Journey to the West properly, you actually opened some Strange Interest Pavilion. You really don't do proper work. I'm so angry. This king will go and capture you tomorrow to specially write stories. Humph. Li Tai put down the invitation and walked away angrily, leaving behind a dazed Li outside the hall. Unaware that someone was plotting against him, Li Zishuan took an afternoon nap on the lounge chair in the western courtyard. When he opened his eyes, the sun was about to set. Thinking that the children in the front yard were still practicing their scooters, Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and washed his face. He wanted to go to the front yard to see how the children were doing. Before he reached the front yard, he heard the laughter of children. Li Zishuan even heard Iron Egg and Lan Er's voices. Hence, he hurriedly walked over. Little Ji, pay attention to controlling your speed. Maintain the formation. Yes, got it, brother Little Hang. Little Shui, your team's speed should be faster. Keep up with Miss Lan Er's speed. Don't fall behind. Understood. When Li Zishuan came over, he saw Little Hang instructing a few people to practice their scooters. There were a total of 2 teams. The boys' team, Little Hang was at the front. Iron Egg, that brat, actually mixed into the team. As for the girls' team, Lan was at the front. Behind her, 3 little girls were struggling to follow Lan. The 2 teams were like 2 small dragons, meandering in the front yard. It was very beautiful. The few children in the field cheered repeatedly, and Lan Er's voice was the loudest. The little girl usually had few playmates. This time, so many children came to play scooters with her. She was so excited that she pulled Iron Egg, who was learning how to read, along. Ah, brother, you're here. When Lan saw Li Zishuan, she stopped in her tracks and said in surprise. However, the 3 little girls following behind her didn't have time to stop in time. Be careful. Seeing that the few people were about to be rear-ended, Li Zishuan flashed over and picked up Lan and her scooter. Only then did they avoid a chain accident. He put Lan down and glared at her angrily. You're so careless. How can you be so careless? Lan was not afraid of him. She went forward and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm. She smiled and said, Lan knows that brother can save me in time. Didn't it happen last time? Little Hang and the others had also stopped their scooters. They came to Li Zishuan with some fear and said with trembling. Young master, please forgive us. We didn't take good care of Mississippi. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. He was not the kind of person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. It's not your fault. Don't be afraid. I just saw. Little Hang, you guys are practicing very well. Let's stop here today. Tomorrow morning, when the gate opens, you guys come over and practice for a while. At noon, we'll go to the East Market together. San Bao, give each of them 10 coins. You guys go home quickly. It was not that he was stingy, but 10 coins was a lot for these children. If he gave them more, it would harm them. When Little Hang heard that Li Zishuan did not vent his anger on them, he was greatly relieved. These young masters of rich families often beat people over small things. When he heard that there was a reward, Little Hang quickly went forward and said gratefully, "Thank you, young master, for your reward. We will definitely come on time tomorrow and practice well. We won't embarrass you." Li Zishuan nodded. This child was very clever and knew how to talk. He could not help but wonder, are the children in ancient times all so precocious? The children happily received the reward and went home. At this time, Lan came over and said, "Brother, Lan wants to perform with them tomorrow, okay?" Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Lan why are you adding to the trouble? If there's trouble like just now, it will be very dangerous." Lan pouted and said, "It won't happen. Lan was happy to see you just now. Lan promises that it won't happen again, okay, brother?" Li Zishuan's hair stood on end. When did this little girl learn to act coquettishly? He hurriedly jumped away, waved his hand, and said, "Okay, you go. When the time comes, be careful." Lan cheered and said, "Okay, then Iron Egg will go with us tomorrow, okay? Give him an inch and he wants a mile." This was a classic example of giving him an inch and he wants a mile. However, when Li Zishuan saw that Iron Egg was looking at him with a hopeful face, he knew that this child was addicted to playing. He said, "Okay, but Iron Egg has to learn 20 words tomorrow before you can go." "Oh, brother is the best. Iron Egg, let's go. Sister will teach you how to read now." Li Zishuan looked at the little girl's back and shook his head. Alas, this crazy girl. In the future, no one in the family will be able to control her. Chapter 72. The next morning, Li Zishuan was woken up by Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi said that the children from yesterday were already waiting in the front yard. Li Zishuan was still sleepy. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Shi, let them practice first. I'm going to sleep for a while." After saying that, he directly fell onto the bed and laid out the word big without any care for his image. Oh, no, it should be the word 2. Xiao Shi saw the tall tent below the young master and quickly ran out with a red face. She thought to herself, young master is such a hooligan. Late in the morning, Li Zishuan finished his breakfast and went to the front yard. He saw the 8 children playing in the front yard. Today, their formation was obviously more orderly than yesterday. They cooperated better with each other and the distance between each pair was also smaller than yesterday. Li Zishuan felt that it was quite interesting as he watched from the side. He looked up and saw that it was about time. Li Zishuan walked over and interrupted. "All right, let's stop. It's about time. Xiao Shi, go to the kitchen and get some pastries. You guys should eat something to fill your stomachs. There's no time for lunch. After lunch, we'll go to the East Market." The children were surprised. They didn't expect that other than their salary, they would also be rewarded with food. After they thanked Li Zishuan, they quickly went to wash their hands and eat the pastries. After watching them eat the pastries, Li Zishuan waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Then, like a child king, he led the 8 children on the scooters and rushed to the East Market. As for Wang Zhong, he had already gone to the shop to prepare for the opening. This strange team attracted a lot of attention along the way. The people of the Tang dynasty had never seen such a strange small car before. The pedestrians all made way and stood by the roadside to point at the scooters under the children's feet. However, this made the passers-by with children suffer. Children were very playful. Seeing such a novel toy and seeing that other children were having so much fun while they were not, how could they hold it in any longer? They immediately started acting coquettishly. Mother, I also want that small car. Mother, quickly buy it for me. Daddy, Meng wants the cars that those little brothers and sisters play with. Can Daddy also buy one for Meng? These two were the gentle type of people who could negotiate with each other. Of course, there were even more extreme ones. Dad, if you don't buy that car for me, I won't get up today. A certain brat directly rolled on the ground and acted shamelessly. The man beside him was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He said angrily, "You little bastard, if you don't get up, I'll beat you to death." "I won't get up even if you beat me to death." The parents looked at each other and could only compromise. But where were they going to buy such a car for their children? "Brother, do you know where I can buy this car?" "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it. Should we follow them and take a look?" "Brother, you're right." Just like this, without any advertising, the scooter had its first group of followers. The line behind Li Zishuan was also getting longer and longer. After entering the East Market, the crowd was even denser. There were even more onlookers. Naturally, the line was also longer. Li Zishuan was also happy to have them follow. It would be a waste if he didn't want free publicity. Li Zishuan brought the team to the entrance of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He found that Yan Xiaoning had already arrived. He was instructing people to lay out a red carpet and hang red ribbons around the shop. The entire Strange Interest Pavilion was bustling with activity and was filled with joy. Li Zishuan greeted him and saw that there was a plaque covered with a red cloth hanging above the shop. Li Zishuan curiously looked for Wang Zhong and asked, "Uncle Wang, where did this plaque come from?" "Young master, this was just sent by a group of people. They said it was custom made by a person called Gao Ming." "Oh," Li Zishuan patted his head. These past 2 days, he had been busy preparing for the opening of the shop. He had nearly forgotten that the plaque had not been made. Fortunately, Li Chengqian was rather reliable. He had not forgotten about the plaque he had asked him to make last time. Li Zishuan patted Wang Zhong's shoulder and whispered, "Uncle Wang, this plaque was sent by His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. In a moment, the Crown Prince and Princess Changel will be coming. Don't be too surprised." In the future, Wang Zhong and Li Chengqian would inevitably come into contact many times. Li Zishuan wanted to tell Wang Zhong as soon as possible to prevent him from accidentally offending Li Chengqian. "Ah, young master, this, Wang Zhong's eyes widened in shock. He retreated 2 steps in disbelief. Li Zishuan comforted him, "Uncle Wang, don't worry. The Crown Prince's temper is still quite good." Li Zishuan was preparing to go out and have the children begin their performance on the scooter. At this moment, he saw Li Chengqian, Princess Changel, and Cheng Chimo walking over together. Li Zishuan promptly went to welcome them. "Gao Ming, little sister Changel, brother Chou Nyo, you've come." Li Chengqian nodded his head in greeting. Changel smiled sweetly. "Brother Xiaoxian, Changel has 10% of the shares in this shop. Of course, Changel has to come take a look. Changel also has to thank brother Xiaoxian for the 10% of shares. This is Changel's first time opening a shop." Li Zishuan liked this bright-eyed princess from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Changel's words, he smiled and said, "It's fine as long as the princess likes it. There's no need to be polite." At this moment, Cheng Chimo stepped forward and laughed heartily. After not seeing you for a few days, Xiaoxian, you've actually opened your own shop. As your older brother, of course I have to come and congratulate you." Many thanks for brother Chou Nyo's support. Everyone, please follow me into the shop." After having Wang Zhong attend to these 3 people, Li Zishuan once again arrived outside the shop. Facing the children, he said, Xiaoxian, start the scooter. Little Hang, lead them and start performing the skateboard formation. Just stay around here. Don't go too far. Be careful, especially Lan. Do you hear me?" "Yes, young master." Xiao quickly replied. Finally, she could go out with her friends. Lanner said excitedly, "Got it, brother. Lanner will be very careful." At this moment, Chang'e and the other two also came out. Looking at the group of children standing on the strange scooter and lined up neatly, Chang'e couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Xiao, what's this called? Will our strange taste pavilion sell this in the future?" "This thing is called a scooter. It's only the first generation of products. Soon, an upgraded version will be released. Of course, Strange Taste Pavilion won't only sell scooters in the future. We'll also sell all kinds of novel things. If the princess likes it, I can give you one later." Chang'e said happily, "Thank you, brother Xiao." At this moment, Wang Zhong came forward and reminded, "Young master, the auspicious time has arrived. Should we unveil the plaque and open for business now?" Many of them were parents who had been dragged over by their own brats. The brats were looking enviously at Lan, and the others who were performing the skateboard formation. Li Zishuan felt that the time was about right, so he nodded and looked at Li Qingqian, saying, "Since this plaque was bought by Gao Ming, then let Gao Ming unveil it." Li Qingqian didn't refuse. He smiled and took the bamboo stick from Wang Zhong. He used his strength to pull off the red cloth on the plaque. This meant that Strange Taste Pavilion had officially opened for business. 3 bold and lively words, "Strange Taste Pavilion," were seen in the middle of the plaque. Li Zishuan saw the beautiful lines of the 3 words, as if they were alive. He couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Li Qingqian and couldn't help but ask, "Gao Ming, which famous writer wrote these 3 words?" Li Qingqian said proudly, It wasn't easy for me to get Dr. Chu to write these words. Brother Zishuan, you have to thank me properly." Li Zishuan was stunned. It turned out to be Chu Suiliang. He was one of the 4 great calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty, along with Ouyang Sun, Yu Shinan, and Xue Ji. This plaque could be a family heirloom in the future. Li Zishuan also heard a story about Chu Suiliang. It was said that the idiom, "little bird depends on man," originated from Chu Suiliang. According to historical records, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, once talked about the officials in the imperial court. He commented on Chu Suiliang as follows, "Chu Suiliang is a bit more knowledgeable and has a strong character." He wrote loyal couplets, such as, "Little bird depends on man," adding love. Probably many people didn't think that the idiom, "little bird depends on man," was first used on a very strong and straightforward official. Li Zishuan recovered from the shock and said, "Yes, we have to thank Gao Ming properly. This Dr. Chu's calligraphy is rare." Well, Strange Taste Pavilion has officially opened for business. "Hey, shopkeeper, is your shop selling this scooter?" After watching the scooter formation for so long, the crowd finally couldn't help but ask. They couldn't help but ask. Their little brats had been making a fuss. As soon as he finished asking, a group of people immediately followed behind him and echoed, "Yes, shopkeeper, are you selling it or not? How much? Give us a price. We are in a hurry." "Yes, yes. How much? I want to buy one." Li Zishuan went forward and cupped his hands. "Friends, of course we are selling this scooter. Today is the opening day of our shop. All the scooters are 10% off. The original price of a scooter is 400 copper coins. Today, it is only 360 copper coins. We will also give you a white membership card. In the future, you can enjoy a 5% discount when you buy products in our shop with this card." The cost of a scooter was about 200 copper coins. Li Zishuan didn't want to sell it too expensive. 400 copper coins was about right. He would treat it as a gift for the Tang children. Hearing the price, the crowd started to talk about it. 360 copper coins? So expensive? Xiaohu, let's not buy it. Dad will make one for you when we go back. No, I want to buy this. Mom, I want to buy it too. Li Zishuan added at this time, if you want to buy, hurry up and line up. Today, there are only 300 scooters in the shop. First come, first serve. If you want to buy, hurry up. Now, the crowd didn't have the chance to hesitate. They all joined the line. Although 360 copper coins was a little expensive, most people could still afford it. If they didn't buy it today, they would be annoyed to death by their little brats. Li Zishuan saw that the scene was starting to become popular. He waved his hand and called Xiaohang over. Xiaohang, take them on the scooters and walk around the entire East Market. Be careful, okay? The shop didn't need to advertise anymore. Li Zishuan asked Xiaohang and the others to go to the East Market to attract more people. Yes, young master. Xiaohang answered and rushed into the East Market with the 2 scooter teams. Chapter 73. The line outside the Strange Interest Pavilion was getting longer and longer. Many people were shopping in other places in the East Market when their children saw Xiaohang's fleet of scooters. They cried and dragged them over to buy scooters. In less than an hour, there were only a few dozen scooters left out of the 300. Some people at the back of the line saw that it was not their turn, so they said unwillingly, "Manager, when will you have more scooters?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Tomorrow. For those who didn't buy one today, please come early tomorrow." It seemed that he had to ask Faubert to make more scooters because the children who bought the scooters today would advertise the Strange Interest Pavilion for free as long as they came out to play with the scooters. When other children saw that their friends had such fun things but they didn't, they would definitely make a fuss and ask their parents to buy them. The sales of the Strange Interest Pavilion scooters would only increase in the next few days. Less than an hour later, the 300 scooters were all sold out. Those who didn't manage to buy any scooters dragged their crying children back home. It was likely that these families wouldn't be able to have a peaceful night. Li Zishuan turned his head and smiled at them, saying, "This is a good start. Smart, Changel, Xiaoning, it seems that as shareholders of the Strange Interest Pavilion, you won't lose money, huh?" It was Changel's first time doing business, so she was the most excited. She smiled and said, "Not only won't we not lose money. Not only will we not suffer a loss, but at this rate, Strange Taste Pavilion's monthly income will be at least 1,000 strings of coins. By then, Changel will be able to save money to buy beautiful jewelry for mother." "Thank you, brother Xiao Xian. What a filial little girl." Li Qingxian couldn't help but rub her little head. Yan Xiaoning didn't care much about money. Although his family wasn't rich, they didn't lack money. Cheng Chumo was a little depressed. When Li Zishuan was going to open the store, he wasn't in Chang'an and didn't catch the bus. However, he saw that the scooters were a little childish and seemed to be only suitable for children. He felt relieved and said, "Xiao Xian, although your scooters look interesting, they are only for children." "Who said so? This scooter can be slightly modified so that adults can also play with it," Li Zishuan replied. In his previous life, weren't there many college students who skateboarded as well? Li Zishuan had even joined a skateboarding club during his undergraduate studies. "Who are you trying to fool? If Milord were to play with this, wouldn't he be a laughingstock?" "Huh. Brother Cho Nyo, don't doubt me. Wait a moment, I'll show you." Li Zishuan went straight into Chitsu Pavilion and went to the second floor to get a skateboard he made a few days ago. It was the kind of skateboard that didn't have a handle at the front. Cheng Chumo was overjoyed when he saw Li Zishuan holding a broken wooden board without a handle. "Huh, little Xian, you're not talking about this thing in your hand, are you? It's just a broken wooden board. What's so fun about it? From what I see, it's not even as good as the scooters you sold before." Li Zishuan ignored this idiot and asked the waiter to bring over 4 stools. He placed them in front of the Chitsu Pavilion with a few feet between them. Li Zishuan then turned to Cheng Chumo and said, "Brother Cho Nyo, watch carefully. Brother Cho Nyo, watch carefully. don't be tempted to play this game too. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and said with disdain, "Haha, whoever plays with this is a dog." Li Zishuan was furious, "Damn you. I don't have a sister. However, Xiao Xian, if you want, I can introduce one to you." Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Zishuan didn't want to talk nonsense. He set up the skateboard and stepped on it with one leg while the other leg pushed off the ground to increase his speed. Everyone saw Li Zishuan getting closer and closer to the Hu stools on the ground. Their hearts were in their throats and they couldn't help but worry for Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to hit the Hu stools, Li Zishuan's entire body and the skateboard suddenly soared into the sky. He beautifully jumped over the Hu stools and landed steadily. This guy even had time to strike a pose. Then, without slowing down, he jumped over the remaining 3 Hu stools. After landing, he spun twice and stabilized himself. At this moment, there was already a circle of onlookers. Everyone saw Li Zishuan make a series of beautiful moves and land steadily. The onlookers all cheered loudly. "Wow, Brother Xiao Xian is so awesome." Chengel clapped her hands excitedly. Li Zishuan and Yan Xiaoning were also dumbfounded by Li Zishuan's beautiful skills. Cheng Chumo was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a broken wooden board could be played with by Li Zishuan. However, Cheng Chumo had always liked excitement. Now that he saw such a new way of playing, he couldn't help but want to try it. He ran to Li Zishuan's side and chuckled. "Aya, Xiao Xian, this thing of yours is pretty interesting. Let me play with it for a while. I guarantee that I'll play it better than you, haha." This guy completely forgot what he just said. He didn't care if Li Zishuan agreed or not. He directly pushed Li Zishuan away and took control of the skateboard. He also copied Li Zishuan's movements. He stepped on the skateboard with one foot and accelerated with the other. Needless to say, this guy's learning ability was pretty good. He actually copied Li Zishuan's movements by 70 to 80%. Everything went so smoothly. Feeling the wind-like speed, Cheng Chumo was very proud. Just as Cheng Chumo was about to get close to the bench, he let out a cheering "Awoo." He also copied Li Zishuan's movements and jumped up. However, although he jumped up, the skateboard didn't. Cheng Chumo also realized that something was wrong in the air. He quickly wanted to use his left foot to hook the skateboard up. However, at this time, he had already touched the bench. His whole body was tripped by the bench. With a bang, he beautifully fell down like a wild goose landing on the sand. He fell flat on his face, causing smoke and dust to rise around him. The field suddenly went silent for a few breaths of time. Then, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan was the first one who couldn't hold it in. He pointed at Cheng Chumo who was sprawled on the ground and laughed loudly. After a while, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He couldn't help but bend down. Li Qingxian and Yan Xiaoning reacted and also laughed loudly. Chengel covered her mouth and turned her head away to giggle. She laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. The crowd was still cheering for Li Zishuan's wonderful performance. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Chumo, this funny guy, came up. The atmosphere changed too quickly. Everyone was stunned for a while before they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cheng Chumo was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He didn't dare to raise his head and let others see his face. He wanted to find a hole to hide in so that he wouldn't embarrass the Cheng family. However, there was someone who didn't let him do as he wished. At this time, a little girl's voice came from beside him. "Hey, isn't this Big Brother Cho Nyo? Big Brother Cho Nyo, what are you doing lying on the ground?" Lon Air brought her previous friends back to the strange interest pavilion. When she saw Cheng Chumo lying on the ground, the little girl thought that there was something fun on the ground. She hurriedly stepped on the skateboard and ran over to ask curiously. At this moment, Cheng Chumo only wanted to dig a hole and bury himself so that no one could see him. Chapter 74. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the dusty Cheng Chumo to the second floor to clean up. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Hang and the others and said with a smile, "Xiao Hang, your performance today was very good. You will all be rewarded. 3 treasures, 20 coins each." The 6 children quickly stepped forward and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, young master." Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "This is what you deserve. Go back and tell your leader that I am very satisfied. If there is a chance next time, I will look for you to cooperate." The children happily received the reward, handed in the scooters, and were about to leave. However, they couldn't help but look back at the scooters a few times. Anyone could see the reluctance in their eyes. Although they had only played with the scooters for a day, they were completely fascinated by this novel toy. However, they definitely couldn't afford it, so they could only look at it a few more times. "Brother, those scooters are a little old. Anyway, we can't sell them. Why don't we give them to Xiao Hang and the others?" Lan'er gently tugged at Li Zishuan's arm and whispered. She had a lot of fun with these little friends today. Everyone took care of her. At this time, seeing that Xiao Hang and the others were reluctant to part with the scooters, Lan'er thought of an excuse to ask her brother to give them the scooters. However, how could Li Zishuan not see through this little trick? However, he didn't care about this small amount of money. If he gave it to them, then so be it. So, he rubbed Lan'er's little head and called Xiao Hang and the others back. He smiled and said, "Xiao Hang, this scooter is already old. It definitely can't be sold. I'll give it to you." The children were surprised, but Xiao Hang was more mature. He quickly bowed and said, "Young master, this is too expensive." Xiao Hang doesn't dare to accept it. My brother already said that he would give it to you. Take it quickly. My brother doesn't lack this little money." Lan'er finally persuaded her brother. Seeing that Xiao Hang refused again, the little girl quickly ran over and pushed the scooter to Xiao Hang's feet. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. In fact, he felt quite good. It felt good to be thanked by others. It was still good to be a tycoon. When Xiao Hang and the others saw that Li Zishuan did not object to Lan'er's words, they hesitated for a moment before taking the scooter. Xiao Hang happily bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, Miss Lan'er. The next time young master opens the shop, we will perform for young master for free." Okay. The others nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. "Go back quickly. Be careful on the road." The children rode their scooters and left happily under the setting sun. Li Qingqian and the others saw that there was nothing else to do here, so they left. When Chang'e left, Li Zishuan specially gave her a pink scooter, which made the girl very happy. Yunxi Restaurant, in a private room on the 3rd floor. "Your Imperial Highness, the crowd surrounding the Pavilion of Wonders has dispersed. The Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e have already left." A black-clothed imperial bodyguard bowed and reported to a luxuriously dressed little fatty seated at the head of the table. This little fatty was Li Tai. Today, he had come to capture Li Zishuan and bring him back to write a story. However, he had never expected that the Pavilion of Wonders would be surrounded by so many spectators. Immediately, Li Tai felt somewhat terrified. Although he was Li Er's most beloved imperial son, if he caused trouble in front of so many people, and if an imperial censor were to bring this matter to court, Li would definitely not let him off easily. Moreover, his elder brother and younger sister were both there. If they were to speak up for Li Zishuan, it would be difficult for him to do anything. As a result, he had imperial bodyguards keep an eye on the Pavilion of Wonders, while he himself went to the Yunxi restaurant across the street. He ordered a table of dishes and sat there, eating as he waited for news. To his pleasant surprise, the Yunxi restaurant actually had gnawed chicken. Although the taste was slightly inferior to that of the drunken Immortal, compared to the other dishes of the restaurant, this knockoff version was clearly more delicious. The little fatty was so engrossed in eating that he had nearly forgotten the reason for his visit today. Only now did he hear the imperial bodyguard's report did he remember that he had come to capture Li Zishuan. Li Tai belched and rubbed his round belly. With a sinister smile, he said, "Hee, since they've all left, it's time for us to take action. Zhao Yu, take a few men and quickly follow this prince. Don't let him escape." "Yes, sir." Pavilion of Wonders. Seeing that the eastern marketplace was about to close, Li Zishuan packed up his things and had the head steward support the bruised and battered Chengchumo. He was about to close the door and return home. Just at this moment, a group of burly men blocked their path. Following this, an arrogant voice sounded out from behind them. "Which one of you is Li Zishuan? Hurry up and stand out for this prince." As soon as the voice fell, a fair and clean little fatty slowly walked out from behind the group of burly men. When Li Zishuan heard the child in front of him refer to himself as this prince and his tone was obviously unfriendly, he was shocked. However, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. He squeezed Lan's small hand to reassure her, then stepped out from the crowd and said in a clear voice, "Your Highness, I am Li Zishuan. May I know why your Highness is looking for this humble one?" At this moment, Chengchumo recognized the person. He asked in surprise, "Prince Wei?" When Li Tai heard that someone recognized him, he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. After a long while, he finally recognized that the bruised and battered person in front of him was Chengchumo. He turned his head and glared at Zhao Yu. Chengchumo was also here. How could the guard not report such important information? This was an injustice to the guard. Chengchumo had injured himself while skateboarding and had been recuperating on the second floor, not daring to come out and embarrass himself. How could the guard know whether Chengchumo was here or not? Although Li Tai was a prince, he was still quite wary of Chengchumo. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can't take her by force today." This was because he had heard that Li Zishuan had a good relationship with Chengchumo. If he took her away in front of Chengchumo, Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. "Oh, so Chonyo is here too. Huh, what a coincidence," Li Tai said awkwardly. Chengchumo could tell from Li Tai's first words that he did not come here with good intentions. He was probably here to cause trouble for Li Zishuan. Of course, he would support his brother at this time. Chengchumo walked to Li Zishuan's side and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder hard. He laughed loudly at Li Tai. "Today is the opening of my brother's new shop. Of course, I, Old Cheng, have to come to support. May I know why Prince of Wei is here today?" The crown prince and the princess just left. He pretended to be close and deliberately mentioned Li Qingqian and Chang'e. Naturally, he implied that he wanted to intimidate Li Tai and remind him not to deliberately make things difficult for Li Zishuan. He was usually a simple-minded person, but that was just because he did not want to use his brain. But today, his good brother was in danger. He had to use his brain to help. Although he could defeat this group of people, he would definitely cause trouble for his father after the fight. How could Li Tai not hear the hidden meaning in Chengchumo's words? Even though he knew that Chengchumo was speaking the truth, he, Li Tai, would not be threatened by anyone other than Li Er and Changsun. At this moment, Li Tai said with a fake smile, "Oh? Chonyo, are you representing your Cheng family to stand against this prince?" Chengchumo was momentarily speechless. Regarding the issue of a prince's side, he naturally could not represent his father. He did not know what to do when Li Tai used his power to suppress others. "Your Highness Prince of Wei must be joking. Brother Chonyo was only joking. Your Highness Prince of Wei should not take it to heart. May I know why your Highness is looking for this commoner today?" Li Zishuan could not sit still when he saw his good brother stand up for him. Thus, he stepped forward to help Chengchumo out of his predicament. Chapter 75. East Market, in front of Strange Interest Pavilion. When Li Tai saw someone come forward to admit it, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked proudly, did you write Journey to the West? What did this have to do with Journey to the West? Li Zishuan was a little puzzled, but he still nodded and admitted, Journey to the West was indeed written by me. What does your highness mean by this? Well, I'm here to find you. There's a good job here. I want you to be my guest. In the future, you will write stories like Journey to the West for me. Your monthly salary will be 20 strings of coins. How about it? This is much more promising than your shabby shop. Li Tai said with a look of superiority and pride. In his opinion, the shabby shop in front of him could at most earn 10 strings of coins a month. How could it be as good as writing stories for him? He was not like that poor Li Qingqian. Li Er and Zhang Sun had always doted on him and gave him a lot of rewards every month. Therefore, he had the money to keep a guest. Cheng Chumo was speechless. Although he did not directly participate in the operation today, he saw everything. The daily turnover of Strange Interest Pavilion was more than 100 strings of coins. After deducting the cost, the profit was at least 40 to 50 strings of coins. He really did not know where Li Tai's confidence came from. Li Zishuan looked at the little fatty who was flaunting his wealth and superiority in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to tell Li Tai that he would give him 40 strings of coins a month as long as he stopped bothering him. But after thinking about it, he felt that this would be too hurtful. Li Tai would probably be angry, so he did not say it. Li Zishuan could only say tactfully, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your highness. This humble one is undisciplined and only wants to stay at home and open a shop. I have no intention of becoming a guest of the prince's residence. Li Tai was standing there waiting for Li Zishuan to agree, but he did not expect Li Zishuan to reject him without hesitation. He was very angry and secretly thought that this brat really did not know how to appreciate favors. Li Tai, who had been living a smooth life since he was young, was a little embarrassed at this moment. He said with an ugly expression, Are you sure? Li Zishuan knew that this little fatty was going to get angry, but he was sure that Li Tai did not dare to do anything to him. He was doing legal business and did not do anything to steal chickens and dogs. Tang Chu's governance was relatively clear, so he was not afraid that he would use his identity to avenge private wrongs. Moreover, Cheng Chumo was still standing next to him, so his heart was not afraid. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively. I'm sure. When Li Tai heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Do you think this king can't do anything to you? This prince heard that you and Yan Xiaoning, the son of Minister Yan, have a workshop. The craftsmen in the workshop were all from the General Works Directorate. Tell me, if this prince were to ask Imperial Father to bestow those craftsmen to me, do you think Imperial Father will agree? You. Cheng Chumo was angry when he heard this and was about to step forward to argue, but Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Cheng Chumo had already helped him enough, so he could not drag Cheng Chumo down with the rest of the matter. What Li Tai had just said was indeed the weakness of Strange Taste Pavilion. The status of craftsmen in this era was very low, so Li Er would not refuse Li Tai's pleas for a group of craftsmen. If that happened, the foundation of Strange Taste Pavilion would be shaken. Even if Li Zishuan had countless inventions that could make money, without craftsmen, he could not make them. Everything would be in vain. Strange Taste Pavilion was very important in the future, so Li Zishuan absolutely would not allow this to happen. This little fatty's move was really ruthless. Li Zishuan's mind raced. Since force did not work, then he could only use soft methods. This Prince of Wei was actually making things difficult for him today just because of a book, Journey to the West. It was clear that he was still somewhat of a child. Moreover, it was said that Li Tai was full of talent and was extremely arrogant. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a plan and smiled. I can write a book for your highness, but I have heard that your highness is very knowledgeable. You are proficient in calligraphy, painting, the classics, and arithmetic. I wonder if your highness can answer a few questions of this commoner? When Li Tai heard Li Zishuan praise him like a flower, a trace of pride flashed across his face. This was where he, Li Tai, was more awesome than the crown prince. He was full of talent, so Li Tai doted on him. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted him to answer a question, Li Tai frowned. Even though he was very talented, who knew what questions Li Zishuan would ask? He was not stupid. Why would he agree? Now that he had the absolute advantage, there was no need to complicate matters. Why should this prince answer your question? Li Tai's face was full of arrogance. This little fatty was not old, but he was quite smart. Li Zishuan had already guessed that he would not agree so easily. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. If your highness insists on forcing me to write a story, even if I write one, it will definitely not be as exciting as Journey to the West. Your highness will not be satisfied with it. How about this? I will ask 10 questions. As long as your highness can answer one of them, I am willing to write for your highness for 3 years without any salary. Furthermore, the story I write will be even more exciting than Journey to the West. However, if your highness cannot answer a single question, then please do not make things difficult for Strange Taste Pavilion in the future. How about it? Disdain. This was blatant disdain. Even though Li Tai knew that Li Zishuan's questions would be extremely difficult, he was proud of his talent. How could he not be able to answer even one question out of 10? Li Zishuan had successfully angered him. Furthermore, Li Zishuan's first half of the sentence was reasonable. Even if he used his power to force Li Zishuan to write a story for him, if Li Zishuan was unwilling, then the story he wrote would definitely not be good. Then everything he did would be meaningless. Alright, then it's a deal. If you lose, then you have to write a story for this prince for 3 years. But your question must have an answer, otherwise it won't count. Although Li Tai was enraged, he still retained his rationality. If Li Zishuan asked questions that he had no answer to, such as how many hairs a person had on his head, how could he answer? This little fatty doesn't know that, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. He was still too inexperienced. Li Zishuan simply nodded and agreed. Of course, how would this humble one dare to maliciously make things difficult for your highness? At this time, Lan pulled Li Zishuan's arm worriedly. Li Zishuan smiled at her and shook his head, indicating that he was fine and not to worry. He was someone who had experienced the information explosion of the 21st century. He didn't believe that this little fatty would be able to answer a few random questions. Li Tai nodded his head in satisfaction and called for the guards behind him to bring him a stool. After standing for so long, he was a little tired. He sat down on the stool and raised his chin at Li Zishuan, saying, Li Zishuan, if that's the case, quickly ask any questions you have. This prince is anxious for you to write a story for me. Li Tai was confident that he would not lose. Just thinking that he would be able to read a story better than Journey to the West made him happy. However, he never expected that he would soon be tortured to the point of doubting his life. Chapter 76. Since Li Tai couldn't wait to be abused, Li Zishuan naturally had to satisfy the little fatty's wish. Li Zishuan walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back and slowly said, Then, Your Highness, please listen to the first question. What are paper and paper afraid of? Li Tai laughed and said, Such a simple question. Li Zishuan, you're bound to lose. Paper and paper are of course afraid of fire. It seems that you're bound to be a follower of the prince's residence. Li Zishuan shook his head and said lightly, Your Highness, you've answered incorrectly. Li Tai said in disbelief, Is there another answer? I think you're deliberately acting shamelessly. If you can't give a convincing answer today, I won't forgive you. Li Zishuan ignored his threat and said with a smile, I don't know if your highness has heard of the saying, don't, paper, fear 10,000, only, paper, fear what if. The answer to this question is in this sentence, so I said that your highness has answered incorrectly. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment when he heard the answer. Then, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so mischievous and come up with such a tricky question. The people of the Tang dynasty had never heard of a brain teaser. Li Tai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said angrily, "You're playing word games. It's just a small trick. I've already understood the trick of your question. Quickly come up with the next question." "Huh, you think you've understood, but you don't know that you've just fallen into a big hole." Li Zishuan disagreed and continued, "Then, Your Highness, please listen to the second question. From 1 to 9, which number is the most hard-working and which number is the laziest?" Li Tai stood up and scratched his head. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything. Li Zishuan reminded him from the side, "Don't worry. Your Highness, hurry up. It's getting late." Li Tai waved his hand and said impatiently, "This king can't think of anything. You win this question. Quickly tell me the answer." Replying to Your Highness, the answer to this question is 1, the laziest, 2, the most hard-working. As for the reason, I don't know if Your Highness has heard of the saying, 1, 1, does not do 2, 2, does not rest, hee. Another word game. Li Tai slapped his head in annoyance. He didn't think that he would make the same mistake twice. These two questions were very simple. He just had to start from the words themselves and find some idioms related to the questions. Then, he would be able to relate them to the questions. Li Tai warned himself that he could not give Li Zishuan another chance. After summing up the lessons of his two failures and making up his mind, Li Tai regained a bit of his confidence and said, "Let's continue with the next question. This king does not believe that I will make the same mistake a third time." Li Zishuan chuckled. He also knew that these two brain teasers were very easy for people to find a way to solve the questions. With Li Tai's intelligence, he must have found a way to deal with such questions. However, he did not plan on continuing with this question with Li Tai. He wanted to change the topic. He did not believe that Li Tai would be able to guess it. Hee, since Your Highness is so confident, then please listen to the third question. May I ask why frogs can jump higher than trees? After Li Tai heard the question, he quickly searched his mind for an idiom or idiom related to frogs and trees. However, he could not think of anything. He could not help but feel anxious. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to rush him again, he said angrily, "This king does not know. Quickly tell me the answer." Seeing the little fatty in front of him so anxious, Li Zishuan found it quite interesting. He chuckled and said, "Hee, why can frogs jump higher than trees?" "That's because frogs can jump. Trees can't jump." "Of course, they can jump higher than trees." Ha ha ha, Cheng Chumo's face turned red. He could not hold it in any longer and finally laughed out loud. Li Tai was furious, "You are twisting words. You are clearly asking why frogs can jump higher than trees." Li Zishuan spread his hands and said with a smile, "Yes, that's what I asked. Is there a problem with the answer?" Li Tai carefully thought over Li Zishuan's question twice. Only then did he realize that there were actually two ways to understand the question. He had walked into the wrong line of thought from the beginning. This was another word game. However, Li Zishuan changed the way he played and he was tricked again. However, he could not say that there was a problem with Li Zishuan's answer. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. He, Li Tai, still had gambling morals. At this moment, Li Tai was somewhat like a gambler. He said unwillingly, "You win this question. Continue to the next question." Li Zishuan originally thought that this little fatty was going to act shamelessly. He did not expect him to admit defeat so straightforwardly. He could not help but look at him in a higher light. He continued, "Well then, Your Highness, please listen to the fourth question. May I ask what part of a person's body is hard to lick and hard to not lick? If you want to sleep comfortably, you must first rub it." When Cheng Chumo heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The first thing he thought of was a man's little brother. He really did not expect Li Zishuan to be so dirty. However, Lan was still here. Was it really appropriate for Li Zishuan to ask such a question? Cheng Chumo looked at Lan worriedly. Li Tai's first thought was also a man's little brother. Although he was not even 10 years old, he was a member of the royal family. At this age, what did he not know? At that moment, he wanted to blurt out the answer. However, when he saw Lan beside Li Zishuan, he could not bring himself to say it. He could not help but curse Li Zishuan's shamelessness in his heart. In order to win, he actually came up with such a dirty question. If there were only the few of them here, Li Tai would definitely not have any scruples. However, there was also a delicate little girl like Lan. He really could not bear to say it out loud. Li Tai's face turned red. In the end, he could only say angrily, "You are shameless. I can't answer, but I don't believe that you dare to say the answer." Looking at Li Tai's and Cheng Chumo's reactions, Li Zishuan knew that these two fellows had misunderstood. The thoughts of these ancient people were not pure. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Your Highness, what are you saying? Why would I not dare to say it? The answer to this question is teeth. Looking at your Highness and Cho Ox's reactions, could it be that you have misunderstood? Lan asked curiously, Brother Cho Ox, what answer were you thinking of? Cheng Chumo's face turned red as he said awkwardly, I didn't misunderstand. The answer I was thinking of was teeth. Yes, teeth. Lan looked curiously at Li Tai. Li Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, this king did not think of an answer. This question is my loss. Li Zishuan, quickly come up with the next question. This made it seem like he was trying to hide something. Lan's gaze turned even more suspicious, but she did not dare to ask. The impression Li Tai gave her previously was too fierce. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Your Highness has already lost 4 questions. Do you really want to continue? He was afraid that if this carried on, Li Tai would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That would not be good. The best outcome would be for Li Tai to take the initiative to end the bet, allowing everyone to reconcile. However, he had underestimated the persistence of a gambler. Li Tai said with reddened eyes, continue. Why? Are you afraid that this king will go back on his word? He, Li Tai, had never suffered such a huge loss. He had to turn the tables, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Alright, in that case, let's continue. Li Zishuan said helplessly.